Imagine being told by your fiancé that after you marry, you're expected to live like a servant in the countryside while he enjoys a life of luxury in the city. Most people would cry, but our protagonist? She just decided to change the script. Instead of accepting a life of heartache, she looked her trash fiancé in the eye and said, "I'll marry your father instead." That's right, she's not just leaving him, she's becoming his new stepmother. In today's recap of the hit manhwa rather than the son, I'll take the father, we're witnessing the ultimate upgrade. Forget the toxic ex, we're going straight for the Grand Duke. Stay tuned, because this one is incredibly satisfying. Let's dive in. In the capital, at the Marquise of Morgana, a quiet yet dramatic scene unfolds. Manhwa, our poised and elegant protagonist, sits calmly reading a paper. Not bad, she mutters. The marriage will be a simple ceremony, and we'll live in the north. Next to her, Gilbert, her supposed fiancé, leans in coldly. I'll tell you now, he says, strict and emotionless. There will be no room for luxury. Behave properly as the lady of the house. But Manhwa, completely unbothered, smiles brightly and takes a bite of a macaron. Oh my! This place makes great macarons, she says. I should buy a few more. Gilbert watches her stunned. So the rumors about her being the queen of high society weren't lies, he thinks. Her shimmering hair, flawless skin. It's no wonder the crown prince once showed interest in her. Just a few days ago, at the imperial ballroom, someone even cried out to her, "I shaved my head after hearing what you said." Gilbert still doesn't trust the rumors fully, but one look at her, and he can't deny, she does have a presence. He smirks. Manhwa sips her tea and suddenly declares, "All right, let's get married." Gilbert nods, smug. A wise decision. Not like you could refuse anyway, because of the contract. But then, Manhwa looks up, her eyes glinting. Who said I'm marrying you? Gilbert blinks. Huh? What do you mean? With a graceful smile, Manhwa says. Not you. I'm marrying your father. Yes, you heard that right. Let's rewind. 300 years ago, the ancestors of two noble families made a strange, joke-like contract. They promised that one day, their descendants would marry. And just in case the age gap was too large, or the genders didn't match, they made the time frame very flexible. The contract was more than just a silly promise. The paper it was written on was enchanted. Even if thrown into lava or sunk into the ocean, it would always return. An unbreakable bond. Now Gilbert, red with frustration, slams the paper down in front of Manhwa. This is completely absurd, he shouts. Look, it says if the contract is broken, misfortune will fall upon the family. But Manhwa isn't the same timid girl anymore, because the real Manhwa is gone. And in her place is someone else entirely. Miss Kimu, a woman from another world. A woman who already knows how this story ends. She knows the truth. Gilbert was the first son, adopted into the Grand Duke's family. The second son was Regan, a kind, powerful mage and the true protagonist of the story. But Gilbert, overwhelmed with jealousy and inferiority, chose a darker path. He became the villain. And 1 year later, he brought home a wife from a once prestigious family. That unlucky woman was Manhwa. Her family, collapsing from repeated investment failures, couldn't say no when Gilbert threatened them using the ancient contract. She was trapped in a freezing northern estate, enduring a nightmare of a marriage. And as the cold days dragged on, she thought to herself, maybe it would have been better to never marry at all. But now the story's different. Miss Kim revived Manhwa's broken family. So much so, their vaults overflow with gold and jewels. And now she's rewriting the plot. Back in the room, Gilbert shouts, desperate. Manhwa, why are you doing this? What have I ever done to you? Oh my, wrongdoing? She blinks, innocent. I'm just curious about your father. After all, he raised someone so wonderful like you. Holding up the ancient contract, Manhwa tilts her head. And above all, your adoptive father is unmarried, isn't he? He fits the contract perfectly. She smiles sweetly, pointing to the clause. No restrictions on age, status, or other conditions. Gilbert is speechless. Damn it! There was something like that. What is with this woman? He panics. The Grand Duke. He's known as an old man across the empire. My lady, what do you want? Jewels? Dresses? Is being a Grand Duchess not enough for your greed? A sharp look flashes in Manhwa's eyes. Is this because I'm adopted? Gilbert shouts. Are you looking down on me? Manhwa calmly rings a bell. Sarah, please escort Lord Gilbert out. Gilbert stammers. I still have things to say. Oh right, Manhwa adds cheerfully. Give my regards to the Grand Duke. Gilbert storms out, fuming. while Maevaya sits there smiling. Your father. You. Meanwhile, far away in the icy north, at the Grand Duke's estate of Kalakis, a lion, a wolf, and a snake lay curled up together. The wolf and lion doze peacefully. The snake slithers up the lion and whispers, "Wake up! Hey, how long do you plan to sleep?" A book slips off the face of the man snoozing on the sofa. The Lord of the North, Edie's Kalakis. His defining trait? Severe laziness. And Maevaya? She watches from afar. Compared to Gilbert, she thinks, I'd rather deal with a demon king. For the past 10 days, Gilbert had been trying, and failing, to meet Maevaya. Each attempt had been more desperate than the last. 10 days ago, his butler had politely knocked on her door, asking if she was available. A few days later, another visit followed, with a more eager tone, hoping she might spare some time. Then, just 3 days ago, the pleas became louder, almost desperate, begging her to grant Lord Gilbert a meeting. And today, even that hope was slipping away. The butler stood hesitantly at the door, quietly accepting the truth. It wasn't going to happen today either. Inside, Maevaya sat by the window, delicately enjoying her dessert as though none of that ever happened. She looked peaceful, even elegant, letting the sunlight pour over her as if the world outside didn't concern her. Suddenly, her maid, Sarah, burst through the door, visibly upset and out of breath. She called Mevia's name with urgency, clearly holding something troubling in her arms. But Maevaya remained calm, gently asking what the matter was. In her hands, Sarah held a large flower basket, Gilbert's latest gift. Her voice trembled with disbelief and anger as she revealed its contents, funeral chrysanthemums. To Sarah, it felt like an insult, a tasteless gesture with a message too bold to ignore. Maevaya, however, didn't flinch. She softly reassured Sarah that there was likely no ill intent. Gilbert, she explained, was probably the kind of man who saw all flowers the same and simply picked white ones, thinking they looked pure. The thought made her smile faintly. Perhaps it was cluelessness, not cruelty. But Sarah wasn't convinced. To her, the issue wasn't just about flowers. It was about respect, or rather, the lack of it. She muttered bitterly about the Grand Duke's household, accusing it of being a place where neither manners nor growth were taught, just bullying and ignorance. Maevaya agreed lightly, admitting that the family head in that house truly was terribly neglectful. Then, brushing off the tension, she suggested they go out. Instead of sulking in the room, she proposed a more extravagant plan, to spend every coin they had and not return until they did. Sarah, still fuming, agreed eagerly. But before they left, she made sure the bouquet would be handled properly. With clear disdain, she asked for it to be sent straight to the incinerator. Soon after, Maevaya arrived at one of the capital's finest boutiques. The moment her presence was announced, the boutique closed its doors to the rest of the world. A sign was hung at the front, fully booked for the day. Everyone inside knew who she was and what that meant. As Maevaya stepped inside wearing a delicate pink dress, the entire staff greeted her with admiration. She was more than a guest, she was someone to be honored. Maevaya Morgana, the eldest daughter of House Morgana, carried herself with both grace and quiet power. She was soon joined by 3 other noble ladies. They gathered on the boutique's elegant sofas, chatting warmly. One of them, Charles Morgas, the eldest daughter of the 3rd Marquis of Morgas, took Mevia's hand with excitement. She was thankful for the invitation and confessed she had no idea what to wear to Monica's upcoming birthday. Maevaya smiled gently, thanking her in return for coming along. Charles seemed relieved, visibly soothed just by Mevia's presence. The memory of last year's party still haunted her, when her outfit had been mocked in front of everyone. She had been humiliated, reduced to whispers and sneers. Maevaya, sensing the lingering embarrassment, reached out and gently touched Charles's face. Her voice was kind but firm. This time, she promised, Monica wouldn't be able to say a word. She would help Charles choose something perfect. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Charles embraced her. To her, Maevaya wasn't just a friend, she was her savior. But outside, the air shifted. Monica, the girl from last year's party, arrived at the boutique. Before she could even step inside, she was stopped at the door. A polite yet firm voice told her what she hadn't expected to hear. "We're sorry. Today's schedule is fully booked." At the boutique's entrance, Monica stood frozen in disbelief. She had always been told the doors were open to her at any time, so being turned away now felt like a personal insult. The boutique attendant tried to explain gently. Another customer had arrived earlier, and they were already fully booked. But before the conversation could continue, Monica's attention was drawn to a familiar voice coming from inside the boutique. Her eyes narrowed as recognition hit her. Someone dared to reject her. Furious, she pushed past the doorway. The boutique worker tried to stop her, stammering an apology and saying that another guest was already inside. Monica brushed it off confidently. Judging by the voice, it was probably just a friend. Her guess was right. Inside sat Manhwa, calm and poised, surrounded by the other ladies. Monica Elaine, the eldest daughter of the third Marquis of Elaine, greeted her with a sharp, expectant tone. Manhwa returned the greeting coolly, implying there was no reason it wouldn't be fine for Monica to join them. The atmosphere turned a little tense. The other ladies greeted Monica, but Monica's focus shifted to Charles immediately. Her tone became cutting as she questioned why she was there. Even expensive clothes wouldn't help, she claimed. If someone lacked taste, better to wear a cheap outfit. Charles looked flustered but admitted softly that Manhwa was helping her pick something appropriate. Manhwa confirmed it. That was the plan for the day, but Monica wasn't about to be left out. Without waiting for agreement, she plopped herself between the two and insisted on picking an outfit for Charles instead. Charles tried to decline politely, but Monica pushed harder. Was Charles suggesting that Monica Elaine had no fashion sense? Monica then turned her words toward Manhwa, playfully but sharply. According to her, Manhwa looked stunning in anything, so her beauty, not her taste, was the reason things always looked good on her. Manhwa, silently observing, couldn't help but compare Monica to the version of her from the novel. There, Monica had been painted as a cold and haughty villainess. But seeing her now in person, she came off more as a clumsy, awkward girl than anything truly malicious. Maybe it wasn't Monica who was different, but Manhwa herself, no longer acting the same way she did in the book. Suddenly, Monica lit up, having found the perfect dress for Charles. It was flashy, with a glamorous, feminine flair. She insisted it would look great on someone with Charles's more quiet appearance. Charles, unsure, hesitated. Flashy wasn't her style. But Monica didn't back down. She told her to try it on first before deciding. Before the mood shifted further, Manhwa gently stepped in. She suggested Monica try the dress on instead. She thought it would go beautifully with Monica's hair. Caught off guard, Monica blushed. She protested half-heartedly, but finally agreed, saying it wasn't like she hated it or anything. Then Manhwa turned back to Charles and pointed to another outfit on page 17 of the catalog. Something with deeper tones, more refined. Charles looked unsure again. Would it suit her? Manhwa nodded warmly and encouraged her to try it. Just as things began to settle, Monica brought up something unexpected. With a serious tone, she asked about the rumors. Was it true that Manhwa had received a marriage proposal from Lord Gilbert? And more importantly, had she accepted it? Monica didn't stop there. She accused Manhwa of giving out charity before her marriage, clearly disapproving of Gilbert. The other women leaned in, curious. Was it that Gilbert? The adopted son of Duke Kalakis? All eyes were now on Manhwa. She responded simply, saying the matter had already been declined. Monica beamed. She had expected no less. According to her, Gilbert might have a pretty face, but he was still just an adopted son, and it was ridiculous how he acted like real nobility. Charles tried to defend Gilbert a little, suggesting Monica was being too harsh. But Monica doubled down. If Manhwa married him, she'd be stuck in the cold, distant north. It would be a waste. Manhwa stood up then. Her voice was calm, but resolute. With a soft smile, she said not to worry. She would live very happily, in a warm home, with a husband who loved only her, even if it was in the frozen north. She excused herself, saying she wasn't feeling well, and left the boutique. As she walked away, Manhwa's thoughts grew heavier. She wondered if everything was destined to follow the novel's path, no matter what she did. In the original story, Monica had spent every day mocking Gilbert, and when Manhwa had agreed even slightly, her words would get twisted and used against her, fuel for Gilbert's anger. Those insults, even if unintentional, would come back to her through violence. And in the end, Monica herself had ended up in Gilbert's bed. Manhwa wanted none of it. Not for herself. Not for Monica. She hoped to sever all ties to that man before the story repeated itself. But fate had other plans. At that very moment, Gilbert appeared. His voice was calm, almost amused. As he said it seemed she had recovered quickly. Manhwa froze in place, startled. He took a step forward and looked directly at her. Lady Manhwa, he said. Gilbert stood in front of Manhwa, waiting for her to speak. but Mayvaya stayed silent. Then, with a playful tone, she claimed she was still burning with fever, and added that she needed to shop to feel better. Without medicine, she joked, she couldn't recover. Gilbert let out a quiet laugh. Mayvaya froze. He had never laughed like that before. Meanwhile, Gilbert silently questioned if she'd finally lost her mind, though she'd never been very ordinary to begin with. Then, softly, he admitted his fault and smiled. He guessed she was trying to get back at him and accused her of wanting to see him desperate. That's why, he said, she was acting this way. But Mayvaya firmly repeated her rejection. She really, truly didn't want to marry him. Gilbert didn't believe her. He reached out and grabbed her hand, tightening his grip. He warned her not to take things too far. His patience, he said, had limits. Inside, Mayvaya was shaken. She hadn't expected him to show his true nature so soon. At that moment, the door slammed open. Charles appeared and shoved Gilbert away. She told him to stop. Mayvaya had already said she didn't want him. Gilbert stayed calm, explaining he was only here to speak with the woman who broke her promise. But Charles wasn't moved. Sword in hand, she threatened to call the guards if he didn't leave. Gilbert froze. Something about her glare reminded him of his father. A flash of memory, being dismissed with a single sentence and a pile of paperwork. That same cold gaze, like he was something filthy. The anger boiled in him. He lashed out at Charles for daring to look at him like that. He wasn't just anyone. He was to become the Grand Duke of Kalakis, ruler of the entire north. Behind them, a small crowd had gathered. Whispers were starting. Mayvaya stepped in, warning him clearly. If he didn't want to be detained, he needed to leave. Realizing the situation was slipping from his hands, Gilbert finally backed off. Just then, a carriage arrived. Sarah burst out, yelling for Mayvaya to get in. Charles gently pushed Mayvaya toward the carriage. Mayvaya hesitated for a moment, then thanked her and left. But Gilbert had one last thing to say. He told Mayvaya he'd come to pick her up for the imperial ball. Mayvaya responded with a sarcastic smile. She raised her middle finger and made her final rejection clear. She wouldn't attend the ball, and the only meeting left between them should be a family introduction. In other words, goodbye forever. Not long after, a new trend began, politely, coldly refusing unwanted suitors. Some even took it as far as burning the flowers they received. Back at home, Mayvaya collapsed onto the sofa, exhausted. Sarah handed her water and worried for her safety. The big question lingered. How did Gilbert know exactly where to find her? It hadn't been a public appointment. Mayvaya considered the possibility of being followed, but Sarah pointed out they would have noticed a spy. Still, Sarah regretted not being there to protect her. Mayvaya admitted that guards wouldn't help much anyway. Gilbert might look pretty, but he was the most skilled swordsman in the entire empire. Sarah asked what they should do then. Mayvaya reassured her. In case of a real emergency, they still had a secret backup plan. Sarah was shocked. Mayvaya wasn't really going to use that, was she? Mayvaya promised it would only be once. And after she got married, Gilbert wouldn't even dare to look her in the eyes. Sarah was stunned. Married? To whom? Before the conversation could go further, something hit the window with a thud. A crow had arrived. Sarah panicked, wondering if it was an intruder or magical beast. She offered to call the knights, but Mayvaya stopped her. The crow calmly landed on Mevia's hand. She spoke to it, and it answered with a soft call. It wasn't just any bird. It was a magical beast, one of the Grand Duke's familiars. Far away, the Grand Duke himself was reading Mevia's letter. She hadn't asked him to marry her, she declared it. The Grand Duke sent the crow, Regan, on 2 missions, to find out what Gilbert was plotting, and to keep a close eye on Mayvaya Austin Morgana. Back in her room, Mayvaya couldn't believe it. The fearsome Grand Duke had such an adorable little magical beast in his service. At the Kalakis mansion in the capital, Gilbert's rage had reached its peak. A wine bottle smashed against the wall, glass scattering like his sanity. He collapsed onto the floor, gripping his head, shouting in frustration. The memory of Mevia's calm, fearless gaze haunted him. Who did she think she was, looking at him like that, rejecting him, a direct descendant of the Kalakis family? His breath quickened as he muttered to himself, clinging to his noble bloodline as if it gave him power. Outside the window, a crow silently watched as Gilbert's obsession spiraled. When his butler entered, quietly delivering a wrapped object, Gilbert snatched it with trembling hands. The expression on his face turned cold. It was over, he said. All of it. Mayvaya had made things far too troublesome. The next morning, The same crow that had witnessed everything now lay napping beside Maevaya. She nudged it gently. The sleepy bird chirped in confusion, and Maevaya simply smiled. Something interesting was about to happen. In her heart, her plan was clear. She had studied the girl's movements, understood her better than Gilbert himself. She was more certain than ever. This time, she'd use Gilbert. She'd use all of it. Fate, power, everything. Later, as she prepared to leave, Maevaya stood beside her horse, Alyssa, brushing her mane with calm confidence. Sarah, watching nervously, asked if she'd really be okay. But Maevaya had already calculated every step. She wouldn't let Alyssa get hurt, no matter what. Even when Sarah urged her to take a guard along, Maevaya declined. An ordinary person wouldn't stand a chance against him, and bringing someone unnecessary would only make him more cautious. Mounting the horse, she steeled herself. This was the moment to settle everything, once and for all. Raven chirped worriedly behind her, but Maevaya only turned to reassure him. He couldn't follow. She needed to do this alone. Then, with a quiet command, she and Alyssa galloped into the woods. But someone was already waiting. Hidden behind a tree deep in the forest, Gilbert stood silently, his fingers twitching near his sword. As soon as Maevaya arrived, he stepped into view, startling her horse. He smiled, pretending his sudden appearance was nothing but a polite greeting. But his energy was tense, dangerous. He apologized with a mocking grin, but Maevaya didn't play along. She asked him to step aside, calm and unbothered. He did not. Instead, he commented on her posture, asking if she'd taken riding lessons, as if that had anything to do with his true intentions. Maevaya, unimpressed, pushed back. But Gilbert's mood shifted. He dropped the act and offered her something he called a chance to accept his proposal, to attend the ball with him. He warned her coldly. His father would never marry her. To the Duke, humans were livestock, tools to be used when needed and discarded when not. Even if Maevaya somehow became his wife, she'd be nothing more than a locked-up pet, unprotected and abandoned. But Maevaya didn't flinch. In fact, she smiled. How strange, she thought. Despite being younger, his sibling had left him in the dust. He was selfish, unruly, a disgrace to the Kalaki's name. And the most pathetic part? He hadn't even realized it was still there. The thing he needed to let go of. The thing keeping him chained. Gilbert didn't respond. He simply stepped aside, and Maevaya passed without hesitation. But he wasn't finished. From behind, his voice rose, dark and bitter. He told her she'd missed her last chance, that he'd make sure she regretted it for the rest of her life. And then, he snapped. Drawing his sword, he rushed at her with pure hatred, screaming that he'd slice her ankles so she couldn't go to the ball. But Maevaya didn't run. Instead, she jumped down from Alyssa with perfect precision. The sword came down, only to be knocked away as she delivered a powerful kick straight into his chest. The blade flew across the field, landing far out of reach. Standing tall on her horse now, her expression sharpened. She had played polite. She had spoken with honor. But he had made one fatal mistake. He had underestimated her. Gilbert stood frozen, eyes wide with disbelief. Maevaya's strength had knocked the air from his lungs, and now, all he could do was stare. He couldn't comprehend it. That power, that presence. 11 years ago, in the dead of night, a strange figure had appeared before a young Maevaya. Cloaked in rags like an old wanderer, the horseman had offered her a contract that sounded more like a curse. All he asked for was a grave, his final resting place, properly prepared. In return, he promised her something unthinkable, an immense power, greater than anything in the world. Maevaya had been terrified, her entire body locked up in fear. But even in that moment, she instinctively knew, if she didn't accept, she wouldn't survive. Clutching his cloak, she had begged him. Anything he wanted, she would do it. With a chilling calm, the man had handed her a small box. Inside it, his blood. Drink it when you need power, he had said. There would be side effects, of course, but the power would be hers to borrow, briefly. Only one warning: if someone disturbed his grave, the consequences would be dire. Maevaya had hesitated for just a moment, repulsed by the thought of drinking blood. But the man, oddly kind for a demonic being, had promised to make it strawberry-flavored. Now, in the present, she couldn't help but recall that moment with an ironic smile. For a demon beast, he really had been rather nice. Gilbert, shaken to his core, accused her. She had made a deal, hadn't she? With a demon? Maevaya didn't deny it. Her calm smile said it all. Something like that, perhaps. But Gilbert, fuming and desperate, threatened her. He'd report everything to the council. He'd expose her. Mayvaya, unfazed, reminded him he had attacked first. And between her and the young lord of Kalakis, who would the king believe? Gilbert's anger faltered. Inside, a storm of confusion and fear brewed. That power radiating from Mayvaya, why did it feel so familiar? Like his father's? No, even stronger. Unbeknownst to them both, a raven circled overhead, observing everything. Through its eyes, the Grand Duke watched. He narrowed his gaze. Was this Mevia's trap? She stood so calmly, without a trace of fear. What was she thinking? Was she seeing straight through all his strategies? Suddenly, the moment shattered. Colin Turner, Gilbert's childhood friend, came galloping into the scene. At first startled, he quickly greeted Mayvaya with an overly polite tone. Gilbert tried to stop him, but Colin whispered furiously. He thought this was just going to be a quick talk, not a disaster. He scolded Gilbert under his breath. This wasn't just any girl. They were dealing with Mayvaya. When Gilbert refused to bow, Colin forced him into it, plastering on a polite smile and complimenting Mevia's horseback posture with dramatic flair. Mayvaya, deciding she'd had enough of the farce, gently patted her horse. It was time to go. Back home, Sarah gasped when she saw the injury on Mevia's ankle. Flustered, she demanded to know what happened. Mayvaya shrugged. Turns out monster blood didn't make you any more durable. Sarah fumed. How dare they harm her lady? And the ball? What about the royal ball? Sarah sobbed at the thought. Mayvaya wouldn't be able to attend the grand event she'd looked forward to. But Mayvaya tilted her head confused. She didn't recall looking forward to it. Sarah reminded her. She'd ordered an absurd number of dresses. Mayvaya brushed it off. That had just been retail therapy. Still, this ball was no ordinary event. Even the emperor would be attending. It was completely unfair that Mayvaya might miss it because of the duke's son. Determined, Sarah vowed to ice Mevia's ankle every single day. She had to go. But Mayvaya wasn't convinced. What was the point? She didn't even have a partner. Just then, a familiar chirp filled the room. Raven had returned, hopping in with a proud little flutter. Mayvaya greeted him gently, her voice softening. She told him she'd done something cool today, something even the Grand Duke would have admired. Right, the little raven flailed, blushing and chirping excitedly. Then he pecked at something on the table, a sealed letter. Sarah picked it up, her eyes going wide. It was a royal invitation. Even Raven wanted her to go, it seemed. He chirped again in agreement. Mayvaya groaned. It all felt like so much effort. But Raven squawked in protest. Sarah added fuel to the fire. Gilbert would probably dress up just to impress her. Didn't she want to see that? Mayvaya sighed. And that, she said, was the exact reason not to go. The person she actually wanted to see never showed up anyway. Throughout the Grand Duke's time in the capital, not once had he come to see her. Not even when Regan had been in danger. Not even today. That's when the realization hit her. Catching his interest was proving harder than she thought. Maybe next time, she joked in her mind, she'd have to get hurt badly enough for Gilbert to drag the Grand Duke over himself. As a final touch, she pulled something from her bag. A sword. Gilbert's sword. She handed it to Sarah with a flat expression, telling her to toss it in the toilet. Sarah blinked. This thing? In their fancy toilet? Mayvaya didn't care. It belonged in the trash. The next morning, Mayvaya joined her parents for breakfast. She greeted them sweetly, but her father immediately pointed out she was late. She apologized and sat down, quietly eating pudding. Then her mom suddenly asked if anything unusual had happened recently. Mayvaya froze a little. Did they find out about Gilbert? She nervously laughed it off, saying nothing had happened. But her parents insisted. If anything did happen, she should tell them. That shocked Mayvaya. In the original story, her parents were always cold and distant. She used to watch them from afar, even on her birthday and Christmas. But now, they were checking in on her? Her dad added. Don't worry too much. Our family isn't so weak we can't handle a fuss from our child. And her mom casually mentioned. We didn't even hire an assassin this time. We just let it slide quietly. What? Mayvaya almost choked. Then her mom brought up an old memory. When Mayvaya was 7, she threw herself on the floor to stop her parents from leaving on a business trip. That investment ended up failing, just like little Mayvaya had warned. But they didn't listen. Because back then, they thought Mayvaya was too mature for her age. They assumed she didn't need them. Her mother gently held her hand, and Mayvaya thought, did the coldness in our family actually change? Then her dad changed the subject. I heard you don't have a partner for the swordsmanship tournament? Mayvaya panicked. Yeah, but I wasn't planning to go anyway. Just then, Raven the bird burst into the dining room. The servant chased after him, out of breath. Her dad asked if it was her bird, and Mayvaya laughed nervously. They're too sharp. What if they find out Raven's a magical beast? She quickly excused herself, saying Raven was hungry. Outside, she scolded Raven. Do you have something urgent to say? Raven proudly dropped something from his beak. A royal seal. Mayvaya gasped. Is this the invitation to the ball? She sighed. I don't have a partner though. Raven, will you be my partner? She pointed at their height difference. If you can't dance, you're disqualified. Raven bashfully covered his face, and Mayvaya smiled brightly. Wait, could it be? Is he really coming? Meanwhile, back at the Grand Duke's manor, the servants reported the carriage was ready for the capital. But instead of waiting, the Grand Duke simply teleported away. Back at home, Mayvaya returned to her parents. Her mom asked if she wanted tea, but Mayvaya said she came to talk about something else. Her mom smiled and said it was okay if it was about the ball. But Mayvaya got serious. Is it okay if I do something childish one more time? Her father asked if this was about the previous generation's contract. He said he'd take care of it, but Mayvaya shook her head. No. I want to fulfill that contract. Both her parents were stunned. Her father nervously asked, if you're excluding Duke Gilbert, then who else? He only has one little brother. Don't tell me it's that child. Mayvaya immediately shouted. No, not the child. There's another unmarried man in that family. She looked up with determination. It's the Grand Duke Kalakis. In her mind, she remembered. He's supposed to be an old man with white hair, but he looked younger than his age. Her mom seemed to understand immediately. You've been holding on to this wish all along. Her dad was in disbelief. Madam, are you really giving permission? Then her mom softly asked. Do you already have some kind of promise with the Grand Duke? The maids began whispering amongst themselves as Mayvaya quickly denied it. No, but I believe he'll come to the ball. I plan to speak to him there. Her mother nodded. Okay, but then, she suddenly suggested something completely out of nowhere. Let's go on a family trip to Elysia on the day of the ball. Mayvaya blinked. Elysia? That's on another continent. She panicked. There's been a misunderstanding. The Grand Duke looks way younger than people say. Her mom smiled. Our precious darling, pack your things. The night of the ball had finally arrived. Mayvaya, who once insisted she didn't want to go, now stood in front of the mirror picking between two elegant hand fans. With a spark in her eyes, she slipped on her shoes and admired her reflection. Sarah watched her with folded arms. It was impossible not to tease. She reminded Mayvaya, if the Grand Duke didn't show up, or if he was actually an old man, they were off to another continent for recuperation. Mayvaya tried to laugh it off, but her nerves were showing. She hadn't seen Raven all morning. Was it possible he'd run away? Meanwhile, the Imperial Palace ballroom was already buzzing. Nobles gathered in clusters, sipping drinks and sharing gossip. One group whispered about the Grand Duke's adopted son. Apparently, he was shockingly handsome. Another rumor claimed that he and Lady Mayvaya had a lover's quarrel in the middle of the street. Of course, that set off even more whispering. Was the cool, business-savvy Mayvaya actually into good-looking men? But not everyone was on board with the judgment. Monica, Media's sharp-tongued rival, stepped in to shut the gossip down. She reminded them that Mayvaya was still young when she made those business mistakes, and that she wasn't someone to talk about so lightly. Back in the ballroom, Mayvaya sat alone on a sofa, sipping her drink. The music was nice, the drinks were good, everything was perfect, except for one thing. The Grand Duke still hadn't arrived. Mayvaya was trying not to panic when Monica appeared. With her usual smug tone, she casually asked, "Why isn't he coming?" Mayvaya flinched. Did Monica know about the Grand Duke? Before Mayvaya could say anything, Monica continued. Lady Media's type is wrinkly old men, right? Mayvaya nearly choked. But Monica wasn't here for gossip. She had something more serious on her mind. Apparently, Mayvaya hadn't replied to a letter she sent after their visit to the tailor, and Monica had been waiting. The letter had been dramatic. It accused Mayvaya of humiliating her, and ended with a very Monica-style PS. Help her pick a birthday dress, and all would be forgiven. Mayvaya admitted she didn't reply because she didn't think it was worth responding to. Big mistake. Monica exploded. So, Mayvaya quickly changed her tone. She grabbed Monica's hand and apologized, saying she'd been going through a lot and took it out on someone she barely knew. Monica blushed furiously. She shoved Mayvaya away and scolded her again, though this time, a little less harshly. Mayvaya couldn't help but think, Monica was always so consistent, and a little cute. Still flustered, Monica shifted the conversation. She wasn't here for small talk, she had a business proposal. It was about the land Mayvaya bought 10 years ago, the same quarry that was now overrun with monsters. Monica, it turned out, was sponsoring a researcher who studied monsters, and now, she wanted to buy that land. Mayvaya didn't even hesitate. No, she said flatly. I don't think that's possible. Monica was stunned. Why? It's useless to you. I'm doing this for your honor. Before Mayvaya could respond, the doors burst open. An announcer's voice echoed through the ballroom. Lord Gilbert Karachi is entering. Media's smile dropped. So he came, but the one she actually wanted didn't. She rolled her eyes. What was so handsome about that guy anyway? Were people blind? Monica suddenly rushed toward Gilbert. I'll be right back, she said brightly. Mayvaya blinked. Wait, what? She watched as the two greeted each other like old friends. Her jaw tightened. Did they meet without her knowing? What kind of shady scheme is she planning now? Unable to sit still, Mayvaya stormed over. Monica! Monica turned, surprised. Mayvaya? With a polite smile that masked her growing irritation, Mayvaya asked. Should we continue our business talk from earlier? But Gilbert cut in smoothly. I'm glad you came, Lady Mayvaya. Mayvaya forced a smile. Ah, yes. But I was actually here to see Monica. Nearby nobles perked up their ears. Gilbert didn't seem fazed. I'm glad to see you looking well. My ankle's just fine, Mayvaya replied sharply. Unlike what some might have hoped, Gilbert chuckled. A lover's quarrel? You're still as witty as ever. Mayvaya gave a mock smile. Right. How unfortunate. Goodbye, then. Let's go, Monica. Me? Monica blinked in confusion. But Gilbert wasn't done. Lady Mayvaya, he said, his voice a little louder now. You have much to discuss with our people, don't you? From across the room, nobles began whispering. Did you hear that? It must be an engagement. Mayvaya glanced around and scoffed. If it's about my skills, feel free to gossip. No one's going to believe you anyway, Gilbert replied, all gentlemanlike. Of course not. I would never ruin the lady's honor. Then what is this about? Mayvaya asked, folding her arms, and then he dropped to one knee. Lady Mayvaya, he declared loudly. According to the former agreement, I respectfully request, please, marry me. All eyes turned. Gasps echoed through the ballroom. Gilbert, in his head, was smug. Public proposals were hard to turn down. Even if she rejected him now, it would complicate any marriage with the Grand Duke. He'd cornered her. Holding out a ring, he smiled. Mayvaya, become my wife. Mayvaya looked at the ring, then calmly lifted her wine glass and poured it right on his head. Gilbert screamed. Arg! WH! She didn't stop. She picked up another glass and drenched him again. Meanwhile, in the king's palace, someone very important had arrived. The Grand Duke himself. The king panicked. WH, what brings you here? The Duke looked confused. Did I do something wrong? I only came because I got the invitation. No need to be afraid. But the king quickly bowed, trembling. Then why aren't you going to the ball? The Duke gazed at him coldly. I came to see who the current king is. Seeing that nothing's changed, I guess time hasn't moved forward much at all. I see, the king murmured. 15 years ago, the crown prince had once begged his father. The North is ignoring imperial orders. Please, issue a decree. But the old king refused. You must never provoke the North. The only one who can control the beasts is that man. The prince was confused. But, listen well, my son, the king said solemnly. That man is not human like us. Back at the ballroom, wine dripped down Gilbert's expensive suit, and off to the side, a poor servant holding 2 bottles nearly cried. That wine costs more than my yearly salary. Soaking into his embroidered collar as silence swallowed the ballroom, he sputtered. What is the meaning of this? Mayvaya blinked innocently, her voice smooth as velvet. Oh my! I must have thought it was a dream. I was so dumbfounded I mistook it. I'm truly sorry, young lord. Gilbert's face twisted in rage. You call that an excuse? Is this how a noble lady behaves? Isn't that right, everyone? But no one stepped in. Not one voice came to his defense. Eyes were averted. The nobles who once hovered around him now took a step back, pretending not to see. A lady muttered under her breath. Looks like it was one-sided. Poor thing. Must have been desperate. Gilbert's laugh cracked with humiliation. Ha ha ha. Mayvaya didn't flinch. He should have chosen his opponent more wisely, she thought. The Ravenna Empire, though vast in territory, had fallen into political disarray after the collapse of their navigation business. The royal family lost its grip, and in their place rose three powerful noble houses: the Marquis of Elaine, the Marquis of Morgas, and the house Mayvia was born into, the Marquis of Morgana. Of the three, the Morgana family stood above, their names synonymous with fairness and dignity. Which meant, when disputes occurred, the public didn't hesitate to assume the other side was at fault. Mevia's parents approached her discreetly. Mayvia, her mother whispered gently. Call me if you need anything. Mevia's eyes softened. Thank you for worrying about me, mother. But the calm was quickly interrupted by Baron Colin. Lady Mayvia, he began cautiously. I understand your feelings, but perhaps for Lord Gilbert's dignity. Baron Colin, she interrupted sharply. He froze. Why yes, the rope you're clinging to won't save you, she said coldly. So act wisely. And just like that, the skies cracked open and the rain poured down. Gilbert stood drenched in the downpour, fists clenched, rage barely contained. Ha! Whether it's the north or here, no one is sane. Mayvia tilted her head, smiling sweetly. Correct. What an introduction. His eyes burned with hatred. She cooed. Oh my, how scary. An advisor rushed in, panting. Pardon me, he said, bowing low. Lady Mayvia, His Majesty wishes to see you. Privately. Me? She asked. The man trembled. Yes. He's been waiting for you, all along. As she followed him through the palace gardens, the rain grew heavier. It's colder than monsoon season, she thought, teeth chattering. But the cold wasn't just from the weather. The advisor looked pale, anxious. Something was clearly wrong. Why has His Majesty summoned me? She asked. His voice wavered. I can only say one thing. It's all because of what you brought upon yourself. What? Then, faintly, she heard her name in the distance. Mayvia. Her steps halted. That voice. I'll be just a moment, she told the advisor and ran toward the sound. Lady Mayvia. Oh no. I'm doomed. There they were. Monica and Gilbert. Monica was gently wiping Gilbert's soaked face with a handkerchief. You must be really upset, she said softly. Then she added, Mevia's always been like that. Maybe she hit her head as a child. She's always done strange things. Gilbert looked at her, wounded and raw. Why are you doing this to me? Because I understand you, Monica replied. Honestly, I don't like her much either. I always wanted her to be less successful than me. I even wished for her to be unhappy. Mayvia stood nearby, quiet. Should I let this go? If I step away now, their relationship wouldn't be considered improper anymore. Maybe they'd be free to live like happy little lovebirds. But, she stepped forward. Let's stop here. Monica turned, eyes wide. Mevia, since when were you? Mayvia didn't answer. She only stared. You heard everything. Mevia's voice was low and final. Monica Elaine, I'll give you one piece of advice. First and last, stay away from that man. Better yet, never meet him again. But Gilbert snapped. Mayvia, he lunged at her. You should never have come here. Monica gasped. Mayvia didn't have time to move. His hand was already at her throat. I let my guard down, she thought. But maybe, this was how it was meant to end anyway. But before he could tighten his grip, a hand reached out and grabbed Gilbert's wrist. You should know when to stop, said a low, commanding voice. Damn it! Let me go! Gilbert barked, still not realizing who had grabbed him. But then the man spoke again. It's time to go home, my son. The descriptions in the novel had never done him justice. They said he was powerful enough to tame beasts with his bare hands, yet he rarely left his chambers. No one had seen his face more than once, and those who had could never find the words to describe it. Draped in a pitch-black uniform, he radiated danger and decadence alike. His long, narrow eyes carried a sensual gleam that felt otherworldly, almost sinful. And yet, Mayvia stared blankly at the Grand Duke, her thoughts spiraling. This is it? The novel really undersold him. He's dangerously hot. She slapped her hands over her mouth to stop herself from screaming aloud. Honey! But the spell was quickly broken by Gilbert's voice, shrill and panicked. Father! It's a misunderstanding. That woman set me up. Two of the Duke's servants had already seized him by the arms. We'll escort you, they said firmly. Let go of me! Gilbert thrashed like a child. Father! Why are you always so cold to me? Father! Just then, rustling came from behind the bushes. The king, crouching in the shrubbery, peeked out sheepishly. Lady Mayvia, she turned to him, startled. Your Majesty, I'm sorry to impose, but could you tell the Grand Duke that I've already left after meeting you? Mayvia blinked, confused. Yes, I understand. So the Grand Duke is the one who sent the Emperor's aide to summon me. Meanwhile, Edie sighed, almost disappointed. Even now, he expects to be spoon-fed. Then, his gaze sharpened. The king yelped and bolted out from the bushes. I'll be going now. When the chaos cleared, only the Grand Duke and Mayvaya remained. She finally got a good look at him. He looks like the kind of villain everyone runs from. But is he really that terrifying? Her cheeks flushed softly. No matter how I look at it, the only thing I can think is how ridiculously handsome he is. The silence was broken when he asked, What's your reason for rejecting Gilbert's proposal? She froze. From the outside, he continued, he didn't seem like a bad match for marriage. His eyes locked with hers. So why do you want to marry someone like me? I need to know. Her lips parted. Because I know what happened in the version where I didn't choose you. In that story, Gilbert locked her away in the icy northern lands right after the wedding. 6 months later, he summoned her back with vile intentions. Naive Mayvaya had been so happy to be called back. She hadn't known what horrors awaited her. But even then, he had been the only one who warned her. I don't think you should go to that man, he'd said. If you wish, you may stay here. Yet Mayvaya, too afraid of him, had run away. And Gilbert had caught her. She'd been imprisoned again, this time in the capital. But the Grand Duke came to her cell and reached out his hand. Will you return to the north? Even when she couldn't accept it, he still tried to save her. I still don't know why you did that, she thought, watching the present-day Grand Duke. But I know this much. If Mayvaya had taken your hand back then, she wouldn't have died so miserably. She smiled. Edis, would you dance with me? This time, I'll stay by your side. He tilted his head. Dance, huh? Yes. If you dance with me, I'll tell you what you want to know. Though, of course, I won't actually tell him the truth. Because you're hot? Nope. I just need to draw his attention. Operation Aggro begins. Edis narrowed his eyes. I refuse. She blinked. Huh, I said I refuse. I can teach you. If dancing's difficult. No. It's troublesome. Mayvaya looked utterly betrayed. But you said you were curious. Curiosity has now been overtaken by annoyance, he said flatly. I think I'll just head home. He started to turn. I could tell you the rest by letter, but that's troublesome too. So let's just end it here. A chart of his emotional state floated before her in her imagination. Anger 0. Boredom 99.8. Sadness 0. Joy 0. Curiosity 0.8. Mayvaya gritted her teeth. This guy is way more high maintenance than I expected. Since you've come all this way, wouldn't it be a shame to leave without enjoying the ball? I'm an introvert. He took a step. I'll leave now. She grabbed a corner of his coat. Wait, Grand Duke. Her voice dropped, shy. 80s, she leaned closer, batting her lashes. I really want to dance, but I don't have a partner. As soon as she said it, regret slammed into her. I'm screwed. Flirting was a terrible idea. Edie stared at her. Then, slowly, one song, would that be enough? She blinked. Huh! He reached for her hand. I asked if one song would be enough. Mivia's eyes widened. This guy, it worked. The grand ballroom shimmered with light as they stepped inside. The polished marble reflected the glittering chandeliers above, and elegant music carried across the air. Couples swirled across the floor in perfect harmony. Mayvaya and the Grand Duke joined the dance. Edis moved cautiously, his steps not quite in rhythm. Mayvaya leaned in, her voice light but teasing. Your Grace, be careful. The floor is slippery. He let out a small chuckle. Sorry about that. I was terrible, wasn't I? His eyes held a hint of awkward sincerity. Honestly, I'm not good at dancing, but I forced myself to come, because I wanted to get to know you better. Mayvaya blinked. Oh my goodness. I thought you disliked me. No way, he said without hesitation. How could I possibly dislike you? Around them, whispers stirred. Guests turned, shocked to see the two dancing. Mayvaya, unfazed, brought a finger to her lips and softly hushed him. Shh. From now on, just listen, she whispered. About me, about how to dance. I'll teach you everything from A to Z, my dear. EST. They twirled across the room, but when the crowd caught a clearer glimpse of the man at Mivia's side, panic spread like wildfire. One by one, nobles stopped dancing. Some even backed away. A mother clutched her young daughter, trying to calm her. Shh! Husk! If you want to live, don't cry. The room was heavy with Edis's cold aura, freezing the once festive air. Mayvaya stiffened. Was it even necessary to run away? She thought frantically. Hold back those tears. Calm down. I'm about to dance without music now. She lifted her chin. That's right. I can do it. And then, without music, without rhythm, with the whole room watching, they danced. She clung to Grace, her steps sharper, more determined. This is actually making me more competitive, she admitted to herself. Whispers returned, but with awe instead of fear. Oh my! I was wondering why Lady Mayvia would dance with someone like that, murmured one noblewoman. But isn't this the most beautiful she's ever danced? But a single cold gaze from Edie's was enough to silence them. The room fell quiet once more. Mayvia and Edie's continued their dance as if no one else existed. Wait, she asked, eyeing him curiously. What's going on? A person who's never even set foot in society. Where did you learn to dance? Edie's blinked. I've never learned it though. I'm just glad it doesn't look strange. Mayvia raised an eyebrow. Sounds like you're saying you were born with it. Something like that. She laughed, bright and honest. I was right after all. You're not as difficult as the rumors say, right? The Grand Duke looked taken aback, as if her words had struck a chord. He opened his mouth to say something, but closed it again. Not just unafraid of me, he thought, watching her, but openly showing affection. Maybe, Mayvia wondered, this is someone else's scheme. But still, Mayvia, he said. Yes? I don't know what you're aiming for. He paused, and then, for the first time, smiled. But for now, I'll let myself get swept up in it. That night, Mayvia soaked in the bath, staring up at the ceiling. I don't know. I really don't know. She dunked her head underwater, then resurfaced. A memory floated back to her, Edie's voice, low and steady. Mayvia, I'll let myself get swept up in your scheme. She blinked. That means you're proposing to me, right? He'd only replied with a mysterious That talk, let's continue it after we return. And then, he vanished. Teleportation magic. Just like that, gone. She had stood there, stunned. Your Grace. Later, in bed, Mayvia threw her arms around a large teddy bear. He just suddenly disappeared. He better stay gone for good. Surely you're not coming back 10 years later, right? She rolled over with a groan. HGH. Whatever. I'm just going to sleep. I'll think about it after sleeping for at least 20 hours. And sleep she did, but her dreams were strange. In it, Gilbert knelt on the floor, wearing a maid's uniform, scrubbing diligently. She loomed over him with mock authority. Scrub harder, Cinderella. If I don't like it, dinner will just be stir-fried potatoes tonight. Gilbert, blushing with tearful eyes, looked up. Mother, please, not just potatoes. She shot up in bed, eyes wide. Morning. Mayvia knelt on the floor, vomiting. Sarah held her hair back, concern etched on her face. How much did you even drink? It's not because of the alcohol. Mayvia groaned. First, wipe your mouth. Sarah sighed, handing her a wet towel. Should I just tell His Grace to come back later? Media's head snapped up. Wait, the Duke is here. He's waiting for you in the drawing room. Mayvia, eyes barely open, shuffled into the room. Edie sat there, elegant as ever. She plopped down beside him. Your Grace, unless it's urgent, maybe you could. After disappearing like that yesterday, what's he doing here at dawn? She yawned inwardly. I'm so sleepy I could die. Mayvia, he said suddenly. Yes? Please call me Edie's. And speak casually too. Mayvia blinked. I can't do that. My mouth's too rough, so I usually have to wrap my words nicely. Edie smiled. Then I guess there's no choice. He snapped his fingers. A shimmering light spread across the room. A magic circle appeared beneath them. Media's blood ran cold. What the? A magic circle out of nowhere? No way. If he eliminates the one he's supposed to marry, it's a breach of contract. That's cheating. Wait a minute! She yelled. No matter how sleepy we are, the Duke said softly, we have to discuss the details about marriage, Evia. He held up a marriage registration form, an ancient one from the previous generation, stamped with the Emperor's seal. She thinks in her mind, wasn't he supposed to be lazy? And why is he speaking so gently? It doesn't sound like someone addressing a person they loved, it was more like coaxing a cat. Maybe it's because he's a transcendent being? Then she said, that would explain why you vanished yesterday. Sharp, aren't you? He murmured. She added, next time, tell me where you're going before disappearing. Otherwise, I might end up saying something nasty. In that case, he added with a slight smile, I shall gladly adjust to my wife, she replied. Thank you. Then he calls her. Mayvia. Yes, she replied firmly. He said, I have no intention of marrying with divorce in mind. I don't plan to divorce either, she said. As long as you don't make my life miserable, he asked. You're planning to spend your whole life with a man you just met yesterday? There are plenty of couples who live well even through arranged marriages, she countered. Having children might be difficult, he added quietly. It's just how my body is. I'll keep that in mind, she replied, sipping. Then thinks, I'm not exactly dreaming of raising kids anyway. Then the Duke asked. Anything else you're curious about? She said. How old are you? Age, huh? He looked thoughtful. I met the first head of the Kalakis family before he even became a duke, back when he wandered dangerous places with a clueless face, she exclaimed upon hearing. Wow, you really look young. Wouldn't be strange if you already had great-grandchildren, he replied. I never had any biological children, and still don't, she pressed on. Then, what about a lover? He replied. None, again she asked. Or maybe someone you secretly love, he sighed. Sorry to disappoint, but no. Then he added, Not those things. Aren't you curious why he's lived so long? Meeting the first head of Kalakis. You must know what that means. I do, she admitted aloud, then smiled mischievously. But right now, I'm more interested in your personal relationships. I'll ask about your secret to longevity once I get a bit older. Though if you want to share your secret to staying young now, I wouldn't mind. After a pause she added, Oh, and if you feel like it, tell me your longevity secret too. I want to share it with my parents, he replied. Someday, if I feel like it, I'll share it. Then asked, Nothing else you want to ask? I'm done with questions, she said. But I have one condition, he repeated. A condition? She replied. I have to settle in a foreign land. Just me and one trusted maid. A lonely place, without my parents, my friends, or anyone else. Your domain is probably colder and harsher compared to here, right? It's not that bad, he assured her. I'm not planning to send just the two of you either. She acted miserable. I might run into people who hate me, or monsters. So what's the condition? He asked. If it's that important to you, I'll listen with an open mind. Upon hearing that she said inwardly gotcha, then began writing while also telling. Bruises 1 million marcus. Stab wounds 1 million marcus. Burns 50 million marcus. Fractures and amputations 1 to 200 million marcus. Death I'll waive the fee as a special service. The Duke gets stunned while hearing. At the end she shows the document and asked, How about it? He laughed, almost in disbelief. What exactly do you think my domain is? I know it sounds ridiculous, she said. What could possibly happen to a duchess in the Duke's estate? He asked. Then why? I'm not exactly a typical duchess, am I? She replied. I'm going to fill a position that's been vacant for a very long time. Some might want to keep an unexpected new power in check, he questioned. You think I would just stand by? Just think of it as a safety net, she said. I'm someone who prepares thoroughly for everything. But in her mind she thinks, or so I claim. The truth is, there's another reason. Gilbert Kalakis. That bastard is heading north too. Once I'm in the north, I'll be alone. And Gilbert has his own following. There's no guarantee I'll win easily, even if I play dirty. So if I get beaten 100 times and only hit once, at least, wouldn't getting compensated make it less frustrating? If you're that scared, why not call for escorts? He asked. Even if you bring all the soldiers from your marquisate, I'll allow it, she bragged. Why waste manpower when I have a husband who's impressive enough to show off? He countered. Doesn't seem like you're actually trusting your impressive husband, she replied. We've only met twice now. Then he smiled faintly. I thought you were bold, but you're just a bunny, she winked. My goal is to become a bunny-like wife, after all. If you agree, please sign first, then I'll sign right after, huh? She paused, staring at his eyes. She leaned to him calling, Edie's, did you know? Your eyes have a shade of violet in them. It's like deep blue seas with purple stars twinkling inside, he asked. Why are you saying such unnecessary things all of a sudden? Looking at him she thinks, are you getting shy? This is kinda cute though, then said. Still, I'm happy I got to know a little more about you before the marriage. You had so much information about me, but I barely knew anything about you. It felt unfair. Now, it feels just a tiny bit more even, he asked. Aren't you scared? She questioned playfully. Of what? Your domain? Or the marriage? He said. Of me, she replied oblivious. I'm not scared of handsome people. Then he asked, raising the pane. No more conditions? She replied. What I just said is everything. He signed it and said, I accept. Now it's your turn, she replied. Okay. While signing she thinks, finally, I'm signing it. After she signed it the paper got burnt and ashes flew away. She said, it was real magic. I knew that already. but seeing it with my own eyes feels different. I wonder what kind of person created this contract, he teased. Should I tell you where their grave is? He offered with a deadpan look. She looks like she might actually go pour poison on it. She laughed. I'm really curious, but I'll pass. I feel like I'd actually do it if I said yes. Then she said, finally, the promise between their families was fulfilled. I am now manhwa Kalakis, then the Duke said. I look forward to our future, Your Grace. Looking at him, she thinks, just like Edie said, I've become the Duchess of Kalakis, but for some reason, I feel less like a noble title and more like I have joined the Demon King's army. But she rejected those thoughts. Well, as long as he's handsome, it's fine. Then she said, the demon realm. No, I mean, when are we returning to the territory? The Duke replied. Whenever my wife wishes, she teased. What if I say I want to leave right now? Edie smiled faintly. How could I possibly refuse? She said. I'm just joking. I need to at least say goodbye to my parents first. It seems, he added, noticing. There are a few others you should say goodbye to as well. A knock interrupted them. My lady, it's Sarah, manhwa replied. Come in. I'm sorry to intrude while you have a guest, Sarah said, bowing. Lady Elaine sent a letter. It seemed urgent. She brought a letter with her, manhwa asked. At this hour? Then thought. It's probably about what happened that day. She opened the letter and scanned its contents. She thinks, Monica's more interested in Gilbert than the Duke. She's probably curious why I called him a bastard. She sighed. Monica's tone practically jumped off the page. The letter reads, I apologize for my rudeness last night. However, considering I risked danger to defend you, I believe I have the right to hear the full story. Also, I'd like to personally deliver your invitation to my birthday party. When would be a good time to visit? Of course, I trust you'll attend even if a natural disaster strikes. She blinked. Why does this letter sound so noisy? She thought. As expected, seeing her expressions, the Duke asked, Is it really urgent? No, manhwa replied, clearly uncomfortable. She just wants to deliver the birthday invitation herself. I can take my time replying. My lady, Sarah interrupted. You might want to hurry, she asked, confused. Why? Sarah added. Well, the messenger said Lady Elaine already left her mansion after sending the letter. She turned to Edie's, grumbling. If she was going to come anyway, why even ask when to visit? I could offer you a place to hide, Edie suggested. She refused. If it's the Duke's manor, I'll have to decline. I'd rather not run into the eldest son. If that's the only reason, Edie said ominously. I can take care of it. No, it's fine. She shot him a knowing glance. I feel like your way of taking care of it would send him straight to the afterlife. As long as he's gone, the place shouldn't matter, he replied calmly. Just say the word if you change your mind, she replied. I'm good for now. Anyway, Edie's, shall we move the rest of the conversation to the salon? Looks like we're about to have more uninvited guests. She stood up, following her. The Duke also stands up and said, Sounds good. Let's go. Edie's eyes twinkled as he added, Seeing how cute your nightwear is, I'm curious about your day clothes too. What? She gasped, then turns to the mirror saying, What about my clothes? After taking a look at herself, she felt despair. I've been in my pajamas this whole time? She quickly called out. Sarah, help me get ready to go out. Quickly, the maid complied. Why yes, my lady. Meanwhile, two knights who were keeping watch on Gilbert were talking to each other while he was lying on the bed. One said, I've never seen anyone so beautiful before. She was radiant, changing the very air around her. If she ever becomes the Duchess, even the glaciers of Esmeralda might melt, like a goddess of spring. Yes, there's no better way to describe her. But, he pointed towards Gilbert and said, And that eldest son had the nerve to pursue her? One of the knight named Procyon asked. What? So what happened to the proposal? Did she cancel it because she was disgusted by the Duke's family? I heard the Duke even ran out early this morning to stop her, the other replied. I dragged the eldest young master away, and my lady danced with the Duke. They didn't make it into the hall, but from what I heard, it was chaos. She even danced with the Duke. Such a beautiful lady. How did she get entangled with the Kalakis family? Procyon suggested. She should have married our second young master instead, the other asked. Isn't child marriage illegal? Procyon countered. And you're okay with the century age gap with the Duke? He argued. Well, they're both adults, so. Then Procyon sighed. I'm still worried. Can someone so delicate and pure really survive there? What a bunch of nonsense, Gilbert scoffed. Delicate and pure? That's so absurd it's almost funny. He rises up from lying and said, Aren't you curious about her true nature? The new Duchess and the mask she's wearing? I can tell you all about it. But instead of replying to him, Procyon completely ignored him and continued. So, when are we returning to the territory? What is this garbage talking about? Gilbert glared down. Are you ignoring me? We should start preparing, the other said. Who knows when the Duke will tell us to leave? Procyon's eyes narrowed. What about the eldest son? The other whispered. Wrap him up nicely and stash him somewhere out of sight. Just strap him to the back of the carriage, no one checks there anyway. Then Gilbert cut in. Wait a minute, Procyon asked him. What now, before we leave? Gilbert growled. I'd like to say goodbye to a friend, Procyon mocked playfully. The eldest son has friends? Who knew someone who beats up his own brother could find one? Ah, birds of a feather, huh? Watch your mouth, Gilbert snapped. You're barking up the wrong tree, huh? Procyon countered, guarding up. You should choose your words more carefully. Our master is the Duke, not you. Don't make this any bigger than it needs to be, the other knight warned. Sit down, Gilbert sneered. Ha! You still don't get it, do you? An unruly dog needs discipline. He conjured a summong circle saying that. Even though there were two top knights standing by, Gilbert's expression twisted. The knights also gets ready, Vega said. Once the summons is complete, we draw our swords. No hesitation. Do you want to rot in prison? Procyon asked sharply. Gilbert thought. A little bloodshed is worth it. If father finds out, it won't end well. But I can't just let them insult me like this. He summoned his sword from the circle and said, You brought this on yourselves. Don't regret it. He gets ready, gripping his sword. I'll kill you! But his sword was completely covered in dirt, with stinging smell. Both Procyon and other knight covered their nose due to foul smell coming from the sword. Procyon mocked. Ugh, is that the friend you wanted to say goodbye to? They really do flock together, Gilbert muttered, throwing the sword away. He slammed his hands on the table and shouts. Damn it, those bastards! How dare they look down on me? Gilbert Kalakis, looking at his raged Procyon, said. What a temper. Can someone do something about the smell? The other knight asked. Is your so-called friend Baron Colin Turner? Gilbert replied. Yeah, that's right, he continued. I'll pass the message along. Calm down. Though I doubt he'll actually show up, given the situation. You should have just done that from the start, Gilbert muttered. Then the knight turns and said, Let's go, Procyon, he complied. Ah, yes, sir. After they locked the door, Procyon asked, Are you sure about calling that friend over? If he causes more trouble, the head knight replied. The Duke is in the capital right now. If he causes a scene, knowing that they'll pay the full price for their stupidity. Later, Gilbert's friend visited him. Both of them sat down to talk. Baron Colin said, Now that we're heading back to the territory, I'll just lay low and stay quiet. Gilbert said yes, quietly, especially since his grace came all the way to the capital. That reminds me, there's something I really need my one and only friend to do. If it's about Lady Manhwa, forget it, Colin replied flatly. I value my life, thanks. Who said anything about her? Gilbert muttered. Colin asked, Humph. Then, Gilbert continued, Her little brown-haired maid. I need her broken first, if I'm going to feel better. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that, Colin replied, disgusted. She's not the type to sit back and watch when her people get hurt, he thinks in his mind. Crazy bastard. You're so far gone you can't even assess the situation anymore. Looks like it's time to switch sides after all, he thought. I'm talking about our joint business up north, Gilbert continued smoothly. I heard you were unhappy with the profit distribution, behind my back. What, are you trying to threaten me now? Colin replied. Gilbert added, Yeah, you really helped me out a lot. And even knowing that, I couldn't repay you properly, Colin asked. Are you seriously out of your mind? Gilbert chuckled darkly, leaning closer to him. Ha! If I could just ease this filthy feeling a little, I feel like I could be very generous. Generous enough to share some silly business profits with a dear friend, without a second thought. Very generous, in fact. Colin, he said slowly, eyes gleaming. I'll ask you one last time. Will you grant me this favor? At the Morgana estate, flustered and red-faced, Manhwa exclaimed. It's a misunderstanding. Edie's raised a brow, his tone calm but curious. What exactly is the misunderstanding? I mean my pajamas, she blurted out. Ugh, I was half asleep. I didn't even realize what I was wearing. And then I went and flirted with Edie's like that. She covered her face, mortified at the memory. Then she said, You must think I forgot that I was changing clothes. Absolutely not. So please don't misunderstand. I wore it on purpose. Pajama style is trendy now, the Duke said. Let's just leave it at that. After that, a maid came and served her coffee. She said, Why, your coffee is ready! She eyed the cup she offered. No matter how I look at it, I don't think this is what I ordered. Wasn't it supposed to be an Americano? She began. About the drink, but after looking at the maid almost freaking out by the fear of the Duke, she stopped. She sighed but took the cup anyway. Yes, guess I'll just drink it. The moment the liquid touched her tongue, she spat it out. The Duke asked. What's wrong? She replied. It's nothing. The Duke stands up and grabs the cup from her hand, saying, It's a little disappointing, but my wife has been lying to me since the very first day of our marriage. Please wait a moment. He went with the cup of coffee. She wonders. Where are you going? She went after him. He went to the kitchen and prepared a carefully crafted cup of Gomgam strawberry latte. He announced, setting it down before her. Her eyes widened. The Northern Duke himself made this dessert, and it actually looks pretty decent, she exclaimed. Wow, it looks exactly like the one on the menu. I hope it suits your taste, Edie said softly. She took a tentative sip, steeling herself to keep a straight face no matter how it tasted. But as the flavor hit her, she nearly gasped. It's insanely delicious, she thought. Out loud, she gushed. You're even better than the royal chefs we have back at the castle. Edie's gave a faint smile. If there's any capital food you'd like to have in the north, please let me know in advance. I'll have it prepared for you. She blinked, stunned. This is so different from what I expected, she thought. I thought he'd make some excuse, or wouldn't bother coming here. I was sure he'd delay signing the contract too. Did I misunderstand the novel? At the ball, he was definitely portrayed as lazy. I don't know what's gotten into him, but there's no need to wake him up from it. Later, while sitting in the park, she blurted out. Then, I'll have a custard pudding, please. I just have better hearing than most. I can hear even tiny sounds, Edie said offhandedly when she marveled at his attentiveness. You say that so casually. Do you have clairvoyance? She asked, suspicious. Again he replied. I just have better hearing than most. I can hear even tiny sounds. She thinks in her mind, is it because he's a transcendent? He really does have all kinds of powers. But then why? She said, it's really strange. You have so much talent. So why is that guy like that? She said in frustration. No matter how bad it is, you'd expect him to learn something by watching you. Who in the world taught that guy? When we get to the north, I'll take care of him first, then the Duke said. He probably takes after his biological father. Gilbert's biological father, she echoed. He replied. Yes, something like that. At first, I tried to grow attached too, until I saw what Gilbert did to his tutors. I don't remember there being anything about a biological father in the novel, she thought. And it was supposed to be an unwanted adoption. In the original, it was only described as Edie's brought two brothers abandoned in the desert. That was all the depiction there was. So I thought Edie's took them in out of kindness. Is there some secret to it? Is there a reason you didn't disown him? She asked carefully. The Duke replied. Yes. I can't go into details, but disowning him isn't possible. Instead, if you want to punish him or whatever, feel free to do so. She thought, it's hard to disown him. Is he being threatened? By the biological father? But how could a transcendent like Edie's be? Was there even a character in the novel strong enough for that? Ha! If I'd known I'd reincarnate here, I would have read all the way to the end, she said. Punishment? Well, now that I'm the Duchess, I have the authority to do that. Edie's changed the subject. Mayvaya, you said you'd be bringing one maid with you. Is she someone important to you? She replied. Yes, she is. She's been by my side since childhood. I see. His expression darkened. Noticing that, she asked, did something happen to that girl? The Duke used his powers and saw her in danger. He said, looks like it's Gilbert's doing. She's being dragged away. Upon hearing that, Mayvaya asked, is she okay? She doesn't seem injured, he replied. Not yet, Edie's observed quietly. Your maid seems surprisingly cooperative. Meanwhile, Sarah cried out, face covered and handcuffed. I just did what the young lady told me to do. Please spare me, Colin the kidnapper barked. Be quiet, he gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it. I wasn't planning to deal with this personally. Idiots. They misunderstood the order and brought her straight to me? Desperate, the maid cried out. I'll tell you everything about the young lady. Just spare me. Hey, shut up, one of them snapped. Please have mercy, she pleaded. The person asked. You said you'd tell me everything? You're willing to betray your master? She replied. Of course. I'm just a lowly maid anyway. My salary isn't even that much. Payday's the 15th. The 10th felt too early, and the 20th felt too late. so they settled on the 15th. Okay. I believe you, so just shut up already, Colin groaned. Now tell me about your young lady. Then she began. I served her closer than anyone else. It's not an exaggeration to say I know everything about her, including her most fatal weaknesses. Meanwhile, the Duke and Mayvaya was observing everything unfolds in front of them. They were standing at a distance away from their eyes. The young lady's weakness is, she can't whistle. The maid cried out desperately. What? The man stared at her, incredulous. This is a very important weakness, she insisted. Whistling is one of the essential skills for nobles, especially for falconry. Since the young lady can't whistle, it's hard for her to train a falcon. Indeed, he muttered, his patience wearing thin. Useless. I'll give you one last chance. Answer properly. Please spare me. I really told you everything, the maid pleaded. First, the young lady sleeps very heavily in the morning. She wouldn't even notice if someone carried her away. That's pretty important info, right? And also, she doesn't eat sweet potatoes, cucumbers, onions, or potatoes. So if you plan to poison her, avoid those ingredients. The man's eye twitched. What the hell? These are just a crazy young lady and her crazy maid. His hand drifted toward his weapon. Should I just kill her? There aren't any witnesses anyway. As he began walking towards her holding his sword, a voice called out from behind. Colin, you should stop now. The Duke appeared behind him with Mayvaya with a magic circle. The Duke uses his power and a gust of energy swept in, hitting him. He froze at the calm, commanding voice. Aya! Who? Looking at them, the maid gasped with relief. And my lady. Mayvaya uncovers her face and said, Sarah, sorry I'm late. You must have been scared. Let's go home. She hugged her tightly. My lady! Sarah sobbed, clinging to her. Mayvaya turned to Colin, her eyes cold. Baron Colin, I told you. The rope you're holding onto is a rotten lifeline. Ah! Colin stammered as the Duke walks towards him looking angry. His companions ran away in fear, leaving him behind. After dealing with him, the Duke escorted them to the carriage. Mayvaya asked, Are you sure it's fine to leave like this? The Duke replied, It's fine. We know who the kidnapper and the mastermind are. Even so, if you ever need, please call for me. Actually, there is something I want to ask, Mayvaya said, pausing. The Duke replied, Please feel free to ask. As long as it's within my abilities, I'll do anything, she said. Really? Then please prepare a bridal room, Edith. I'm moving into the Grand Duke's residence tonight. Huh? The Duke blinked at her, stunned. Then as the carriage began, Mayvaya observed Sarah. She was keeping quiet. Mayvaya thinks she's usually not this quiet. She may not be badly hurt, but this must have left a trauma. I'll treat today's incident as an occupational injury, Mayvaya added. Really? Thank you, my lady. You're the best, my lady. Sarah cheered, her fear forgotten. Mayvaya sighed. You weren't feeling down at all, huh? I worried for nothing. Then she remembered. Right. I was kidnapped while packing up, so I couldn't finish. What should I do? Mayvaya said. If that's the case, I suppose it can't be helped. But for spilling my complex, you're getting 3 months' pay docked. You really are the devil incarnate, my lady, Sarah muttered. Later in her home, her mother said, So you're here to talk about the one who hurt Sarah, right? Mayvaya asked. How did you? Her mother replied. In the capital, there's nothing the Morgana Marquiate doesn't know, Mayvaya questioned. You must have heard that I'm going north too, her mother said. Yes. When are you leaving? She replied. Tonight. I'm heading to the Grand Duke's residence right after tonight's dinner. We're skipping the formal wedding, her mother remarked. Such urgency. Mayvaya explained. On paper, I'm already the Grand Duchess. If you've made up your mind, I won't say anything, her mother said quietly. But I'm worried. You must have reasons you can't tell us. Mayvaya looked down thinking. I'm sorry, father. Mother. There's not much time left. The disaster that will strike the north soon. To avoid the ending from the book, there's no other way. I'm sorry, mother. She's really gone, her mother whispered, watching Mayvaya leave. She's still so young. Will she be all right up north? Well, her husband hesitated. Then a maid came. Marchioness, sorry to interrupt, but the young lady told me to give this to you once she left. She looked at it. A letter, her father said. It seems she knew you'd be worried and left this letter behind. Hee, you really don't know Mayvaya yet, the Marchioness said, unfolding it. The letter reads, To my beloved mother and father, I'm leaving for the north soon. Could you please apply some pressure on Colin's business for me? Just enough to bankrupt him and force him into public auction. Then, please take care of it, mother. The Marquis laughed softly. Goodness, P.S. I'll invite you to the north once every spring, summer, fall, and winter. So don't miss me too much. After reading that, her mother said. Does she realize how far and expensive traveling to the north is? The Marquis replied. That's what we earn money for, isn't it? That's true. The Marchioness smiled sadly. Her father pulled her mother close and said, She may still be childish in many ways, but let's trust her choice in a husband. Because it's the person our lovely daughter trusts. While in carriage, it's mountains everywhere around here, Mayvaya muttered, looking out in awe. I didn't think anywhere like this existed in the capital. Seriously, Sarah added, voice lowering with unease. It's not going to be easy to leave once you're here. What if they're territorial on top of that? Like giving the young lady nothing but rock-hard bread. Or making me clean with ice-cold water. No way it'll get that bad, Mayvaya said, though not entirely reassured. She fretted on. It's true that a duchess they didn't even expect might not get a warm welcome, she said to Sarah. If things really do turn ugly, I'll understand if you have to drop your manners. After a few moments, the driver announced, Young lady, we've arrived. They stepped out before the Kalaki's ducal estate, nestled within the capital's borders. She stepped out the carriage and observed, the grand house certainly looks like a ducal residence. Mayvaya hesitated while looking ahead. Young lady? Is something wrong? Sarah's words were cut off as servants appeared, lined up stiffly. Greetings! We pay our respects to the Duchess, they said in unison, their movements rigid. Huh! What's with these stiff blocks? Mayvaya thought, a bit overwhelmed. I pay my respects to the Duchess. I'm Vega, temporarily in charge of managing the estate, said a tall man with a composed air. Yes, nice to meet you, Vega, Mayvaya replied politely. Just then, a young knight came hurrying through the other knights. Excuse me, coming through. I'm Procyon. I was just knighted this year. Vega is busy, so I'll guide you. Sarah leaned closer, whispering. Young lady, did you send gifts ahead of time before coming here? Like a box of fruit or something? She replied. Not really. The chaos erupts between knights, one pointed. We haven't even been formally introduced yet. This little punk's quick on his feet, another said. You brats! How dare you act like this in front of her grace? They punched and kicked Procyon, shouting, but Procyon only grinned. Hee, this level of hazing? I've been waiting for this day. I've prepared a surprise so incredible that her grace will never even think about divorcing. A few moments later inside the palace, Procyon said, Allow me to explain about this place. It gets the best sunlight, moonlight, and morning dew. It's on the 3rd floor, not too high, not too low. And this bed, Mayvaya examined the room. It looks nice, he said. Then let's get ready for bed right away. Not here, she cut in. Her voice was firm. Surprise terminated. Procyon mumbled, deflating. Later the Duke was taking a bath. He thinks in his mind, I did order them to prepare thoroughly. If she didn't like it, she might be puffing her cheeks out right about now. On the other hand, if she's fine with it, she might already be sleeping in those pajamas. Tomorrow morning's going to be interesting. Later he went to the room. He thinks, by now, Mayvaya should be asleep, so he quietly approached. But as he reached, she greeted him. It's been a while, Edie's. Edie's, startled, blinked and quickly turned, saying, Apologies. I mistook the room. Wait a second. This is your room, she called out from behind. Common sense says a honeymoon suite shouldn't have separate bedrooms, right? The Duke stopped at the door and said, First, I'll go change my clothes, she replied. Good. And I'm just going to hold your hand while we sleep. So don't run away. Later they get on bed. While lying, Mayvaya said, Holding hands is no big deal. Now that we're married, how about getting a little closer? You could ask questions you've been curious about, he asked. Anything is fine? What is it? She asked, curious. He questioned. Then, how did you overpower Gilbert back then? It seemed like a level of skill an ordinary person couldn't manage, she replied. Honestly, I drank the blood of a beast. I made a direct contract with a beast to get its blood in a proper and fair way, he said. I didn't expect you to have ties with a beast, she explained. It's not really a connection. It was just a simple transaction. I protected the beast's grave, and in return, it gave me its power. Honestly, I just got lucky this time. I don't think I'll be able to use that power a second time. My body won't be able to handle it. Then the Duke asked, Could you tell me about the characteristics of the beast you contracted with? She replied. It was a very old beast. It could even speak human language. He rises up and said, I can hardly believe it. Then she leaned closer to him, saying, Anyway, could you lend me your ear for a second? Hold on, can I borrow your ear for a second? Mayvaya asked, leaning closer with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Edie sighed, then rolled blanket around her and said, "Please, just get some sleep," she cried out. "Edie's, please at least let me breathe," he sighed, leaving her there. The next morning, Sarah exhaled deeply, trembling at the tension of the Duke sitting behind them. She was brushing Mayvia's hair while trembling. Sarah?" Mayvia glanced over. "If it's too much, I can do it myself." "The thank you?" "I mean, no, that's not right," Sarah stammered. Mayvia said inwardly, "You're scarier than usual. Maybe it's because we're in a confined space. Like a zoo lion versus a wild lion?" Then Edie's puts down the newspaper and extends his hand towards them. Mayvia asked. "Edie's?" he said, holding out his hand. "Hand me the brush." Then the Duke started brushing her hair. She mused, thinking, how sweet. He's so kind. You're mine the moment we marry. Is it that mindset? It makes me curious how far my requests can go. Her gaze drifted over him. He always wears black clothes. Should I suggest trying a different color? With his pale skin, any color would suit him well. A smart brown, or a blue suit to match his eye color. It might be fun to highlight it with my hair color too. "Edie's, is there a reason you always wear black?" she asked at last. "Are there any colors you avoid?" "No," Edie's replied simply. She brightened up and said, "Then, before we head to the north, can we wear matching outfits once? Since we'll be visiting my parents." Later in the kitchen, Procyon was hard at work. "This time, I'll make a dish that will satisfy Her Grace, the Duchess, for sure." Mayvia reached there and asked, "You're Sir Procyon, right? Her Grace, the Duchess?" Procyon exclaimed. She asked him, "I thought you were a knight. Why are you cooking?" Procyon hesitated. "Most of the servants at the duchy couldn't stand the young master's tyranny, or they were killed. So the knights are filling in instead," she huffed. "Oh dear." Just then, the other knights bowed stiffly. "Greetings, Your Grace, the Duchess," Procyon told. "By the way, the temporary butler who greeted you yesterday is actually the captain of the knights." "Oh, if that's the situation, then I can make my request comfortably." She smiled. She said, "Could you grill some meat for me? I want the smell to soak thoroughly into my clothes." After that, Vega led her toward the detached annex. He said, "The young master stays in this annex, away from the main building." It's as luxurious as my own bedroom," Mayvia thought. "Will locking him up here make him reflect? No wonder his twisted personality hasn't changed." As they entered, "Why are you here?" Gilbert barked, face twitching. "Even if I'm not your biological mother, aren't you speaking a little too harshly?" Mayvia replied calmly. "Ha! Mother?" Gilbert sneered. "We're heading to the north this coming weekend. As your stepmother now, I'll take good care of you. I'll even fix your picky eating habits," she said, undeterred. She presents the dish proudly. "Procyon's special ginger set meal," but Gilbert throws away the food. Vega came rushing. "Your Grace, the Duchess. Is something wrong?" He looks at the spilled food and shouts, "You've gone too far, young master. Her Grace carried that heavy tray all the way here. How could you treat her like this?" He grumbled. "Ah, these lunatics." Mayvia felt herself sway. Suddenly I'm dizzy. Maybe the tray was too heavy," Vega said. "I'll fetch the physician at once." Mayvia was acting so she can mock Gilbert. Gilbert scowled, so she thinks. Look at that crumpled face. I bet you're getting a bad feeling. Like I'm about to give you a huge slap in the face. Later in her room. "My lady, no, Your Grace, the Duchess." Sarah's voice trembled. "Do you really have to do this?" "Do what?" Mayvia asked evenly. Sarah said, "About young Master Gilbert, and everything else you're planning to do." Mayvia was holding a key to the box that was lying on the table. Media's gaze sharpened. "Sarah, there are people in this world you can reason with, and people you have to assert dominance over for them to even listen. Which do you think Gilbert is?" "Definitely the latter. But that's not the only thing I'm worried about," Sarah asked, concerned. "How can you be so sure there won't be side effects from that drug?" Mayvia thinks in her mind. "Yeah, I know too. If you repeatedly ingest the blood of a magical beast, side effects are inevitable. I worried about the magical beast too, but I want to make it clear. To show them exactly who they dared to mess with." She drinks the beast's blood and gets dressed in a maid's cloth. Then she went to the Duke's room through the window and said, "Edie's, hurry and get up. We need to finish before the drug wears off." Meanwhile, Colin barked to his subordinates who left him when he gets caught. "Shut up! You want compensation when you can't even do your job properly? You're worse than livestock. How dare you run away from your master? Mayvaya and the Duke was watching them. There was a bitter laugh. She said, looking at it this way, I think I'm actually a great boss. Sir Procyon, you agree, right? Edis doesn't respond, so she asked, why aren't you answering, Edis? He replied, let's head down. He extends his hand towards her. As she complied, he casted his teleportation magic on her and said, take care, Eve. She said, I'll be back soon. She teleported to Colin and calls him out. As he looks at her, his expression gets miserable. He asked, Mayvaya, why are you here? She replied, Mayvaya? Who's that? I don't know anyone by that name, Colin shouts. What nonsense! If you're here because of what happened the other day, I was just following Gilbert's orders. I mean, you didn't actually get hurt or anything. A cold chuckle followed. She said, Yeah, but you should have come straight to me. Getting beaten up by a maid, what an embarrassment. She grabbed him by the collar. Colin tried to get free, but her strength was overwhelming. This is for Sarah. A blow landed. This is for me. Another hit. And this one's for Raven. The beating continued. After a few moments, nearby, two onlookers froze as they were addressed. Mayvaya said, You two over there. You saw everything just now, didn't you? They cried out. No. We didn't see anything, she said. But you should have seen it. Take a good look now. Look at what your boss did to a single maid. And who am I? Both of them said in unison. A maid, Mayvaya said. Right. Whether you look from the front or back, still just a maid. Then the Duke appears there and asked, Madam, are we done here? She replied, turning. Almost. It actually wrapped up quicker than I thought, the Duke said. Then let's go. There's still something left that you'll like, she repeated. Something I'll like. After a few moments, Colin's subordinates were carrying him away. As he was groaning in pain, one said, Bear with it just a little longer. Then Gilbert arrived there cloaked. He asked, Colin, why didn't you obey my orders? Gilbert's voice was low and dangerous. Looking at him, Colin shouts, Gilbert, you bastard! Gilbert asked again. Answer me. Why didn't you follow orders? Colin barked. Don't give me orders. All you ever did was chase after that woman instead of focusing on your own future. If it's like this, you might as well kill her. The Duke and Mayvaya was watching, standing at a distance on terrace. A smooth, mocking voice broke in. Oh my. Looks like my son is awake. Must have snuck out while we were away, the Duke said. Mayvaya, maybe it's best if you head back now, she asked. Huh? Why? He replied. I'll escort you back to the mansion. You should get some rest, she asked him. What about you, Edis? I'll finish up here. His face turned dark with anger and tone darkened. She thinks in her mind. Looks like there'll be blood tonight. I can feel the killing intent. A few days later, Gilbert was looking totally beat up. He called out, looking outside from the glass window. Hey, what's going on at the main building? It's been noisy since morning, a knight replied. The Grand Duke and Grand Duchess are visiting the Marquisate today, he repeated. The Marquisate? I see. The knight brought the food and placed it on table. He said, Yes, and the Grand Duchess personally asked me to deliver this to you. Gilbert looks at the food and shouts, Burke, throw it away immediately. A note fluttered down, its message sweetly ominous. Picky eaters will be punished by the heavens, dear son. Meanwhile, the Duke buried Mivia's hair. She said, Huh? It looks almost the same as what Sarah did. The Duke averted his eyes and said, Well, maybe you just got lucky. A night before, he asked Sarah to teach him how to braid hair. She turns to him confused and said, That's suspicious. Then they went to Morgana Marquisate. The Marquis greeted them. Thank you both for coming all this way, the Duke replied. It's nice to officially meet you, Mayvaya said. How have you been, mother, father? We're glad you made it, they replied. Then the Marchioness said, We have a meal prepared. Shall we head over? She answered. Yes, sounds good. I want pudding. Hee hee. As they walked towards inside, Mayvaya noticed her parents' faces looking overwhelmed. At the dining table there was complete silence. Observing that, Mayvaya thinks in her mind, what's with this atmosphere? I knew Edis wasn't much of a talker, but I didn't expect even my parents to be this quiet. Are they still uncomfortable around him? Then the Duke calls out. Dear, she replied. Yes? He puts a piece of potato onto her plate and said, You have to eat a little bit of everything if you want a long life. Looking at the potatoes, she recalled the scene where Sarah shouted, She dislikes sweet potatoes, cucumbers, onions, and potatoes. If you want to avoid poison, you must avoid foods containing those ingredients, she said inwardly. You brat, you knew I'm picky? Then the Duke said, offering a cucumber. Maybe you could try a bite of this too, she replied, annoyed. Put that down or it's straight to divorce. Ahem. So, you're leaving this weekend? Her father asked. She replied, Yes, father. She thinks in her mind, maybe it's thanks to Edie's speaking up, but at least they're finally talking. Her mother said, Lady Elaine has been looking for you. Why don't you say goodbye before you leave? Upon hearing that, Mavia thinks, if mother mentioned it herself, it must mean Monica's been pestering them for days now. Her mother added, Be kind to her. She seems to like you quite a bit, she replied. Why do I not feel that at all? She remembers, she got caught bad-mouthing me to Gilbert before too. We couldn't talk much because Gilbert caused a scene. Maybe things can change this time, she then said. I'll meet with her at night while leaving, the Duke said. Then we'll get going now, Marquis said while bowing. Your Grace, please take care of our daughter Mavia. I admit, we were worried because of the rumors surrounding you, but we've come to realize that's not all there is to you. Please, always treasure Mavia as you do now. Then they left in carriage. While traveling with him, Mavia thought Edie said he met the first head of house too. That means he must have lived at least 500 years, so why didn't he ever marry? Objectively speaking, my husband is pretty amazing. Then she calls him. Edie's, this is your real self, isn't it? He asked. What do you mean? She added. You're considerate, kind side, this is who you really are, he replied. You're probably the only one who sees me that way, she blushed. That's just because no one really knows you yet, she thinks in her mind. Just look at my hair. Even Sarah struggled with it at first. There's no way someone could manage that after just one practice try. This man, honestly, the Duke teased. Which part did you like? I'll keep it in mind for the future, she replied. That bright smile. Maybe you can't always be cheerful, but even so, sometimes, just smile as much as you want. I'll be right here to make sure you have reasons to. And so, the next day, their carriage set off smoothly toward the north. The Duke was examining her. He instructed. Open your mouth a little wider, she complied but asked. Edie's. What are you? Are we playing doctor now? He replied. We don't know what side effects could come from the magic beast's blood you drank, she said. Don't worry. Sarah checked everything carefully last night. Then she asked. Come to think of it, aren't you going to use teleportation magic? He replied. There's something I wanted to show you. Later they stopped near a stream. Looking at the scenery, she said in awe. Wow, the Duke said. I passed this way coming to the capital and thought the scenery was beautiful. It's a view you won't find easily up north, so I wanted you to see it. She was speechless upon hearing that. She remembers, in Esmeralda's crescent moon, the Grand Duke of Kalakis was always expressionless. The few emotions he showed were usually scorn, disdain, or some other unpleasant feelings. Edie's wasn't emotionless from the start. Someone had stolen his smile from him. Who hurt him so badly? In the novel, when Mavia arrived in the north after marrying Gilbert, a massive fire broke out. The cause was Resin, the protagonist, who accidentally released the seal of a powerful monster. From that point on, Resin's personality changed completely. Consumed by guilt over what he had done, they reached north. Mavia felt relieved as they approached the village. It looked intact, so at least they weren't too late. Edie's seemed lost in thought. There, Edie's? She called. She calls him again and again, but he was lost in thought, looking outside. As he realized, he asked, did you call me? She asked. What are you thinking so deeply about? Just wondering if bringing my wife here was the right decision, he admitted after a pause. When they reached at the mansion, Mavia said, I've never seen such a grand building. She gazed at the North Kalakis Duke's mansion, grand and imposing. Looking at its gray texture, she wonders, did a giant octopus monster appear and spray ink all over the castle? After a pause, the Duke said, I can't guarantee the inside is any better, so I'm not sure what to say to comfort you. She thinks, at least we made it back before the north burned down. After they stepped out from the carriage, she felt cold, turning her cheeks red. She said, I didn't expect it to be this cold. Just a little more. Edie's encouraged. And we'll reach the door. A soft meowing broke the tension. A cat? Soon more cats appears surrounding her. She asked, Edie's, does the second prince like cats? I don't think so, he replied. She asked further. Then is it your familiar? He replied. No. A clumsy one like that is useless. Then she asked, so, who's taking care of it? Before they could answer, a voice greeted them. Have you returned, father? Nice to meet you. I'm Resin Kalakis. I've been eagerly waiting for the day to meet Her Highness. I may have many shortcomings, but I'll do my best, so please be lenient with me. Mavia blinked. He doesn't seem to have this kind of personality. The Resin I know from this period was reckless, a cheerful child. She smiled, thinking, "It's my victory, right? He's cute," she said, leaning to him. "Nice to meet you, Your Highness. Please take care of me too." "Yes," Resin replied. Then someone calls him from behind Resin. Mevia's face twitches as he approaches. Resin beamed. "Hyung, did you just call me?" Gilbert said. "The Duchess is the enemy of our family. Never trust her. Not even you." "This bastard." Mayvia clenched her teeth. The Duke cut in. "He can't stop talking. Is he still lacking in education?" Hearing that, Gilbert rushed in. "I suddenly have a stomachache. I'll go now," he mumbled, trying to escape the tension. Mayvia thinks, what kind of confidence does he have to act like that in front of Edie's? "Your Highness?" Resin hesitated. "What did my brother mean by that earlier?" She smiled and said, "Don't misunderstand, Your Highness. If I really were the enemy, wouldn't I have taken Gilbert away nicely?" Upon hearing that, Resin trembles and hides behind the Duke. So the Duke asked, "Eve, are you the type to scare children?" She said inwardly, "What should I do when the kids have been avoiding me since my previous life? My original goal was to spend the money I earned from investments, throw a crazy party over Gilbert's corpse, and help Resin grow up well without being hurt." Later, while taking bath, she sighed, "At this rate, will I never get along with kids that age?" "Oh, right," she said, snapping out of it. "Sarah, did you pack the gift well?" Sarah replied. "The bride for the prince, I mean, the gift for him," Mayvia said. "Yeah, I plan to give it at dinner," Sarah answered, though she sounded unsure. "But is it okay to just give it as is?" Mayvia said. "Why not? Everyone likes it," Sarah said, hesitating. "Well, it's true, but… Well, it's the thought that counts." Later, at dinner, Resin's voice echoed through the hall when the Duke arrived from the dinner. "Father, are you going to have dinner with us?" he replied. "Yeah, today." Then he turns to the servant and added, "Please don't put onions in the soup." The servant complied. "Yes, Your Majesty." Resin asked, "Father, do you not like onions anymore?" The Duke smiled faintly. "No, nothing's wrong." Then Resin began blabbing. "Of course, so the nanny caught a cold for a while, but she's better now. I brought the medicine myself, and the nanny was so happy. And she grew taller, so the blanket became too small for her." Later he asked, "But father, is Hyung not attending the banquet?" The Duke replied, "He knows the value of his life, so he probably won't come. Mayvia isn't that generous." His expression turned despair. "Are you saying Her Highness, the Duchess, is stronger than my brother, who's a genius swordsman?" Meanwhile, Mayvia arrived late. "I'm too late, aren't I? I've prepared a gift as a token of apology." "A gift?" Resin echoed, his voice trembling with both surprise and apprehension. She placed the box in front of him and said, "You can open it now if you want. I'm scared, but since it's a gift from Her Grace." Resin hesitated, his fingers trembling as he lifted the lid. His eyes widened. "What is this?" he thought. The object inside seemed to radiate an ominous air that made his heart race. "It feels seriously ominous." He almost cried, thinking, "Does Her Grace hate me? Did I make some terrible mistake? If she could at least give me a chance to apologize." "What's wrong, Resin?" his father asked. "What kind of gift is it?" he replied. She gave me a jewel." He asked, "A diamond?" Mayvia filled in. "Not just any diamond, it's a 4-carat black diamond." She forced a light laugh. The Duke asked, "When was the last time I spoke to kids?" She replied, "It's been a while, but trust my taste. This black diamond isn't just valuable as a jewel. I'm sure it'll come in handy for you someday." She leaned towards Resin and continued, "What do you think, young master? Can you feel my sincerity? Oh, and I hand-wrote a letter as well. I just want you to know that I want to be close to you." Thank you. I'll cherish it," Resin said, his cheeks flushing with fear. "I'm glad you like it," she said with a warm smile. Resin's eyes darted nervously to the gem. "It's not cursed or anything, right? Let's eat before the food gets cold," the Duke said, trying to shift the mood. "Resin, you too." "Yes, father," Resin replied, still eyeing the diamond warily. Where did she even find something so ominous? Could it be what I heard earlier? Is it actually true? Before dinner, Resin sought out his brother. As Gilbert was walking, he chased him. Brother, Gilbert asked. "What is it?" Resin questioned. "What did you mean earlier? That Her Grace is an enemy?" Gilbert sneered. "Are you doubting me?" Resin was about to speak, but got interrupted by Procyon, who said, "Hey, stop filling the young master's head with nonsense." Procyon interjected firmly. Young master, saying her grace is an enemy is complete nonsense. She's not exactly sweet, nor particularly gentle. Rezin looked at him with confusion. Procyon continued, but you saw yourself how beautiful she is, right? Even the snobbiest nobles in the capital call her the most beautiful woman. And rumor has it she's insanely rich too, even through unofficial means. Unofficial means? Rezin echoed, his concern growing. Just rumors. Just rumors. It just shows how capable she is, Sir Procyon insisted, laughing nervously. He laughed awkwardly, trying to cover what he had blurted out. Back to the dining table. Rezin paled, looking at manhwa, a woman who could take down even my brother if she wanted, and rules the underworld of the capital. His head spun. Can I be excused? I don't feel well. You've looked pale for a while, manhwa said softly. I'll escort you. Someone, fetch stomach medicine to the young master's room. And he's sweating, check if the nanny mentioned any chronic conditions. The butler bowed. Yes, your grace, she instructed. And change his blankets to thicker ones, just in case. Wet towels too. Do we not use those for upset stomachs? Rezin turns to his father. His father said she means well. Then manhwa turns to him after picking the gems box. She said, let's go, young master. I'll take care of the gift, so don't worry. But Rezin couldn't help feeling overwhelmed. Means well, where exactly are we going? He glanced up as they reached his room. Then they went to his room. After reaching in, he said, this is my room, manhwa asked. Is it all right for me to go in? You're already halfway in, he said with a small smile. Why yes. Rezin stepped inside, only to be greeted by a familiar sound. Meow. Then a cat stretches and meowed on the sofa. Rezin said, Isabel, why are you here? You should be in your room, manhwa said. Yeah, the young master needs to rest. Let's go now, Rezin said, your grace. Isabel's a bit. But as manhwa approaches, Isabel simply cuddled up and began purring. That's right, off you go now, manhwa said gently. If we leave her in the hallway, she'll find her way back. Then Rezin said, oh right, or Daisy will bring her back. She's the maid who looks after the cats, manhwa asked. Did Daisy name the cats too? He replied. No, they were named by Count Elliot. manhwa turned serious. I see. Fancy names, their own rooms too, Rezin said. You must be tired, your grace. You should head back now. I'll just lie down quietly and wait for the nanny to bring medicine. She leaned in and said. Then, let me stay with you for a bit longer. He hesitated. You really don't have to. As she extends her hand to him, he closes his eyes. She caressed his cheeks and said, young master. Her voice was soft but firm. Honestly, I'm not very good with kids. I've never had many chances to get close to them. I might not be much help, but at least until your nanny, Lady Teresa, arrives, I want to stay by your side. Would that be a problem? His demeanor completely changed as she sweetly asked. He replied, and no, it's not a problem. It's just, I feel like I'm bothering you. Yeah, that's why. She pushed him to the bed gently and said, I'm glad you care for me. Then let's get you lying down, okay? Why yes, Rezin said, cheeks pink. After he gets on bed, he blurted out, your grace. I have something I'm curious about. Can I ask? She said. Of course, he asked. How did you meet my father? He rarely leaves the estate. The first meeting was at the Imperial Palace, she replied thoughtfully. He came to scold someone who tried to harm me. She smiled faintly. Since it's a kid, that explanation should do. Anything else you're curious about? He asked. Will father come out to see me again tomorrow? She replied. I'll make sure he does. But that means you have to get better, okay? He gets excited. Really? I feel fine already. I should pick out something to wear. I didn't have time to prepare properly today. Upon hearing that, she muttered. You were already cute, dashing today. Just then, a soft knock. Young master, it's Nanny Teresa, Rezin said. The nanny's here. You can really leave now, your grace, like a little squirrel. manhwa murmured fondly. That's too bad. I wanted to read you a bedtime story, he exclaimed. And next time. Please, next time, she said. Then, see you tomorrow, young master. And gets up to leave, Rezin said, bowing. Yes. Have a safe trip. As Eve left, Rezin slumped with relief. Phew, finally gone. The nanny entered with medicine in hand. Young master, I heard you weren't feeling well. Here's some medicine, he replied, smiling. I'm fine now. The cause of that problem is gone. Rezin lay back, his mind swirling. Her grace is such a strange person. Everyone either fears or worships father, but she treats him so casually. Strong enough to overpower my brother, ruling the back streets of the capital too. If you think about that, she's scary. The gift she gave me was really ominous too. But when she worried about me, it felt real. Warm. Comforting, somehow. It was the first time I felt that way. She's still scary, but maybe I don't have to avoid her completely. While walking in the hallway, Maeve observed, for how it looks, the inside of the castle is pretty well maintained. Still, there's a lot that needs fixing. After looking at the car statues, she continued, especially those things. It's like there are more cats than people here. It feels like someone filled the castle entirely with their own taste. Even the towels had cat embroidery. Surely the Lord's bedroom isn't like that too? She went in and looked around. At least there's no cat decor in here. It's a bit dark, but not bad overall. And over here a sofa, with Edie sitting on it. As her gaze fell on him, he asked, "Finished inspecting?" She replied. "For now, yes," he asked. "Did I pass?" She remarked. "Yeah, just barely." She sat beside him and teased, "But it's our first night together in a week. Didn't you miss me at all?" As he doesn't reply, she thinks, it was supposed to be a joke, but now it's just awkward. Or is there really a problem? She gave a weary smile. "I must be more tired than I thought. I'll turn in early tonight." "All right," he replied gently. "I still have a few things to finish up." And as she turned to go, she added, "Don't overwork yourself. We can't have that handsome face of yours getting ruined," he replied. "Right." Then she went to bed. He thought, watching her, she really must be exhausted. It looked like she'd fall asleep the moment her head touched the pillow. Maeve thinks in her mind, standing there like that, Edie's almost seems like some outrageously beautiful villain, like a demon king from a legend. If a passing hero mistook him for some scheming villain and tried to take him down, I wouldn't blame them. Not that Edie's would ever lose, of course. Still, he really is ridiculously handsome. A bit lazy, sure, but what could I do? I just have to take good care of him myself. The next morning, she woke to find snow falling in thick flakes. But up north, this kind of weather was nothing remarkable. Count Elliot came to greet her in person, and when the Duke heard, he came to her office as well. "Aren't you being a bit too active?" she teased. "Coming to my office? If my wife is handling family matters, the least I can do is show up," he said, looking mildly sheepish. "I may be lazy, but I can't just sit back and let you do everything, can I?" And then, realizing something, she grimaced slightly. "Did I actually say that out loud yesterday?" "Count Tolemon Elliot has arrived," the butler announced. "Let him in," she said, curious. "I'm finally going to meet the man who'd plastered the ducal castle with cat-themed decorations. I wonder what he looks like, maybe something like a mischievous cat himself?" Instead, a robust man with bronze skin and the features of a lion or tiger entered, bowing deeply. "Greetings, Your Grace. I didn't realize His Grace the Grand Duke would also be present. Tolemon Elliot, currently managing the territory, at your service. I have sworn my life to House Kalakis, so please use me as you see fit." After looking at him, she thinks, this is nothing like I imagined. His appearance doesn't match the image of a cat lover at all. And honestly, I can't help wondering, forget the cats, how exactly has he been spending the budget? "Nice to meet you, Count," she said politely. "Since you're managing the territory, I'm curious how things are going. Has anyone tried to take advantage of the Grand Duke's absence for personal gain?" "Things are going well enough," he said. "There are always some greedy people, but anyone who crossed the line was cut out without hesitation." She couldn't tell if he was bragging or stating fact. Then the Duke said, "Believe it or not, he is also the man who killed my parents. He probably knew how to handle scum like that. He didn't seem afraid of losing his position." She asked. "Your parents?" the Duke asked. "Want to hear the details?" She replied. "No, I'd rather not know." Changing the subject, the Count asked, "May I report all future territorial matters to the Grand Duchess's desk instead? My reports have been completely ignored by His Grace." "That's not a difficult request," she said, amused. "But are you sure you can trust me already?" the Count replied. "You've already saved the North, Your Grace. I'll begin reporting formally after you complete the ceremonial rites." Then she smiled. "Very well. Then you're dismissed for now. And take the cats decorating the castle with you." That came as a shock to the Count. He jumped. "Pardon? You mean the fairies, ma'am? They're like my familiars. If you're going to cast them out, cast me out first." "Thank you for your service," the Duke said dryly. "Your salary will be deposited on the 10th of next month." The Count felt defeated. "My dear fairies." Wait, that's, Maeve questioned. "Why are there even cats in the ducal castle?" the Count replied. The fairies said they felt most at ease here, she asked. Did they tell you that directly? He replied. They're blessing the castle with good fortune, she asked, expression darkened. Fairies or not, is House Kalaki's going to crumble without them? He replied. And no, of course not. Then he begged, Your Grace, please have mercy. I'll do anything, just don't cast them out, she replied thoughtfully. Is that so? Then for starters, remove every cat-themed decoration in the castle. I don't need to list them, you know what they are. He shows non-complying expressions and said, Yes, ma'am. So she asked, Edie's, is there anything you want? Edie's glanced at the Count, who still looked dazed. He said, We can't let him leave like that, he'd owe us an arm or a leg at this rate. She cut in. Let's not chop anything off, it'd be inconvenient for his work. The Count shouts after hearing that. And no, I'm truly clear-headed now. I swear. Then Manhwa said, Once you've finished what I asked, report back. Should I expect to wait long? The Duke creates an energy ball to threaten him. The Count bowed in fear. I'll take care of it right away. Then she teased. Well, Edie's, should we let him go? The Duke replied. If that's what you wish, my lady. Before leaving, the Count said, Thank you, Your Grace. Then I'll go carry out your orders immediately. After he left, she thinks, He's more stubborn than I thought, and Edie's doesn't seem to hate him. Judging by the reports, he's competent, too. Maybe he's one of those unnamed aides who show up occasionally in the original novel. Today's meeting wasn't bad, she thought quietly. I'll keep watching for now. I never actually planned to send the cats away. Resin licks them too much. But I did make it clear I'm not someone to take lightly. That should be enough to make him act properly. Then the Duke said, My lady, about the ceremonial rite Toleman mentioned earlier. She said, yes, he did mention something like that. The Duke continued, I should have explained first, sorry. It's been so long since the Kalaki's family had a Grand Duchess. I completely forgot. She replied, I understand. Then she asked, What kind of ceremony is it? He replied, It's a simple rite. On a moonless night you go to the first bell tower and… Manhwa stopped him by covering his mouth and said, Oh, wait. I'll ask the second young master for more details. Is that all right? He replied, Do as you please, my lady. But his face turned red. When she met him, she apologized for the sudden summons. Actually, I need your help, she said. Would you be willing to lend me a hand? He asked. My help? She replied. I need to perform a traditional rite at the bell tower, but I don't know anything about it. I figured if you gave me some advice I'd feel a lot better about it. He nodded, trying to calm himself. I'm on your side. Don't be nervous. Then he explained. There's a spirit sealed in the bell tower. Or at least, that's what they say. The founding Grand Duke sealed it away. Upon hearing that, she said, That sounds like quite the secret. Mind if I lean in a little closer to hear it? Resin replied, Yes, Your Grace. Then again he began. Spirits of nature are usually gentle, but the ones in the north tormented people. The Grand Duke sealed them into statues and dragged them to the bell tower. The Grand Duchess performs the ritual to receive their blessing. Why the Grand Duchess, not the head of the house? She asked. My nanny didn't tell me that part. But, he shouted abruptly, I did hear something about the blood of the house, or something like that. Then she smiled warmly. I think you're probably right. Thank you for explaining. I'm glad I asked you. His face gets flushed after hearing the compliment. He replied, I'm happy I could help. Then she asked, Actually, I'm supposed to have tea with Edie soon. Would you like to join us? I know you've got afternoon classes, but if you've got time, he exclaimed. Me? I can really come? She replied. Of course. Then he excitedly said, Then I'll change into something else real quick, she said. You're already quite neat as you are. But he was too excited. He said, I have to wear the new outfit I bought. She replied, All right, I'll wait outside. And as she watched him rush off, she thought, To think this pure, bright child will change so completely in just a month. I need to give him so many good memories that running away won't even cross his mind. I can't risk awakening his dark side either win him over as his stepmother or shield him from Gilbert's violence. Let him spend plenty of time with aides, that way he won't fall into darkness, and he might stay this sweet and innocent. Just as she thought of that, Resin showed up looking far more impressive than she imagined. His hair was slicked back, and his uniform gleamed with gold trim. It made his admiration for Edie's more than obvious. Resin, clearly thrilled about the tea party with the Duke, finally looked his age and beamed. He joined them for tea. He was so excited to have tea with his father. Manhwa thought, the way he looks at me seems a little less wary. After 30 minutes of tea time, The head butler escorted Rezin off to his next lesson. After he left, the Duke asked, "So, did you hear Rezin's explanation about the spirits?" Mayvaya replied. "Ah, yes. The spirit sealed by the first Grand Duke has been forced to serve House Kalakis, apparently. I assume the reason the Grand Duchess has to go alone is because the spirit might retaliate if it sees the descendant of the one who sealed it," the Duke replied. "That's more or less correct." Then she looked outside the window and said, "The weather's not great today, but since we have to do it, we may as well get it over with. If I ask you to come with me later, will you?" he replied. "Of course. I suppose I should be honored, seeing as you never forget to bring me along on your outings," she asked. "And if I ask you to accompany me when I tour the estate later?" he replied. The escorting part isn't difficult, but I wonder what exactly it is my lady expects of me," she said, smiling. Protection. Backup and hairstyling, maybe?" Long ago, beasts were feared as demons. Every blood pact made with them always ended in the human's death. But the beast that appeared in Mayvaya was different. Even when the contract failed, it only caused temporary pain, never death. The curse that binds us still applies, of course, but even if she'd known that from the start, I doubt she'd have cared. She's the kind of woman who doesn't even flinch when we're alone together. The Duke turns his head, saying, "You should head back to your room now. I've got work to finish." She asked, "Am I bothering you?" The Duke thinks her boldness is ridiculous. Maybe it was the beast's blood in her. Then Mayvaya made a pitiful face and said, "In a place like this, you're the only one I have, the only one I can truly talk to. Do you still want me to leave?" Then the Duke thinks in his mind, or maybe she really believed I'd never hurt her. "Edie's, what kind of flower is this?" she asked suddenly. "It's blue and white. Did you put this here?" he replied. "Not me. I don't know. The name, I mean." Looking at her, he thinks she had even rejected the prince who offered to annul the marriage contract. So why choose me? What is she really hiding behind that beautiful face? I'd figure it out eventually. Until I do, I'll keep my boundaries. I just hope that, in the end, he is not the one behind her. Later they gets ready to go to the bell tower. Due to chilly air, she started sneezing. Achoo! Of all days, why did I pick today?" she muttered, shivering. "Let's wait until it's warmer, maybe 100 years from now," the Duke said. "It's just a 5-minute walk to the first bell tower. You haven't even toured the grounds yet. Are you quitting already?" she sighed. "Well, I guess if you put it that way," he said. "It'll be easier if you follow my tracks. Just follow my lead," she suggested. "But wait, you can teleport, right?" the Duke teased. "Then would it be okay if I go on ahead?" she said, annoyed. "That's not what I meant. Don't you dare leave me here." 1 hour earlier she was thinking, "So, the castle is warm after all, should I build a snowman?" But now she thinks, "This is not how I wanted to learn the value of temperature control magic. At least the first bell tower's nearby." She glanced around. "Edie's? Did he seriously leave me? He could at least make sure I'm still behind him. He's so mean." After she reached there, she said, "How could you?" As he saw her, he said, "There you are." While blowing her hand, Mayvaya said, "I should have put this into the marriage contract. I'm about to freeze to death here." Upon hearing that, the Duke smiles faintly and shows a golden orb that was emitting heat. "Here, take this," she asked. "What is it?" He handed it to her and said, "It's not part of the contract, just a thank you gift for doing this," she replied. "It's not some weird thing, is it? Ha, so warm." She sighed with relief as the warmth spread through her body finally thawing. She said, "It's tiny, but I can feel my strength returning," he told. "That's the spirit's power, probably." Then she remembers. "Oh, right. There are spirits around here. If I find one of the sealed statues, can I make a personal wish?" the Duke replied. "Sure. It's just an old superstition anyway." They looked around and there were a lot of statues, she said. "Even if I wanted to perform the ceremonial rites, I have no idea which statue the spirit's sealed in. How are we supposed to tell with this many lined up?" Then they went upstairs while the statues were lining besides the stairs. Then the Duke asked, "Did Rezin ever say there was just one spirit sealed in the bell tower?" That came as a surprise for her. She said, "Huh? Wait, what are you talking about? Don't tell me, all of these statues," she stammered. "Why, you're kidding, right? You could always try and see if the superstition's real." He grinned, smug as ever. "This is a den of many spirits," she realized. No wonder none of the former family heads ever set foot in here. They probably knew what their ancestors did and just dumped the responsibility on the Grand Duchess. Then she said, "Edith, don't you ever leave without me. I'll make my wish quickly," she encouraged herself. "Look on the bright side. At least you don't have to climb the whole tower just to find a decent statue. And hey, at least you won't be pouring your heart out to some empty chunk of stone." She spotted one on the ground. "Why is this one lying on the ground? Looks like someone actually tried to destroy it. Just a little more and it would have been crushed completely." She observed it closely. "And of course, the eyes are still intact," she asked. "What happens if a statue sealing a spirit gets totally destroyed?" He answered. "It disappears," she repeated. "Disappears. This one will do then?" he asked. "Are you sure?" she replied. "It's not like I'm expecting some miracle. If I try to stand it back up, it might break. I'll just make the wish like this." Then she tied a ribbon to statue's tail. The Duke asked, "Why are you tying that on?" She said, "It's a small token of thanks. I didn't bring anything else with me," he advised. "You do realize a real gift should be something the recipient actually wants, right?" But she went on, "I think it suits them. I bet the spirit would love it. See? It even matches perfectly. Okay, time to make my wish. Can you hold this for a moment?" She handed him the orb back. He said, "Go ahead." She closed her eyes and wished aloud. "Dear spirit, it must be exhausting, trapped in a place like this and still expected to grant blessings. Really, people should be more thoughtful. Actually, forget I said that. Anyway, it's been 500 years already. Hang in there. Though honestly, I'm not sure how much life a statue in this shape could even be." Upon hearing that, the Duke grinned. "I can't tell if that's a wish or just subtle mockery," she replied. "Mockery? I'm just telling it like it is." Then she continued, "Anyway, dear spirit, I hope this statue lasts another 500 years for you. You give what you get, right? My wish isn't anything outrageous. I just want to be comfortably rich. Specifically, I'd like to own the Empire's largest hoard of gold and diamonds, so vast that my name becomes known across the continent, and people start a whole religion to worship me. If you grant that, I'll pray for your happiness too. Maybe even restore your statue. And if, by some misfortune during repairs, you vanish from this world, don't worry. I'll carry you in my heart forever. I might just be fulfilling my part, but to me, you'll always be someone special. So, what do you think, dear spirit?" The Duke remarked. "You're unbelievable. That wish, and that whole speech to go with it." She winked, whispering, "You have to go big when you're not sure. It's just an old superstition anyway." He asked. "No wish for world peace?" she replied. "It doesn't feel like it's my place." He asked. "Then maybe peace in the north?" she replied mischievously. "That's my husband's responsibility. You're the one leading things up there." Then he asked, "And what about your family's future? After all, you're here and yet you're their heir." She replied. "The branch families are already waiting to pounce. The same ones who said a woman couldn't inherit and tried to marry me off instead. Now that I'm in the north, they're probably vying to take my position," she added. "Not that my parents would have even wasted a breath acknowledging them." Then she tugged him, saying, "Ugh, I didn't mean to drag the mood down with talk like that. Should we head back?" As he doesn't reply, she went on. "Oh, do you want to look around a bit more? You seemed eager to leave before." Then he replied, "No need. Let's go." Then she said, "I really want a cup of cocoa right now." He replied, "All right." While walking back, she thinks, every time someone mentions spirits, his whole face tightened up. Did he fight a spirit in his previous life or something? Though honestly, any expression looked intense on that face. She heard something, then she looked back up towards the lying statue. The Duke asked, "Eve, are you stopping just to tell me to go on ahead?" She replied, "And no. I thought I heard something. Must have imagined it," the Duke said. "Don't worry about it. It's probably nothing." As they left the tower, an ominous spirit awakens. "Filthy humans, once I regain my strength, I'll make them pay, every last one of them." The next day Mavi greeted Rezin. She said, "Thank you again for the last time, young master. Thanks to you, I had a great time. I'm glad I could help," he replied warmly. They were having tea while Edith was also present. She chuckled. "How can you explain things so well? Can I ask you again if I'm curious about something next time?" He replied. "Of course. If I know it, I'll tell you anything." Then a voice interrupted. Young master, it's almost time for your lesson, he murmured. Is it already that late? Then Mavia stands up and said, I'll walk you back, Resin said. Huh, you don't have to, she added. My legs are stiff from sitting for too long, Resin agreed. Oh, okay. As they walked, Mavia recalled. It was such an old and shabby statue, but I thought it was a dragon. But Edie's told me it was a gargoyle. Don't gargoyles and dragons look really different? Resin asked. That's true, she admitted. But Edie's is probably right. Anyway, I tied a ribbon to that statue's tail, and Edie's said a gift should be something the recipient would like. I think the spirit would like it too. What do you think, second young master? I think they'd like it, he replied. Recalling the ominous gem, he thought, did she think I'd like it back then too? Your Highness, we've arrived, the attendant announced. This is the study where the young master has his lessons, Mavia remarked. Oh my, I didn't realize how time flew by. I guess it's because I was talking with the young master, he replied. I also enjoyed it, she asked. Then would you be willing to keep being my conversation partner? He replied. Why yes, she pressed on. Really? Even for worries and concerns? He replied warmly. If it can help your highness. She felt the throbbing in heart act so cute. She smiled. She said, then, if you ever have concerns, please talk to me too. I want to be helpful to you as well. Especially if you ever feel like running away, you must tell me. He gets surprised. Huh? She added. Running away. If that urge comes, please, please, please tell me, he replied. Okay. Then she changed the subject. I've taken up too much of your time. Please study hard. Resin bowed. Your Highness, please head back safely too. When Resin went inside, the Count Tolemon greeted and said, so the young master is late sometimes too. Resin replied, I'm sorry. It's fine, I'll just finish later. He laughed softly, then asked, is something wrong? You seem a bit down. I have a question, Resin said hesitantly. When someone tells you to talk about what you want to do, does that mean they'll help you do it? The Count replied. If you say you're hungry, it usually means they'll feed you. Upon hearing that, Resin fell in thoughts. I knew it. Her Highness wants me to run away. That's why she said she'd help if I felt like it. Then he raised his hand and asked, how much money would I need to spend a day outside? The Count replied. Oh, are you interested in traveling? I usually spend about 10 copper coins. I know a really great place, so let me know anytime. It's where I got this cool bronze tan. 10 copper coins a day. First, I need to get some allowance. Resin clenched his fists. Your Highness, I'll do my best. Mavia returned with a smile. Edie's, I'm back. Did something good happen? Edie's asked. She replied. I got super close with young Master Resin. In her mind she thought, that's a huge achievement. If he feels like running away, he'll come to me. She stroked her own head and thought, I just have to persuade him well. Good job, me. So proud. Edie's frowned. I don't understand. She asked. What don't you understand? Edie's asked. Why are you so concerned about your relationship with Resin? She replied. I've already cut ties with Gilbert. I don't want to ruin things with the second young master too. Edie said, they're real brothers. No matter how kindly you treat him, you could be betrayed. Gilbert is family Resin would never truly hate, no matter what. And also, Resin isn't just an ordinary child either. After hearing that, Mavia remembers, even without reading the last chapter of the original, I know. Resin won't be able to let go of Gilbert easily. But Resin likes Edie's too, and I don't want Resin to get hurt. I'll take your advice to heart, she said softly. But the young master is still just 8, and you, Edie's, are part of his family too. Then Edie spoke, Resin is, but stopped and said, no, never mind. Seeing that, Mavia huffed. So many secrets. Then she smiled and asked, are you worried I'll get hurt later? Edie's also laughed faintly. Like I said before, you think too highly of me, Evia. She chuckled, my husband is a good person. Even if I end up being betrayed by the young master, I believe you'll comfort me well. You'll pat my head, let me rest on your lap, won't you? Edie's replied. I spoke out of turn. I'm sure you don't need my interference, she insisted. No, I do. Please keep caring about me. Is it too much to ask? Are you not going to care about me? Even with these eyes looking at you? She pestered him. He gave in. Ha! This time I lose. She smiled. Thank you for losing. It had been 5 days since she started sleeping in the same bed as Edith, A few times she hugged him in her sleep and was banished to her own room. After being kicked out, she'd sleep a bit more, then start the real routine. In the morning, eat with Resin. At lunch, run into him in the hallway. In the evening, say goodnight. She worked hard every day to get closer to him. But it was no vain. Later she was thinking, why does it feel like he's avoiding me? Is it just my imagination? Suddenly in the hallway she was walking, she heard a voice. She hides at the corner to listen. Procyon was talking to Resin. Hello, young Master Resin? Resin greeted back. Hello, Sir Procyon. Manhwa thought, he's here. Let's begin though. I just happened to run into the second young master in the hallway operation. Just then Procyon asked, Young Master, is something wrong? Why do you look so down? So she noticed Resin looks down. Why? Procyon asked Resin, did the first young master bother you again? He replied, No, that's definitely not it. Manhwa was also listening. She thought, no way. The knights are taking turns watching Gilbert. Then what could it be? Resin asked. Sir Procyon, you're close with Her Highness, right? Procyon repeated. Her Grace? Manhwa wondered. Huh! Why am I being brought up? Resin continued. Her Highness is kind to me and treats me well, but... Procyon asked. But? Resin began. Just that. But he got interrupted. His attendant said, Young Master Resin, isn't it about time for your lesson? Resin turns to him. Sorry. I'll go now. Manhwa cried. Why now of all times? So Resin said to Procyon, Thank you for worrying about me, Sir Procyon. After he left, Procyon wondered aloud, did something happen between him and Her Highness? Should I ask? Just then Manhwa appeared and interjected, Now I'm curious too. What happened? Procyon gasped as Manhwa repeated suddenly, Your Highness? When did you get behind me? Sir Procyon, she said sharply. May I have a moment of your time? Sir Procyon, she said, tilting her head. The young master seems pretty comfortable around you. What's your secret? She was urging to him inwardly. Tell me, he replied hesitatingly. I don't think there's any special reason, she pressured him. Think harder. I'm sure there is. There has to be. They sat down to talk. Procyon said, Wait. Now that you mention it, I remember. He said he was impressed when I beat my sparring opponent in one move. Maybe that's when we got closer. A duel? She mused. Then if I take you down in one move, we'll get close too, right? Procyon cried out in fear. Please spare me, Your Grace. I still have so much to live for. Then he asked, But is something going on with you and the young master? She let out a sigh. I thought he liked me, but maybe that's just my feelings, Procyon said. Yeah, I don't think that's right. Manhwa threatened him, saying, Sir, want to duel? He quickly retracted. Actually, no way that's true, Procyon yelped. If you let me, I'll dig into his heart and report back everything I find. So please, no dueling. He stands up saying that. She clapped her hands smiling. Oh, then may I count on you for this? He replied. Oh, of course. Trust in your loyal knight, Your Grace. He laughed nervously. Then she said, Then off you go, Sir Procyon. 2 hours later he returned, puffing out his chest. I'm back, Your Grace. She asked. Did you carry out the mission properly? He replied. Of course I did. Who do you think I am? She asked. So, what's the reason? Procyon blurted. The reason Lord Resin is afraid of Your Grace is because he thinks you might crumple up Lord Gilbert like a piece of paper. That's what he said. Bewildered, she said. Excuse me? You told him that wouldn't happen, right? He replied. No. I didn't say anything. I just figured, if anyone could actually do it, it'd probably be you, she said darkly. Go back and correct that, Sir Procyon, he said gasping. Why yes, ma'am. Before leaving, he added, Oh, and Lady Teresa mentioned, Lord Resin asked her for an allowance. She repeated, an allowance, he continued. She said she was shocked. He's never done that before, she murmured. I'll keep that in mind. She mumbled, anyway, if the reason he's scared of me is because of the whole crumpling Gilbert like paper thing, then the solution's simple. Procyon asked, How so? She smiled, I just have to prove I'm not that strong. She spotted him passing by soon after. She gets ready for her plan. While hidden, she looked at his worried face and thinks, to think that adorable face is so worried, because he's scared I'll crush Gilbert like a sheet of paper. The good news is, the solution is easy. I just have to prove I'm not that strong. As Resin came close to the corner, she swayed dramatically. I suddenly feel dizzy. He turns to her calling, Your Grace. She continued her act. If no one catches me, I might just collapse here and now. I'll catch you, Resin cried, running to her side. As she stables, she said, Oh my, thank you for catching me, young master. Resin cried, tears to her eyes. Your Grace, your lips are pale. We need to call someone now. Then he looked around and said, Huh? Why isn't anyone around? She giggled inwardly. Well, I dismissed all the attendants. You didn't have to do that. This happens all the time, she added weakly. He asked. All the time. Then last time, when you were bleeding from your ears, I was born with a frail body, she explained softly. He said, I see, you were born that way. She coughed lightly. I just need a short rest and I'll be fine. Though, the bedroom is a little far, he offered. Then, would you like to rest in my room for a bit? That actually sounds perfect, she smiled faintly. They stands up and started walking. Resin said, Then, let me hold your hand. I'll escort you, she replied. Thank you, young master, he asked. But Your Grace, why were you walking around alone? The dizziness again, she gasped. He asked, worried. Should I carry you instead? She replied. It's all right, young master. Just stay close like this. That's all I need. She tightens her grip / All right, he whispered. He made her lay in his bed. He said, reaching to her forehead. Excuse me for a moment, Your Grace. She felt his small hands carefully checking her forehead. He doesn't dislike me, but still. Young master, she asked quietly. Tell me, am I making you uncomfortable? He replied. And no, of course not. I know you're a really good person, Your Grace. But thinking someone's kind and feeling comfortable around them are two different things, she said softly. I really do want us to get along. I know it's probably hard to see me as a real mother. I may not get along with Gilbert, but I'd never cross the line. I understand you're not sure how to deal with me, but please, don't push me away. If not for me, then at least for Edie's, who chose me to be Grand Duchess. In her mind she said, Don't run away. Don't wake the beast. Don't blame yourself for people who got hurt because of you. Just grow up kind, safe, and sound. I'll be here to help you through it all. She held his hand gently. Then he called out, Your Grace. She replied, Yes, young master, he said. Now that I'm holding your hand, I can tell for sure. You're running a fever. I'll go get the doctor. He started walking as he said that. She replied, Actually, I'm really fine, he said. You're not fine. Please stay right here. Honestly, she thought, Resin's just too kind for his own good. What if he ends up late for his lesson? She decided to pack his things for him. She looked at his desk thinking what was his next lesson again. She thought, I should have grabbed that schedule Lady Teresa gave me. But when she peeked at his schedule, she found something else. His diary on which there was a heading, Preparation to Run Away. Notes about saving allowance, planning daily expenses. She fell in shock reading that. She thought, okay, I really am burning up now. By the time Resin returned with the doctor, she'd been diagnosed with only a slight fever and told to rest. She wanted to tell him that what she'd said earlier meant don't run away. But saying so would be admitting she'd peeked into his notebook, so she kept her mouth shut. She thought to herself, where did it all go wrong? How did Resin misunderstand me completely? And if someone has to leave, it should be me, the outsider, not him. Her expression hardened. This is all Gilbert's fault. He crushed Resin's confidence. If that hadn't happened, maybe. Then she sighed. No, let's be honest. I might not be the best at talking to kids. I really don't want to admit this. Then she went to the Duke and said, Edie's, but I lost this round. I'll admit it. It's going to take some time to get closer to the young master. Edie's pointed out, some. She felt defeated but agreed, a lot of time, probably. Edie's tried to comfort her, offering her cocoa. No one's perfect. Getting along with kids isn't always easy. She thought about Edie's. Gorgeous, rich, talented, adored by Resin. She slumped on sofa and said, Wow, thanks for the least comforting words I've ever heard. Then she puts her head on his shoulder and said, Since we're at it, you'll let me do this, right? He called her Eve. She teased, Or should I just sit on your lap? He replied, Never mind. She was about to fall asleep thinking, so even shoulders can build muscle like this. It's the perfect height, solid and warm. Suddenly she straightened thinking, no, I need to focus on Resin right now. Still, she wasn't ready to give up. She thought, coming at him too fast backfired. I have to take it slow. But what if he runs away before we can get close? What if he awakens the beast in the forest, and just like in the original story, blames himself for everything? Ugh, if only that damn beast didn't exist. Then a thought crossed her mind, so she said, Edie's, I think I might actually be a genius. He asked. You figured something out? She laughed. Yes. I've had a huge revelation. If brains don't work, she smirked, I'll use fists. Edie's gets worried. What? He remarked. I don't know what part of that could be considered genius thinking. She laughed it off. There are different types of genius, you know. Like being ridiculously good-looking or insanely hard-working. Then her expression sobered. The real problem is, how do I make up a reason to go monster hunting? Just asking to go to the forest and slay beasts is way too suspicious. But I obviously can't tell him that I remember my past life, unless I fall for Edie's so hard that I want to spill everything. A knock came at the door. Come in, Edie's called. The butler stepped inside. Edie's asked, What is it? The butler replied, Your Grace, Count Elliot says he has a report. Some accounting books, territorial management summaries, complaints from the citizens, that sort of thing. After a pause he asked, Should I ask him to wait? Mayvaya interjected. No. A loyal attendant working for the good of the territory shouldn't be kept waiting. For the good of the territory, huh? Her husband teased. She muttered. Just ignore that part, Edie said. Butler, bring Count Elliot to my office. But Mayvaya cut in. No, escort him here personally. In her mind she thought, if this goes well, I might have an excuse ready. Moments later, Count Elliot swept in dramatically. More glorious than a hero and as radiant as a goddess, Your Grace the Grand Duchess. I've been counting the days until I could see you again. Just get to the point. Mayvaya cut him off while Edie's was standing behind her. The Count said, I simply wanted to express what Your Grace means to me. Nice to see you again, Count, she said smiling. But I'm far more interested in the documents than your feelings, he huffed. All right, of course. Ha! Here they are, Your Grace. She flipped through the petitions first. There has to be something about the forest. After noticing something, she read aloud. There's a caretaker who fed 30 children with 1 chicken. The Count said in awe. Wow, impressive. Are they a priest or something? She continued. A building in front of my house has been leaning for 10 years. The Count chuckled. Oh, I remember that one. I even visited it out of curiosity. It really was something. Looking at him, she thought. That's clearly child neglect and structural collapse. Are we sure this caretaker is competent? I'll keep those in mind. Next complaint. At last, she found what she was looking for. Strange bloodstains found in the Era forest. Not sure if it's a monster or a person. Please investigate for the safety of the residents. This is it, she whispered. Then she turned to the Duke. Edie's, remember when I asked if I could accompany you on your territory patrol? I remember, he said slowly, then asked. But will you be able to go out in this weather? She grimaced. I completely forgot, thanks to the soundproofing mage. Is it normal to have this much snow this time of year? Edie's remains quiet, so the Count whispered to Mayvaya. It's not the season, it only got like this after the Lord left the manor. She asked. And what does that have to do with the weather? Then the Duke said darkly. Just get to the point. I'm pretty sure she said that. Seeing that, the Count panicked and quickly left, saying, Your Grace, I've told you everything I know. I'll take my leave. As he scurried out, Mayvaya folded her arms. If what he said is true, does that mean I'll be stuck in this freezing weather for the rest of my life? Being the wife of the Northern Grand Duke is way harder than I thought. I'll find a way, then Edie said gently. Can you wait just a little longer, Eve? In return, I'll handle your escort, support, and even your hair care. How about it? He smiled as he said that. Mayvaya thinks to herself, a devastatingly handsome man, flashing that smile and asking me to understand. Where else would I ever see something like this? All right, Edie's, she replied. Your kind-hearted wife will let it slide. But you have to keep your promise, all right? She said inwardly. Like I could ever say no to that. The next day, the snow finally stopped, as if the sky itself had been threatened into obedience to prove it was just a temporary condition. Mayvaya thought, there's no way a human could do something like that. But if it's my husband. Later, new reports arrived. The butler said they said he doesn't seem quite human. Mayvaya said thoughtfully, I figured as much. The butler asked, Your Grace, do you have any idea who the culprit might be? she repeated, culprit. We've been getting reports of strange noises coming from the first bell tower. She laughed it off. Sorry, I spaced out for a moment. Strange noises? She tilted her head. Sounds kind of creepy. The staff said it sounded like a small dog throwing a tantrum. The butler continued. But it could be a wolf or some wild animal, so I planned to check it out myself. She turned to her husband. Edie's, do you want to check it out yourself? He hesitated. She added, now that the snow's stopped, it's the perfect chance. Also, Sir Procyon mentioned that Lady Teresa is off today, he asked. And what does that have to do with anything? The butler filled in. It means today's the day he can sneak out for sledding behind Lady Teresa's back. Mayvia said, bingo. She asked him, forcing him with her eyes, you're coming too, right? Escort, backup, and hair care, you promised you'd handle everything. He smiled. Even if I hadn't promised, I'd still go, not with those eyes looking at me like that. Mayvia thought, Operation Win with cat eyes, success. 2 hours later, she groaned, shivering. I think sledding was a mistake. I'm freezing. How can anyone do this? Sledding dressed like that in this weather? But the Duke was used to it. 500 years of northern living, you get used to the cold. Meanwhile, Procyon and Resin were enjoying the sledding. The Duke said, you probably can't see it, but Resin is sweating. Mayvia asked him, shivering. Do you think I'll ever master the cold? Like rolling half naked in the snow and not even flinching? He replied. Honestly, that might be harder than getting along with the kids, she said. That's kind of harsh, don't you think? He pulled out a spirit orb. Here, Eve. Looking at it, she said. It's a little bigger than the one from the tower, he said. It's still not enough to survive rolling around naked in the snow. So please, wear your clothes properly. She scowled. Excuse you, what kind of person do you think I am? I just meant I want to get used to the cold. I'll have you know I'm actually quite modest, he teased. Then how about layering up a bit more at night? She replied. I can't sleep when I'm bundled up, it's too stuffy. She thinks in her mind, he's sweet, I get that. But sometimes he draws a line. Maybe it's that thing with his body or whatever. If he just talked to me openly, I'd feel a lot better. Are we really going to keep hiding things from each other? Her thoughts were interrupted by a sudden shout. Your Grace! You're here! Ack! Suddenly Resin cried out, struggling to keep himself steady on the sled. The sled collided with something. Mayvia rushed to him, calling, Young Master! Sir Procyon. Procyon said to Resin, Just relax and lean into me, young master. He jumped before the collision, saving Resin in his arms. Mayvia gets tensed. Edie's, we have to help them. They'll be fine, he replied calmly. She protested. What do you mean, they'll be fine? Resin's still just a... Procyon landed safely, having Resin in his grip. Then Edie said, I meant they'll be fine because Procyon is with him. She calmed down. Oh, right. Sir Procyon is a knight. When they caught up, she asked, Are you both okay? What happened? Procyon replied. On the way down, something collided with my Pegasus. Pegasus, she arched a brow. Wait, you named your sled that? There isn't even a tree in sight, Procyon replied. It's not just any sled. My brother from the magic tower enchanted it himself, she said. Ah, I see. Sir Procyon, please keep an eye on the young master, she instructed. Just in case he has a delayed reaction or something, he replied. You can count on me, your grace. Then she turns to her husband, Edie's. It's really just a small. But she stopped as she noticed how Edie's, her husband, had gone still, staring ahead. She asked, Edie's, is there something over there? Why are you standing so still? She went close to him and asked, Edie's, what exactly are you standing on right now? It was the same gargoyle she made a contract with in the bell tower. Once upon a time, around 500 years ago, Paimon was the king of the spirits who dwelled within the Era forest. As their ruler, I drove out humans, beasts, and monsters alike, and often I used them for my amusement. Of all creatures, humans were my favorite toys, especially those foolish enough to come before me with their wishes. I whispered to them of lands overflowing with gold and jewels, only to send them into dens teeming with savage beasts. They would walk gladly into a monster's mouth, and countless humans perished for my entertainment. But then the first Grand Duke of Kalakis appeared before me. That very day, I was sealed away by a human I had once thought of as nothing more than a plaything. Unlike the other spirits sealed with me, I found myself trapped in the weakest, smallest vessel imaginable, forced to struggle to keep from shattering. For the first 100 years I burned with revenge. For the next, I refused to accept my reality. When my patience was all but gone, I resolved to make one final attempt at escape. If I could not last 1,000 years, then breaking apart while trying was far less pitiful than waiting to rot. And if by chance I met that person, perhaps, just perhaps, I might finally be freed. While I was thrashing in my frustration, a strange human appeared. Unlike the others, she gave off no foul stench, but instead a sweet, intoxicating scent. For a moment, I wondered if she could be the one. But when she spoke, I knew she was not. She said that if I granted her wish, she would pray for my well-being, repair my statue, and even remember me after I was gone, as if that would make it a fair deal. From that moment, I swore I would escape no matter the cost, and that I would take revenge on the humans who looked down on me. Especially that woman. I would savor her alive, no matter what it took. And so I rolled, and kept rolling. Finally, after 500 years, I broke free of the dark, grim tower. Following that sweet scent, I sought out the woman who had once wished upon me. But if I had known then what I know now, I would have turned and fled. The man who stood beside her that day was no mere human. He was a demon, no, worse than a demon. He was the Demon King himself. That Paimon was now under Edie's feet. He thought, back then his presence had been faint, and I had mistaken him for an ordinary man. Was he hiding it on purpose? Now that I think of it, he looked exactly like the one who stood with the first Grand Duke 5 centuries ago. Could he be that man's descendant? Damn it all, I had finally escaped, only to die here. Edie's, someone called. What are you stepping on? Paimon sniffed. Huh! That scent. Manhwa came close to Edie's and said, Ah, I remember seeing this in the tower. You recognize me? Paimon gasped. I knew it. I'm not meant to die here after all. Quiet, Edie's ordered. A shrill cry tore from his throat. Hike! But another voice spoke softly. Me, Edie's? He replied. No, not you, Eve. Let me start from the beginning. After he told her, she exclaimed, Wow, so I actually made a wish to the Spirit King? King is a bit generous, Edie said flatly. He's more like a local thug. Weak power, childish tricks. She frowned. You remember a lot for something that happened so long ago. Then why didn't you stop me from making that wish at the tower? Honestly, I forgot, Edie's admitted. But I remember now. He just talked so much. She laughed nervously. But how did he even get here? He told. Apparently there was a tiny crack in the seal. He leaked his power through it and clawed his way out. Manhwa said if he got out, why didn't he just run away? Why would he came to you? Edie's replied, He says it's because of you, Eve. She gets surprised. To me? But I thought he hated humans? Edie's gaze lingered on her. You're the first human he's seen in 500 years. I suppose he got a little attached. Humph. At least he has decent taste, she murmured. So, to sum it up, he used to be powerful, but he's dumb, and he never shuts up? I still hate humans, Paimon growled, though weakly. Manhwa said. But he seems to like me. She brightened. Either way, we should bring him back to the castle. He's valuable, he's going to grant my wish. If we leave him here, he might really die. In his current state, he can't grant anything, Edie's warned. Then, is it possible to break the seal? She asked. Maybe, he said. I can't promise anything, she pestered him. We've taken him, right? Let's take him. Let's take him. He gave in. All right. Let's bring him along. She smiled. Thank you, Edie's. As Edie's was about to pick Paimon, Manhwa said, Ugh, he's gonna die at this rate. Edie's, can't you just help the spirit with magic or something? He passed out from the shock, he asked. Why would I waste my magic on him? And it's not the spirit, it's Paimon. Also, if I hadn't been there, he could have drained your life force, she argued. But he said he liked me? He shot back. He used to trick humans for fun. Don't believe everything he says, she replied. Still, if we're taking him to the estate, doesn't that mean you trust him a little? If there was even the slightest chance he'd hurt me, I feel like you'd have smashed him to bits already. She smiled and added, Even if he is lying, you're confident you can protect me, right? I'm not wrong, am I? Edie's replied. He did seem partly sincere. He said your scent was so nice, he didn't want to hurt you. She asked thoughtfully. My scent is nice. Edie's raised his hand and said, Anyway, if that's what you want. He snapped his fingers and broken pieces of Paimon started reattaching. Edie said, "He won't come to his senses right away, but once he wakes up, you can ask him to grant your wish." Mavi asked, "But I thought he couldn't grant wishes while he's still sealed?" He offered. "I might be able to release the seal." She asked, "Is that really okay?" He replied, "If that's what you want." "Yay!" she cheered. Edie's then turned to Paimon, who was passed out, and said darkly, "Once he wakes, you can ask him for your wish. After that, I'll take care of the rest." Mavi gasped, "What if he dies and twists the wish into a curse?" Edie's replied, "I'm joking," half joking. She still felt unsure. Wait, so the other half was serious? Paimon said weakly, "Help me." Mavi decided. "Don't worry, Paimon. I'll protect you as long as you grant my wish." Paimon thought, humans truly were the worst. Later that night, Mavi arose early, restless. She thought, why did I wake up this early? Is it because I'm worried about the statue? Wasn't to lock him in the vault, so I just left somewhere for now. Just then Edie's appeared and handed her a glass. "Drink this." Thanks Edie's," she said. "It really is nice having a husband around." "What's gotten you up so early?" he asked, steady as always. She replied, "Maybe I just wanted to see my handsome husband's face." His brows knit. She observed her and said, "Are you feeling sick?" She flinched and said, Maybe I just didn't sleep enough." She deflected, retreating back toward the bed. "I'll lie down a bit more. That's probably for the best." He turned to leave. She said, "Thanks for the water, Edie's. Don't mention it," he added as she thanked him. But as the door closed, she laid down in silence, bitterness creeping in. "Your wife says she got up just to see your handsome face, and your response is, 'Are you feeling sick?' And then you leave without a word?" Sure, their marriage had not been for love, but they were still husband and wife. Yet Edie's disliked touching, disliked joking, and refused even to play along. At some point, could he not try? She sighed. "I don't want to live like this forever. Resin still fears me too, and it feels like I'm the only one trying. Honestly, I'm getting tired." After a few moments, she heard footsteps of someone coming. Edie's had just left not long ago. Misha lay in bed, heavy and drowsy, wondering if he had forgotten something. She was supposed to have breakfast with Resin, yet all she could feel was the weight pressing down on her body. "Eve," Edie's voice returned, gentle but firm. "Do you think you can sit up for a bit? It would be better if you ate something before going back to sleep." She blinked groggily, noticing something in his hand. "What's that, in your hand? Wait, did you make this for me? You made it yourself?" Edie set the warm bowl down carefully. "If it's too hard to eat right now, you can rest a little more and have it later." But she said, "No, I want to eat it. My husband made it for me, after all." She took the spoon, the heat radiating from the stew. It's warm. It feels like the warmth is melting right through me." But then she asked, "But why stew all of a sudden? Is today a special occasion?" "My birthday's still a while away," she added softly. Edie's expression didn't change. "They say warm food is good when you've got a fever," she repeated. "A fever?" he replied. "Yes, Eve. You've got a fever." "Really? I didn't notice." She touched her face absent-mindedly. He sighed. "Your hands are hot too." She sat beside her and checked her forehead. He said, "Yeah, you've got a fever. A pretty high one at that." As he gets close to her, she thought, "Oh, now that I think about it, my face does feel hot. Or maybe, is it just because my handsome husband touched my forehead?" The thought made her smile faintly. "Whatever the reason, it feels nice. His cool hand, the way he worries about me, all of it." A knock broke the quiet. It's Resin. I heard her grace isn't feeling well, so I came by. May I come in?" "Of course, young master," Mavi replied. Resin peeked inside and said, "I hope I'm not disturbing your rest." "Not at all. You're welcome anytime," Eve answered with a tired but warm smile. The boy hesitated, then came closer. He asked, "Your Grace, are you feeling really sick?" She replied, "I'm okay. It's just a slight fever." Tears welled up in his eyes. He said, "I heard from Sir Procyon that you came out because I was riding the sled. Did you catch a cold because of me?" "No," she said firmly, waving her hand. "Not at all. I had to go out anyway, even if that hadn't happened." Resin's shoulders eased. "If that's true, then I'm relieved." Mavi said, "It is, so please don't blame yourself." "Okay, Your Grace," he murmured softly. The boy then held up a book. "So?" she asked. By the way, young master, what is that book? He replied, Oh, this. My nanny told me that having someone by your side when you're sick helps you recover faster. So I thought I could read you a storybook. Eve's eyes brightened faintly. Then maybe my cold will go away even faster. That sounds wonderful, Rezin said. I'll start reading right away. She offered, tapping at the bed. Then would you come up here and read next to me, so I can hear you better? He asked. Are you sure that's all right? Just then Edie's lifts him up and placed him on bed, saying, It's fine. You can read it from right there. Yes, father, Rezin said quickly, then opened the book. Eve, Edie's urged quietly. You should lie back down too. I will. Don't worry. She closed her eyes, smiling faintly. Get some good rest. Edie's continued, gently tapping her forehead. I'll stay right here with you. She thought, it's not a bad feeling being taken care of like this. Rezin began reading, his boyish voice filling the room. A long, long time ago, in a faraway land, there was a cat who turned into a monster whenever the full moon rose. The story was a little strange, but Eve let it wash over her. For now, she just needed to rest. Perhaps it was thanks to Edie's and Rezin watching over her, but after a long nap she woke feeling completely refreshed, as though she'd never had a fever at all. Of course, with Edie's, Rezin, even Sarah and the head butler insisting she stay in bed, she ended up resting the entire day and only rose to her feet the next morning. It was during her stay in Edie's chambers that Eve noticed something strange. Cyclamen Castle, nearly as vast as the Imperial Palace, had only about 100 staff. Most had worked there a long time. And yet, when meals were brought in, servants shook and stammered. I brought the bedding. For your meal, it's ready. Tea is also ready. Their fear was palpable. Why was everyone so scared around Edie's? Eve could understand why outsiders might find him intimidating. She herself sometimes thought he looked like a demon king, albeit a ridiculously handsome one. But it was odd that the staff seemed more at ease with Sarah, who had only just arrived, than with their long-serving master. Later, Sarah entered with a tray. Your Grace, it's Sarah. Manhwa replied, Come in. She came and placed tea on the table. She said, I've been asking around as you requested. I also brought some warm cocoa. Good work, Eve said. So, what did you find out? Sarah began. First off, everyone said they're happy you're here. Daisy, in particular, was so inspired by your beauty that she wrote 5 verses of a song, and she's eager to sing it at your birthday party. That's enough of that. Manhwa cut in quickly. Sarah added, I brought the lyrics she wrote. Are you sure you don't want to hear them? Manhwa replied, feeling annoyed. Just leave them here. At the end, Sarah said. Overall, the responses were positive. Even the head maid said she was relieved things didn't suddenly change too much. Upon hearing that, Manhwa thought, well, that's probably because I only brought you with me. Then Sarah added, but their reactions to His Grace the Grand Duke were a bit strange. Eve tilted her head. How so? Sarah said. Well, it's like, no one even mentions him. Not even the title Grand Duke. Even when they see the two of you together, they won't look at him. It's like they can only see you. So I tried asking one of the younger maids, the one who came to change the bedding yesterday. I tried steering the conversation so she had to mention His Grace the Grand Duke, but she said she didn't want to be cursed or killed. Manhwa repeated. Killed? Cursed? Sarah replied. Yes. And apparently, there are only a handful of staff who've even seen His Grace's face. That maid has been working here for 5 years, and that was the first time she saw him. Eve let out a long sigh. Thanks for your hard work, Sarah. You can go now, she replied. Yes, Your Grace. Left alone, Eve thought it over. Aside from Edie's intimidating presence, there were also dark rumors surrounding him. Considering his background, it wasn't surprising. Did he age like a normal person? Was his origin clear? Did he ever meet with friends? Was his appearance ordinary? Each question cast doubt, feeding superstition. Still, for even his close aides to believe in such rumors, that wasn't something she could ignore. She stands up deep in thought, then looked at the document at hand and said aloud, one of them wanted to greet the new Grand Duchess but fainted 5 times trying, so they gave up. Another had given away half their fortune, begging not to be summoned to the castle. No wonder Count Elliot was able to wedge his way into Edie's inner circle. She burned the document in chimney and said, I'll keep both of them in mind for now. Later, sitting while Edie's was doing her hair, Eve finally voiced what had been gnawing at her. Edie's? There's something I've been wondering. Have you ever placed a curse on anyone? He didn't even flinch. Not yet. Killing is quicker. Why bother with all that hassle? Ah. She blinked, caught between relief and unease. Then he asked, judging from the way you asked, I'm guessing you heard the rumors the staff's been spreading. She turned to him. So you knew about them too? He nods his head. So Mayvia thinks in her mind. Of course. Even Sarah knows. The estate's been left unattended, and that good-for-nothing Gilbert's been running wild. Naturally, people started talking, and the more ridiculous the rumors grew, the scarier they sounded. Eve thought to herself that Edie's was the most powerful person in the world. Even the Emperor avoided crossing him. With that kind of reputation, no wonder people whispered. Still, the weight of it made her sigh. Looks like I've still got a long way to go. Eve, his gaze fixed on her. Why aren't you saying anything? She asked. Huh? About what? He replied. Normally, you'd be jumping in to fix everything right away. Are you finally starting to relax a little? She gave him a calm look. That'd be nice. But I don't think I've reached your level of laziness just yet. Still, when my famously lazy husband actually makes the effort to brush my hair, I'd rather not push my luck. Fixing your reputation only matters if you've got the energy for it. You've been running House Kalakis for years without a problem. What could possibly go wrong now? She winked, saying that. Edie's silence was almost teasing. She added, really, everything is fine. She thought, if I poked at this anymore, he might just decide to quit, and that is the last thing I want. I already agreed to go on the estate inspection, so that should be enough. Still, curiosity got the better of her. By the way, Edie's, how did you even end up as Grand Duke? The last one didn't leave an heir, sure, but I doubt the vassals were happy about it. The word in the capital was that you're from some distant branch of the Kalakis line, but no one up north would have believed that. His eyes narrowed and he called. Eve. She replied, yes, he said. I'm capable of pulling out someone's bones and organs without moving a muscle. She froze. Ah, so they must have voted for you unanimously, huh? He replied. Thanks to that, adopting Gilbert and Resin went smoothly too. She swallowed. Just to be clear, dear, that whole bones and organs thing, that didn't happen recently, right? He answered. Not recently, no. Well, I guess that's okay. She tried to brush it off lightly. I mean, sure, I drank beast blood and went on a little rampage, but I've still got a decent image as the Grand Duchess of the North. And if someone like me stays close to Edie's, people are bound to see him in a better light. Maybe I should start advertising it? Look here, everyone, he's not that scary. Just then the head butler entered, holding a folder. I've brought the evening report, but I see your Grace is brushing her Grace's hair right now. Should I come back later? No, it's fine. Go ahead, Edie's replied. The butler faltered, his composure cracking just slightly. For a moment, the sight of Edie's brushing Eve's hair must have looked more like a public execution than an act of tenderness. He looked tensed, but then he bowed. Well, then, I'll take my leave now. When he left, Eve sighed. I feel like I just scared someone for no reason. If it'll make you feel better, I can scare them away, Edie's offered calmly. She replied. No, it's fine. People just need to get used to it. Married couples brushing each other's hair isn't weird. If you're fine with it, Eve, then I am too. He set the brush down. All done, Eve. Thank you, she murmured, touching her hair. Wow, you're really good at this. But are you going to brush my hair at night too? I already appreciate it when you do it in the morning. The estate inspection's coming up soon, Edie said, almost offhandedly. So I figured I'd practice, just in case. She gets curious. In case of what? He said. You seem to think that if the servants see us getting along, they'll warm up to me too. But it could backfire, they might start keeping their distance from you instead. Though, considering someone already wrote a song praising you, that probably won't happen. Her eyes widened. How does gossip travel that fast? She thought. So Edie's was aware of how people viewed him, and he'd been preparing, in his own quiet way. The thought that he was thinking ahead for her sake made her heart flutter strangely. Still, it also made her wonder if she seemed like someone who couldn't even brush her own hair. I'm sure you're more than capable of taking care of it yourself, he said softly. But if it ever starts to feel like a burden, that's when I should step in and help carry it with you. He gently pats her, saying that. Her heart raced. What's gotten into him lately? Even when I was sick, he was unusually gentle. He's so much softer than when we first met. For just a moment, It really felt like we got married out of love, not obligation. That's how real it seemed to her. 1 week before the Imperial Ball, at the Morgana estate, she was having tea with her mother. "Eve, I don't think the Grand Duke is someone you can trust," her mother warned her gravely. "No matter how isolated his territory is, I've never seen rumors this thoroughly erased." Mayvia thought in her mind. "That's because he hardly ever leaves his chambers," her mother continued. "Even so, I don't think he's completely heartless. Fear alone isn't enough to keep everyone quiet. And the families who served the previous Duke are still living peacefully up north. But listen, Eve, what you really need to be careful about is this. He's lived longer than most people, yet there's barely anything known about his past. There's no trace of who he was before becoming Grand Duke, which means whether he was once a hero or a killer no one knows for sure. So please be careful, Eve." "I will. Don't worry," she had replied. Back then she was certain she understood Edie's. She remembered Esmeralda's crescent moon, even if she had never finished it. Edie's appeared often in its pages. A man with no ambition, no desires, a recluse who rarely left his chambers. The strongest man alive, handed the title of Grand Duke against his will, utterly indifferent. But if one looked past his withdrawn nature, past how little he cared, he honestly seemed ideal. That was why she had chosen to marry him, rather than spend a fortune breaking off the contract with the previous Duke. And she thought she knew why Edie's had accepted as well. Someone had actually dared send a marriage proposal to the man everyone feared. He must have found that amusing. Perhaps her unusual behavior had piqued his curiosity, something outside his norm. Besides, she had known things about him most didn't. He likely wanted to keep an eye on her. That was the kind of person Edie's was. Or so she thought. Which was why she had never expected this. Why was he growing more affectionate, and only toward her? It didn't feel like obligation. He never put this much effort into being a Grand Duke, or even a father. Could it be Edie's truly saw her as someone special? Maybe he hadn't accepted her proposal on a whim after all. Maybe, like she had done, he had chosen her too. She wanted to know. She wanted to understand what went on in his head, and what secrets lingered in the past no one knew. "Eve?" Edie's voice cut through her thought. Coming back to her senses, she replied. "Oh yes?" he said. "It's bedtime," she said. "Ah, right. It is night, after all. Time to sleep," she asked, smiling. "You're going to lie down too, right?" he sighed. "Was that your way of telling me to?" She chuckled. "It was. I'm glad you picked up on it." While lying on bed, she said. "Edie's, can I ask you something?" he replied. "You don't need permission every time," she asked. "Then, why did you accept my proposal? Was there something you actually liked about me?" he replied flatly. "Well, you personally chose me, didn't you? That's really the only reason?" "Don't tell me," she whispered, eyes wide. "You've gone hundreds of years without a single proposal?" he replied. "That's correct. Not even once." She gets confused. "What? Why not?" he asked. "Was I supposed to get one?" she sputtered. "No, it's just hard to believe. Everything I do with you is a first for me," Edie said calmly. "Even being here together like this." Her heart skipped. She said to herself, "Be still, my heart." But he wasn't teasing. He wasn't spinning words. He was simply telling her the truth. "Ahem, hem!" Eve coughed into her hand, desperate to cover the blushing. "But surely you had friends, right?" she rambled nervously, trying to deflect from Edie's startling. "Never dated." Revelation. "Friends? Well..." Edie's paused and thought. "There was one weirdo, and one airhead. Both men, so even if I had feelings, I couldn't exactly propose. Empire law wouldn't have allowed it if they were married," Eve remarked. "No wonder your past is so squeaky clean," she thought. "Even grumpy old Gilbert managed to have friends, and yet no one ever saw your worth." She imagined him living in a cave with animals and thought, did he live in a cave or something? She groaned inwardly. Ugh, I should have read the original novel to the end. His backstory must have come up eventually, right? Edie's voice softened. "Maybe I'll tell you about it properly someday. But tonight's probably not that night. Let's get some sleep." "That face says you're not telling me a thing," Eve thought, looking at him. "Being handsome doesn't get you a pass." "Well, maybe it kind of does." Then she asked, "What about you, Edie's? I don't think I've ever actually seen you asleep." "I sleep as much as I need to," he replied calmly. "I'm still getting used to lying next to someone," she replied. I didn't even think of that," he added. It's not about anything sexual. I wasn't assuming that, she sputtered. You did say having kids would be difficult. Well, that's more of a physical issue, Edie said. Right, a constitution thing. Eve nodded quickly. Some people just aren't built for certain things. That's not never mind. He gave a rare faint smile. Sleep well, Eve. You too, Edie's. The next morning dawned with a small but historic event. Edie's had stayed in bed until Eve woke up. He hadn't kicked her out. I wasn't kicked out, she thought with a rush of giddiness. Congrats, wife, Edie said simply, though he looked as awake as ever. Still, Eve noticed the way he lay there, eyes wide open. She hoped, with time, he'd grow more comfortable. She thought, cheeks red, is this what being a wife feels like? That night, she had half a mind to return to her own room, just in case he needed more rest. But the day swept her worries aside. The estate tour began with the head butler droning endlessly about territories. The Lydia territory has the mildest climate in the north. Its plains and fertile lands are the pride of House Kalakis. The Camel and Hallow regions have ancient legends tied to their mountains and lakes, making them popular tourist destinations year-round. Eve stifled a yawn. Edie's looked as composed as always. He looked a little sleepy, but she was used to that. The trip itself should take a few days, the butler concluded before moving on. Lastly, there's the Rosa territory, located near the Era forest. Eve's eyes lit up. Finally, the one I'd been waiting for. The Era forest, where mysterious bloodstains were found. If her memory was right, that was where the beast that corrupted Resin in the original story might have left a clue behind. And since it was Rosa territory, she thought, that means it's under the Lord who sent that ridiculous letter, right? That letter reads, allow me to humbly express my utmost loyalty to His Grace the Grand Duke, to the extent that I would not regret dedicating my life savings to his service. I wholeheartedly welcome Her Grace the Grand Duchess as a vassal of the Grand Duchy. However, due to lifelong frailty, I find it difficult to withstand the glory of His Grace's presence. It would be most proper for me to greet Her Grace in person, but I regret I must humbly decline a visit to the Grand Estate. I hope for your generous understanding. With respect, Robson Paisley. Eve grinned. I've been wondering what kind of person he is. Now I get to find out. If he doesn't want to come to us, I'll just go to him. She thought darkly, and what kind of reward should I give this ever-so-loyal servant? Is something wrong? Edie's asked. She replied, trying to act normal. No, I just feel good, she added mischievously. I'd like to visit Rosa first, if that's possible. Edie's replied. Of course. Then I suppose it's time to send the announcer, letters to the lords, the butler corrected. But before that, there's one more thing I need from you both. Eve turned to him and Edie's asked, what is it? The butler told. These are the guard applications for the estate patrol. Eve's eyes widened. Are there always this many applicants? The butler replied. Well, somehow word got out that the two of you are leaving for a tour, and it spread like wildfire. It was Sir Procyon, Edie's murmured. Butler agreed. Most likely. We only need about 4 or 5 at most. Mayvia turned to her husband and asked, what do you think, Edie's? He replied simply, I'll follow your decision. Since it's come to this, Eve said thoughtfully, maybe we should at least put faces to names. Yes, Edie's agreed. Let's meet them all. So the butler said, I'll call them in one by one. Eve looked at the proposals. I didn't expect this many applicants. But I'm sure most of them applied because they want to see Edie's more often, not me. Eve couldn't help but notice how differently they treated Edie's compared to the servants. While the servants feared the Demon King, the knights who followed him seemed more like disciples worshipping him. The knights have arrived, the butler announced. All right, Edie said. Have them enter one at a time. The butler called out. First up, Sir Azina Elliot. Eve froze. Wait, Elliot? The knight bowed. Good day to you, Grand Duke, Grand Duchess. Azina Elliot, at your service. And yes, I am that Elliot. Her jaw dropped. How? You two don't even look related, Azina replied. I have no idea myself, but I'm glad I turned out different. Oh, and we're not half or step siblings. We're full siblings. People ask that a lot. I see, Eve stammered. So what's your reason for applying? He replied. Well, serving as the Grand Duchess's guard is the highest honor for a knight of Kalakis, wouldn't you say? Eve narrowed her eyes. Let's try that again. Be honest. That's not something a salaryman would say, he sighed. I can't fool the Grand Duchess. The truth is I just don't trust the other applicants. Eve smiled. I like how blunt you are. Then her expression darkened. Last question then. What do you think of Count Tolemon Elliot? He replied flatly. I think of him as a burden I'll carry for the rest of my life. You pass, Eve declared. That's a pass. The wrong answer would have been something like, a respectable older brother. It's an honor to serve such a wise Grand Duchess, Elliot said with a bow. Then if you'll excuse me. Hello there. A loud voice cut in. Burst opening the door. Procyon came. I've applied for this position to protect the noble Grand Duchess herself, he boomed. And if I get to learn under my liege at the same time, even better, Eve groaned. Sir Procyon, he continued. And the next applicant, Sir Castro? He doesn't even wash his hands after using the bathroom. He eats with those same hands. A voice shouted from outside. Procyon, you little. He just ignored it. Mayvia remarked. You don't need to badmouth your fellow knights, Sir Procyon. It's not badmouthing, Procyon replied without hesitation. Just a fair and honest assessment. The Grand Duchess can't possibly travel with someone that unhygienic. If that's the case, she said unruffled, I suppose I'll hear you out. Not washing hands is a problem. A wise decision indeed, Your Grace. Procyon beamed. He then stepped closer and glanced at the mountain of applications. There are quite a lot of applicants, she thought. No harm in getting to know more of the knights, I guess. Procyon jumped at the chance to elaborate. As I mentioned, Sir Castro has terrible hygiene. Sir Tuvan is from one of the northern minority clans, and then there's... He continued telling about everyone. Thank you, Sir Procyon. At the end, Mayvia said smoothly. You've made this screening much easier. If I was of any help to Your Grace, then it's my honor, Procyon said, practically glowing. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, Mayvia asked. By the way, Sir Vega didn't apply? Procyon answered. He said, the Grand Duke's going. Why would I be needed? That's honest, she muttered. If it's honesty we're talking about, Procyon said, lowering his voice. No one beats former Captain Shula. Or maybe I should say she was just true to her instincts. Former captain? Mayvia asked. Procyon told. Her hobby's killing. Her special skill, killing. If she saw blood, she went feral. If someone annoyed her, friend or not, she'd cut them down without a second thought. She was talented enough to get away with it for a while, but eventually she got kicked out, Eve remarked. She must have been really strong to make captain despite all that. She was the only one who could go toe-to-toe with the firstborn son, Procyon admitted. That is impressive, she replied. Say what you will, Gilbert's good with a sword. Procyon's expression softened for once. She was like a mentor, an older sister even, so I do worry. What if she went and wiped out a whole country somewhere, got mistaken for a beast, and ended up being hunted down? Eve thought. Sounds like she's not the one you should be worrying about. Phew, I apologize. I really started rambling there. I'll be heading out now, he asked hopefully. But I passed, right? Yes, she said with a knowing smile. It feels like you'd follow us even if I told you not to. After that, the interviews with the rest of the applicants continued. Thanks to Sir Procyon's intel, things went a lot faster, and they managed to narrow it down to the 4 knights they originally planned to take. There was a bit of drama, though. One desperate knight cried out, I swear I'll wash my hands every time I use the bathroom. Please, just give me another CH. Before choking mid-sentence, as Edis cut him off with a casual flick of his fingers. Get him out of here. Quietly, Edis ordered. Mayvia thought he handled it like it was nothing. Seriously, what a perfect husband. Just as they finished reviewing the applications and selecting the escort knights, Edis suddenly called out to her. Eve, she replied. Yes? He asked. About what Procyon said earlier. About the former captain, she replied smiling. You mean Dame Shula? If you remember her, she must have been pretty formidable. She did have a real talent for causing chaos, Edis added thoughtfully. And I'd guess she's still doing that now, probably in a place perfect for letting loose. In fact, she might be somewhere near that quarry you purchased, Eve. Upon hearing that, Mayvia shivered, her voice stammered. What? Edis, what are you talking about? Why there? Isn't that the second most monster-infested region after the north? Edis said calmly. No one there to stop her from going wild. No way. Her stomach sank. Anywhere but there. She imagined her ancient beast saying, Farewell, dear, please take care of my grave. She had assumed Edis already knew she bought the quarry. She thought he must have done some background research before the marriage, too. But the real problem is, there's an ancient beast asleep in that quarry. Relocating the tomb isn't an option right now, and reinforcing the barrier would be pointless. If someone on par with Gilbert tried, they could break through the safety measures without much trouble. She asked Edie's, "Do you think Shula knows the quarry has a new owner? If she trespasses without permission, that'd be a problem." "A problem, huh? Is there something there that shouldn't be touched?" Edie's eyes sharpened. She felt caught, then told him everything. He asked, "So you made a grave there?" She thought bitterly. "If someone discovers and disturbs that grave, I'd be breaking my contract with the beast. And I still don't know what the penalty for that is, but I'd better be prepared, just in case." Just then a voice came from outside. Your Grace, it's me, Resin," Mayvia replied. "Oh my, young master?" He peeked inside and asked, "Are you busy?" She replied, smiling. "I'm never busy for you. Come on in." He thanked and came inside. Seeing Edie's, he exclaimed, "Whoa, father? You were here?" Eve asked. "Edie's, were you using an invisibility spell or something?" Edie's gave a faint smile. "I've just been suppressing my presence a bit. I wanted to test how far I could take it. So he says," she replied, turning to Resin. "Come have a seat, young master." Resin smiled brightly. "Yes, ma'am. I'll have dessert brought out in just a moment, HM." Mayvia paused, looking closer. "Young master, your face, are you feeling unwell?" He shakes his head. "HM? No," she said. "Your face is very flushed. Do you have a fever?" Resin replied. "I'm really not sick at all," she said. Then I must have been mistaken," Resin replied. "I'm fine. There's nothing to worry about," Mayvia said. "Okay, young master. Well then." But Edie's looked dark. He narrowed his eyes as if he knew something. After a pause, Resin asked, "I heard you'll be going on an inspection soon. When are you heading out?" She replied, "I still need to send letters to the knights and pack, so probably in about 3 days," Resin said. Please be careful out there," Mayvia asked. "Would you like to come too, young master? I heard you've never gone far beyond the castle." He refused. "And me? I am fine. Since my brother is at the castle, I want to stay by his side." His shoulders drooped. "Even though he won't see me," she softened. Then, may I ask you for a favor?" He replied. "Yes. Anything." Then she turns and called out, "Raven." Raven appeared cawing and sat on her finger. "Wow." Resin's eyes widened. Mayvia said, "As you can see, Raven is small and delicate, so I can't bring him along. I'd appreciate it if you could look after him while I'm gone. He gets lonely easily, so please talk to him often." Resin exclaimed, "So cute." Then she asked, "It might be a bit difficult, but will you take care of him?" He excitedly replied, "Why yes. Leave it to me." Then she said, "Now that he's in your hands, I feel relieved. I'd be really happy if he greets me first when I return." Resin said, "I'll be the first one to run to you." A servant interrupted then. "Young master, it's time for your lesson." Resin turned to him. Is it that late already?" Raven started cawing. "Caw, caw," Resin asked. "HM? You want to come too, Raven?" Raven replied by cawing. "Caw, caw," so Mayvia advised. "Then, young master, study hard. Raven, don't distract him," Resin replied. "Yes, your grace." So they left. They watched them go, smiling faintly. Edie said maybe it was because they were about the same age, but they got along well. Mayvia remarked, "They say crows are as smart as human children, and Raven, being a familiar, must be even smarter." Then she asked, "By the way, Edie's, you said you've been practicing suppressing your presence for the inspection, right?" He replied, "Yes, that's what I said." She asked, "Then how come you just walked right in when you came down to the capital to see me before?" "The situation was different back then," he said calmly. She asked, curious, "How was it different?" He began. "Well, back then you weren't," but got interrupted by her sparkling eyes. "I wasn't what? Why'd you stop mid-sentence?" He poked her forehead. "Eve, the look on your face makes me not want to say it even more," she groaned. "Ugh, come on. You're doing this on purpose to tease me, aren't you?" He countered. "Aren't you the one who tried to tease me first?" She huffed. "Humph. Honestly, my husband, he was far too sharp." Later that evening, she went to Resin's room. "Young master, are you awake?" As she went in, Resin said, "Your grace? You're welcome to come in," she said. You read me a story when I was sick, didn't you? So tonight, I wanted to read to you instead. Since I'll be leaving on the inspection soon, I figured I'd see your face as much as I can before then. He gets excited. Okay, sure. Raven was also present there. Then she looked at his collection of books and asked, Is there a specific story you'd like to hear? He replied, Anything your grace chooses is fine, she said while browsing. Then I'll pick one out. While looking, she wondered, should I go with this one? I wonder if northern fairy tales are really that different from the capitals. Then one book caught her eyes. What's with this cover? The title read, The Beast from Hell Came to Visit My House. Why is there so much blood on a kid's book? She flipped the pages. A boy orphaned and stoned to death, only to come back to life as a monstrous bird, cats that transform into monsters under the full moon, she thought. Why are the illustrations weirdly high quality too? There's a limit to what a children's tale should. She asked him, Is there anything less scary than this? Something where everyone's happy, no one gets hurt, that kind of fairy tale. Rezin replied, I don't know. She thinks in her mind, northern fairy tales are hopeless. I'll have to place an order and replace them all as soon as possible. She fixed the chair while saying, I think it's best if I choose and buy the storybooks myself. I'm not sure if you'll like them though, he replied. I definitely will. Then she gets close to him. Just a moment, young master. Pardon me for a moment, he replied. Okay, sure. She checked the boy's forehead again. She observed, no fever, and his face wasn't as red as before either. Maybe I overreacted earlier. Still, she thought, I should ask Lady Teresa to take a look, just in case. Rezin asked her, Is something wrong, Your Grace? She replied. It's nothing, she asked. Then, shall I sing you a lullaby tonight? He replied. I want to hear a story from you, Your Grace. She gets surprised. A story? From me? He added. One that Your Grace made up yourself, she said nervously. Well, I could try, but I'm not exactly the creative type. Rezin gets saddened. So, it's a no? Seeing his innocent face, her heart nearly gave out at his expression. She agreed. All right, I'll tell you a story I came up with myself. At the time, she was so blinded by the cuteness, she didn't stop to think. Then she began. A long, long time ago, there was a brave, kind, and absurdly rich warrior named Evie. That's when she learned you should always be careful when naming the protagonist. The story continued. Once upon a time, there was a hero named Evie. She defeated villains, rescued people in danger, diligently earned her rewards, and lived a happy life. But one day, word spread that a prince in the castle had been kidnapped by a dragon. Of course the hero went to save him, though not before checking the reward first. Hero Evie crossed thorny mountains and rivers of flowing lava until, at last, she reached the dragon's lair. Inside was a wicked, enormous dragon tormenting the poor prince. But brave hero Evie defeated the dragon in no time and saved him. Wait, how old was hero Evie? Rezin interrupted. Sir Procyon slew a dragon when he was 6. That's a secret. Actually, hero Evie was 5, came the reply. A whole year younger than Procyon. The prince, completely smitten, even proposed to her, though in truth, it was only with a piece of candy. And so, the story claimed, they lived happily ever after. Hold on. He proposed to a 5-year-old? Rezin objected. Mayvia retracted. Maybe she wasn't really 5 after all. Anyway, the important thing is, the evil dragon was gone. Rezin grumbled. Really? Mayvia pointed. Should we compare it with the fairy tales on the shelf? He quickly changed. Now that you say it, it's actually pretty good. Then she said. Right? Well then, time for bed, young master. Rezin replied. Sweet dreams, Your Grace. She smiled. And to you as well, young master. Did everything go well, Your Grace? Sarah asked once she stepped out. No, she sighed. All the fairy tales were a chaotic mess. I'll have to order new ones tomorrow, Sarah asked. So, what did you read today? She replied. I made something up. Just bits I remembered, Sarah asked. I'm kind of curious now too. Mayvia huffed. Don't be, Sarah replied. Okay. Still, I'm glad the young master's starting to open up to you. Lady Teresa mentioned he's been looking forward to breakfast with you more than anything lately. Just then Sarah noticed and quickly said to Mayvia, Your Grace, should we take another route? She asked. Why? Sarah replied, looking towards Gilbert. The man you've been avoiding is just up ahead. Mayvia played it calmly. It's fine, Sarah. The nights are nearby. Even if he tries to cause a scene, it won't last long. Gilbert's attendant bowed. Good day, Your Grace, she replied. Thanks for your work. If the eldest son even looks like he's about to cause trouble, let me know. Gilbert's eyes hardened. Manhwa, you'll regret this. Father is not the man you think he is. He gritted his teeth saying that. She only smiled faintly. You don't know what I think. Bye. After she left, Gilbert cried out, Manhwa! Then she went to the Duke. He was busy reading a book. She smiled. Edie's, you waited for me? I came early because I wanted to see you. He tilted his head. Or was it just that Resin fell asleep faster tonight? She huffed. Can't you just pretend I truly wanted to see you? He said flatly. I refuse. She sat beside him and asked, But is Resin really feeling unwell? There's no fever, but his face keeps turning red. I'll ask Lady Teresa to check on him tomorrow. She paused, noticing Edie's watching her closely. What is it? Is there something on my face? He said. You're quite observant. So she asked. Is the young master seriously ill? He replied. It's just some after effects. He'll fully recover soon. Even Lady Teresa doesn't know the truth. Not even Resin himself knows. After effects? What exactly happened to Resin? She wondered. There wasn't a single mention of this in the original story. If Edie's is the only one who knows, it can't be something ordinary. She asked. Am I not allowed to know? Why do you want to? He countered. She clenched her fist, saying, If this is all because of Gilbert, I'll bring back the ginger diet. Maybe I should ask Count Elliot to turn him into a walking gingerbread man. Then he said, It's a good thing you don't have siblings. She asked. Why? He said, looking at his cup. Because if you did, I would have killed them before they could even touch you. Not even a drop of blood would have been left. Her breath caught. I've never seen Edie's this upset before. She called out. Edie's. Not every set of siblings ends up like Gilbert and Resin. And you know I'm not exactly the type to just stand by and do nothing. Eve, he murmured. I used to think like you. No, actually, I was more like Resin, to be honest. I believed we could stay close forever. I should have killed him a little sooner instead of wasting time. Saying that, he turns his head and started walking. It's late. Time to sleep, Eve. The memory came back vividly of a letter. To my younger brother, Edie's. There are 2 children here, one failure, and one that might turn out to be a success. I don't need them anymore, but maybe if you raise them, even the failure might survive. If you still hate me, feel free to take it out on them. One of them looks just like me. You'll be shocked. Just pretend he's me and do whatever you want. Oh, and the weaker one kind of reminded me of you, for some reason. I almost got sentimental. The fact that I didn't just toss them in the trash should show you how merciful I was. It had been the first message Edie's had gotten from him in centuries. Following the letter, he found 2 children just as described, Gilbert and Resin. Copies of him. It was obvious who was the success, and who was the failure. Gilbert had begged to be taken in, while Resin had already been marked for disposal. Edie's had revived Resin and taken Gilbert along as well, not out of pity, but because he believed their biological father would eventually return for them. And then 5 years passed. Edie's decided to never tell Resin that he had already died once, nor that Edie's was the one who brought him back to life. He would never know that the very person who killed him was Gilbert, the brother he clung to. The reason Edie's never told him was simple, because Resin would forgive Gilbert regardless. His feelings for his brother weren't normal. Even the first time they met, he had instinctively depended on him. From the day he woke, the first person he always looked for was Gilbert. The reason was, if he ever learned the truth that Gilbert was the one who killed him, he would think, oh, so my brother really wanted me dead. And he'd accept it. He'd probably even kill himself. That kind of blind devotion was far from normal, even for family. Most likely it was the result of some kind of mind-altering drug, the same kind Edie's himself had once been injected with, by Resin's father. Edie's went to Resin's room while he was sleeping. He ordered his Minyan, heal him, he thought. The changes are so subtle, most people wouldn't notice. Yes, most people shouldn't notice. But you, Eve, you confused me far too much. Edie's reflecting on Media's acceptance of his proposal. When I gave you the reason I accepted your proposal, you told me yourself it was you who chose me. He recalls thinking it was a trivial reason. But it wasn't trivial to me. Flashback time. Edie's remembers receiving the marriage offer and scoffing. Proposing to someone you've never even met? He's all dark and broody, thinking how Manhwa would be begging for her life the moment she saw him. We see a glimpse of Manhwa kneeling before him, and Edie's continues. Your already pale face would turn ghostly white, your legs would give out and you'd collapse. If you even managed to stammer that you wanted to call off the engagement, that'd be lucky. He admits he was going to drag Gilbert along instead, figuring the contract would be enough. But then, everything changed when he met Manhwa. But then, Eve, you looked straight at me and smiled. Edie's is shook. You even said my name like it was nothing. Instead of calling off the marriage, Manhwa had the bedroom at the duchy prepared for them, and then, right in front of him, she fell asleep. Cut to Edie's looking down at the sleeping Manhwa, thinking, yes, just like now. You were the first person since long ago to treat me like I was still human. It was the first time in ages anyone had. We see a younger, happier Edie's, and he admits, so how could I possibly reject your proposal? The only thing I regret is saying, so carelessly, that I didn't want a marriage. You shouldn't have trusted me so easily. You shouldn't have said I was a good person, because now I want more. I can't help it. I want you to stay in the dark about who I really am. He's holding her hair, eyes full of conflicted desire. In a flashback, someone yells, don't order me! Turns out, it's Gilbert, who's being dressed down. Edie's continues, you're the one who gave up on climbing the ranks and just trailed after Manhwa like a lost dog. Gilbert's face is shadowed, and Edie's continues, if you're so obsessed, you might as well kill her. Gilbert, aghast, cries, kill her? No, I won't do that. That woman, no, Manhwa, she's mine. He said to Edie's, she was mine. So why do you have to take even that from me? He said in anger. If this is how it was going to be, then you should have just left me to die in the desert. Why did you bring me back? That's all you have to say? Edie's asked. Then tell me, what do you want from me? Love? A parent's figure? Gilbert spits. Acknowledgement. And the title of heir. And her. Gilbert is furious. You're the one who told me to deal with the contract. So why are you taking her away from me now? Edie says coldly. I never thought I'd have to teach you this, but first, Manhwa Morgana is not a possession. Second, it is her decision to make. Third, she rejected you. He adds, the contract can be broken, with time and money. Did I ask for too much from you? Gilbert retorts, I have my own way of doing things. If you hadn't interfered, I'd have succeeded. Edie's drops the bomb. I took you in when you were 13. I had you live among others for 5 years. And yet, you're still nowhere near being a real human being, son. You really thought you could be my heir? How arrogant, Gilbert said. Don't lie to me. You once said I was a success. Edie said, I've said this before. You should be ashamed of your blood. Every sin you've committed included. Right. Talking won't get through to you. You want my acknowledgement? Then prove it with a sword. Gilbert, with red glowing eyes, exclaims, gladly. Today's the day. He lunges at Edie's, but Edie simply blocks the blow. I wasn't expecting much. And yet you're even worse than I thought. Gilbert coughs up blood, thinking still. I'm still not done. Is the gap between us truly this big? Edie's declares. I've spared your life more times than I can count. Back in the desert 5 years ago I even revived Regan, the boy you killed, and cleaned up after you. You think I'm playing favorites between you and Regan? Neither of you means that much to me. I brought you both here to use you, keeping you alive as part of the price. And now that I know you aren't looking for a bond with me, I can finally be blunt. You're both bait. It's just that, to me, like how your father thought you were the successful Regan seems more promising. It's a shame, son. No matter how hard you struggle, you'll never be the heir. We see the aftermath, with birds scattering. Gilbert wakes up in bed, horrified. Father, you told me to feel ashamed. And I do. I regret everything. I shouldn't have touched Regan back then. Just like I did with the others, I should have gotten rid of him before you arrived. He is grinning maniacally, realizing he should have eliminated Regan. Cut to a much lighter scene. The day before the territory inspection, Regan waves goodbye to Manhwa and Edie's, who are in a carriage. Please travel safely. Manhwa leans out, waving. Stay healthy while we're gone. Take good care of Raven too. Regan replies. Why yeah, I will. Manhwa said, thank you. You should head inside now, young master. Regan said. Okay. Manhwa said, Don't get sick, and eat your meals properly, Edie said to her. It's dangerous. Please come inside, Eve, she asks. Already? He asked. How long were you planning to keep waving? Mayvia replies. Until I can't see him anymore, obviously, Edie points out. We can't see them anymore, you know, Mayvia retorts. Oh, really? Why are you being so pushy, Edith? Are you that eager for me to sit next to you? Just dying for some alone time already? Edie's is silent, and Mayvia notices. That's a painful look. Sorry, it just slipped out. Wow, that hurt even more. If you're going to be like that, I'll just sit farther away. Edie's asks. Did I really hurt your feelings? Mayvia responds. Yes, Edie says. Don't go, Eve, she asked. Why not? He said. Because if you go, I'll be too sad. Mayvia is shocked. Do you mean that? Edie's, looking straight at her, says. Always. Mayvia blushes. Well, if you say so, I'll sit next to you, and… The carriage hits a bump. Wah! Edie's catches Mayvia. Thanks for catching me. As a peace offering, can I just stay like this? This might heal the emotional wounds fast, Edie said. If you just move your hand off where it's resting, Mayvia says. Ah, sorry. Wait? Edith, that was your thigh just now, wasn't it? Mayvia is completely flustered. Edith asks. Edith? Why aren't you answering? Huh! Hurry up and say something, Edith. 500 years ago, back when Esmeralda was a land no human could survive. Starving beasts, cunning spirits, a land reeking of blood. And right there in the center of it all lived our guy, Edith, just casually slaughtering every beast that dared to approach him. Some of those beasts even begged to become his kin, but most were just useless outcasts. Then one day, a human came to Edith with a proposition: relocate the beasts to another land, and he'd ensure no humans ever set foot there, establishing a barrier afterward. Edith turned him down a few times, but eventually he agreed. The beasts moved far north, for barriers were erected, and that man became the first Grand Duke of Kalakis. The once blood-soaked land was now filled with humans. Edith left the domain, returned beyond the barriers to the land of monsters, and let the years pass for about 400 years. Then, on a day like any other, except not at all, Edith sensed a presence he hadn't felt in ages. Not a four-legged beast, monster, or spirit, it was one of his own kind. The scent of blood forced him to act. He finds a foolish human, standing off against beasts just to protect a single flower. Our boy Edie steps in, and the beasts are no match. One little leopard cat thing whines as Edie's tiger-like companion makes quick work of the monsters. The silver-haired human collapses, gasping. I'm alive! Thank you, my savior! Edie's, ever the grump, asks if he's in training. The human, with stars in his eyes, wants to repay the favor, begging Edie's to come to his estate. Edie's replies, None of your business. Not interested. But the person, clearly not taking no for an answer, is like, Savior! Please wait. I want to repay your kindness. Come to my estate. You'd feel bad if I died on the way back after you saved me, right? The person adds in a last-ditch attempt. I might seriously die, you know. Not to brag on anything. Edie's, sighing, finally gives in. TCH, lead the way. The person, ecstatic, exclaims, Whoa! Thank you. He explains he came to get the flower because it only grows in the land of monsters, and he wanted to give it to his wife. Edie's deadpans. You really fought those monsters just for that flower? The person gushes. My wife couldn't care less for gold or jewels, but she's absolutely delighted when I bring her flowers. So I figured she'd love a rare flower like this even more. He's beaming as he holds up the flower. Edith thinks, whether or not your wife will like it, one thing's for sure, you're an idiot. The person laughs it off. Ha ha, an idiot? But I'm sure she'll love it. Then, the person proposes a bet. I'm confident about it, so how about a bet? If she's touched, you owe me a favor. I'll bet that she'll be moved. Edith responds. Then I'll bet you get kicked out. If I win, I'll leave your mansion night away. The person agrees. It's a deal. There's no going back. No, even if you're my savior. And that, my friends, is how Edith met the most idiotic human he'd ever known, Andre Kalakis. As they walk, Andre is all smiles. Thanks for saving me, old man. At Cyclamen Castle, the scene of Andre giving the flower to his wife plays out. We only hear the wife's voice this time, and it is laced with anger. You almost got killed by beasts over a flower? Are you insane? If you died, what would a stupid flower even matter? Andre tries to defend himself. If it were that dangerous, I would have just run away, Julia retorts. Don't argue like you did something right, Edith thinks. No need to see more. Great. Saved myself some time, Julia continues. Still, thank you for bringing me such a beautiful flower, and for coming back safely. Andre is elated. Looks like I won. Edie's annoyed, thinks. Troublesome guy. Later, at dinner, Andre presents Edie's with a feast. It's not much, but please eat up. I hope it suits your tastes, Edie's mutters. Better than monster meat, I suppose? Andre chuckles. Thank you for saying so. And this is my wife. I am Julia Kalakis. My apologies for showing such an embarrassing scene without knowing our savior was here. Edie's responds. Don't worry about it, he then asks. More importantly, Andre Kalakis, was it? What are you going to ask for in return? I'd like to get this done quickly and be on my way, Andre reveals. Actually, I have a separate favor, aside from the bet. Edie's is wary. A favor? Andre continues. As you may know, our founding patriarch established the barriers 400 years ago. Thanks to that, the beasts couldn't cross into human lands. But lately, the barriers are weakening. Beasts are starting to seep through. Edie's interrupts. So, you want me to go on a monster-killing spree? Andre clarifies. No, not at all. I'm researching ways to repair the barriers. But even the Emperor's own mages say they're out of options. I know this is shameless, but I beg you. I'll find a better mage as soon as possible. Just please, until then, protect our people from the beasts. Edie's is not moved. And why would I care about the convenience of humans? You saw me commanding beasts like servants, Andre counters. If you were truly heartless, you wouldn't have saved me. Letting me get devoured would have been far easier for you. And besides, aren't you human, just like us? Blood is thicker than water. I figured at the very least, you'd be slightly on the side of humans. Andre smiles, and Edie's relents. You really only speak nonsense. I'll check the barrier. As if any other mage could fix it anyway. Julia is relieved. Why, you really mean it? Thank you. Thank you so much. After Edie's reinforced the northern barrier, Andre began sending letters to the Emperor every day, wanting to credit Edie's for accomplishing what the Imperial mages could not. Edie's burned all the letters. No matter how Edie's interfered, Andre kept trying. In the end, Edie's lost the bet, and Andre asked him to help manage the estate. Edie's was exasperated. Persistent fool. Andre insisted that Edie's had made him a better lord than he deserved, so he had to take responsibility. But the most absurd part was what he made Edie's do once he tied him down. Women love sweet things. You'll need to know this if you ever plan to date. First cup of coffee. Hair grooming is a romantic's virtue. First time styling hair. Edie's is having none of it. Try smiling brighter. You've got the looks, just fix that stiff expression. Edie's warns. Keep this up, and I really will leave. The beasts beyond the barrier would be thrilled if I did. Julia interjects. Ahem. No, I just want you to find a good partner, that's all. Time passed quickly after that. And on a rare sunny day, death came for Andre, on the anniversary of Julia's death. Edie's approaches Andre's bedside. Do you remember the first bet we made? The one about whether my wife would kick me out or be moved? Edie's asks. You're bringing that up now? Have you lost your mind? Andre answers. I made a bet with a talented friend, so I must make a lifelong wish. Ha ha ha, Edie's said, say it already. Andre wheezes out. I want you to take over House Kalakis. Edie's is floored. Why would I do something so annoying? Andre retorts. Then you should have won the bet, my friend. I'm joking. It's my last request, as your friend. Oh, and there's a contract in my desk drawer. A pact between the Morgana and Kalakis families to marry off one of their descendants. But as fate had it, Julia and I had no children. If you ever get lonely, maybe you can use that contract. Edie scoffs. Nonsense. Andre smiles. Isn't death the perfect time to talk nonsense? Thank you for staying with me all these years, my dear and only friend. I hope your time with me was enjoyable too. Edie's, barely audible, replies. Yeah. It was more than enough. After sending off both of them, Edie's became the only one left. He tried several times to leave the estate, but couldn't bring himself to do it. There was no one else to protect this place. 100 years passed in a flash. It was more dull and troublesome than Edie's days among the beasts. Edie's unwillingly adopted a foster son and handed over that damned contract. Maybe I'll pass the lordship to one of them. Then maybe I'll finally be free to leave. Until things end with that man, I might as well see just how boring things can get. There's a knock at the door, and Edie's calls. Come in. A servant informs him. A letter has arrived. More precisely, it's a marriage proposal from the Morgana family. Edie's, looking up, thinks. It's not even a request. It says here we will marry. The moment I saw it, I had a feeling. That plan to see how boring things could get. Mayvaya asked in Morgana, I'll have to put it on hold for a while. I'll observe her too. Coming back to present, after that, accidental touch, Mayvaya asks. Answer me, Edith. It was your thigh, right? I hit your thigh? Edie's, seated stiffly beside her, can only manage a week. Let's go with that. But internally, she's spiraling. It really was his, wasn't it? Her mind races with apologies and, I didn't mean to touch somewhere that important. She even wonders if Edie's is okay, and if he's been disabled because of her. Cue the internal screaming. Oh my God, stop! Mayvaya, just stop! Snapping out of it, she calls. Edith, he responds. Yes? She then asks. You probably wouldn't even be sad if I left now, huh? He covered his face and she said, I'm being serious right now. He then teases. So, you're really not going to sit on my lap anymore? Mayvaya, flustered, said. I'll try again once I work up the courage, though that might take a lot of courage. Edie's, sensing her hesitation, reassures her. And to answer your question, of course, I'd be sad if you left, Eve. Mayvaya is relieved. Thanks for not asking me to get off the carriage. Edie's then says. Ha, Eve, you really are something else. It's been so long since I've smiled like this. Mayvaya pouts and asks, What? Like 10 years? Edie's, looking at her intently, replies, Not quite, maybe 500? Mayvaya, shocked, can only manage a, Huh, that's a joke, right? But Edie says, I told you, I'm always serious with you. She realizes. So this is his first real smile in 500 years. It makes her upset that he went so long without a reason to smile, and that he said it so casually. She wonders what his life was like all that time she wasn't there. She, lost in thought, thinks, I know Edith's not ready to talk about it yet, but what matters is, he's my husband now. She vows. And if he's my husband, then it's my job to take care of him. Mayvaya calls, Edith, and bravely asks, Let me sit on your lap. Edie's responds with a teasing, I'm sorry, but maybe next time. Mayvaya, deflated, thinks, Huh! Edie says, You missed your chance. Next time, try being a little braver, Eve. He gives her a knowing look. Mayvaya internally whines. Okay, now I feel awkward with my arms out like that. Mayvaya teases. You know, sometimes you're really petty and childish? But he adds, But you're still with me. Mayvaya thinks, I guess it's fine. He smiled again, after all. The next day, Mayvaya thinks, Our first destination, Rosa Territory, was actually pretty close to Cyclamen Castle. We didn't stop at all, and before I knew it, we were there. As they arrive, one of the knights asks Edie's, Are you all right, Your Grace? You must be tired after traveling nonstop. Mayvaya smiles, replying, You've all had it harder than I have, riding out here. He reassures her. Don't worry about us. If we couldn't handle this, we don't deserve to be knights. He then tells Mayvaya, I came to let you know we're almost there. Thought I'd show you the famous Era forest while we're nearby. Mayvaya, unimpressed, says, Maybe it's just because it's nighttime, but it's not quite as beautiful as I'd imagined. Knight says, It'll feel different once we get closer. The forest is full of trees over 100 meters tall, after all. Either way, it's the only reason Rosa Territory gets special treatment, so I think Your Grace will be impressed. Mayvaya, curious, says, Is that so? She then says, Sir Azina, you've met Baron Paisley before, haven't you? Azina replies, Yes, I have. Mayvaya asks, What's he like? Azina pauses and replies, He's pretty much as he appears, a shallow man. He's greedy and showy, but not particularly clever. He also reacts quickly whenever Viscount Ella's name comes up. Mayvaya thinks, Isn't Viscount Ella a minor noble from Lydia Territory? Azina adds, She and the Baron used to be married. They divorced after quite the messy fight. As the carriage stops, Azina announces, Oh, look, the Baron's come out to greet us. A man approaches, bowing deeply. Oh, Grand Duke, Grace Duchess! I can't believe you came to such a humble place. I'm beyond honored. As they step out of the carriage surrounded by their knights, the Baron is taken aback. Please, let's head inside. My son will attend to you. Saying, what are you standing around for? Go greet our guests. A nervous young man steps forward. Why yes, sir, he stammers. Greetings. I am Sain Paisley. Manhwa observes him and asks, Baron, how old is the boy? The Baron responds, he turns 16 in 10 days, Your Grace. Manhwa thinks, not only is he dragging the kid out at this hour, he's practically using him as a human shield. Manhwa said, that's not exactly reassuring. You'll be tending to us instead. Not that you're all that reassuring either. The Baron says, why yes, of course. Manhwa says, let's go, Edith. I want to rest soon. And it's freezing out here. Edith smiles and says, of course, Eve. Edith gives the Baron a cold look. The Baron says, all right, this way. I hope you have a lovely evening. As they enter the estate, Manhwa said, wow, the guest room at the Paisley estate is seriously fancy. That painting alone must be worth a fortune if it's real. I wonder where all this money came from, but I'll worry about that after I get some rest. I can already feel myself melting into this place. Looks like the Baron had the room preheated for us. It's probably his way of telling us to stop worrying and just go to sleep. As she drifts off, she softly says, Edith, what are you doing over there? Do you see something? Edith mumbles, the forest's a bit loud tonight. I think it may be the source of those complaints you received. Manhwa says, is it really that bad? Should we go check it out now? He pokes her head and says, it's quiet enough to ignore, if you decide to. So go ahead and rest. She fell asleep while saying, Edith, you cast a sleep spell on me, didn't you? He smiled and said, what if I'd cast something worse? She said you wouldn't do something like that. He looks down at the sleeping Manhwa. She winks in her sleep after saying, my husband is, really, such a good person. The next day, Manhwa said, looks like you're quite wealthy, Baron. Even the room you gave us had some amazing sculptures. And here, you've got a rare painting just hanging there? The Baron stammers, I just happened to stumble on it. Bought it by chance. Manhwa asks, why are you stammering so much? If a vassal of the house is doing well, that's a good thing. The Baron nervously replies, haha. Of course, but may I ask, why hasn't his grace come down yet? Manhwa says, he's too tired. He said he'd be skipping breakfast, so I hope you'll understand. The Baron says, naturally, of course. Say no more. Manhwa thinks. The truth is, the moment he woke up, he headed straight for Era Forest to investigate. She asked, now that you mention it, weren't there strange incidents in the forest lately? The Baron replies, you must be new to the countryside. Wild forests are always a little strange. But no one's been hurt or killed, there's no reason for concern. She thinks, I'm sure there were reports of people going missing in Era Forest, and yet he's shamelessly lying about it. He said, haha. Your Grace must have quite a gentle heart. The Baron continues, I suppose living in the capital, you only ever saw the good in life. It's no wonder unpleasant rumors make you uncomfortable. The Baron asks, but if you're that sensitive, I do wonder how you'll manage life as Grand Duchess of the North. Manhwa smirks, thinking, if Edith were here, you wouldn't dare say a word. Does he seriously think I'm just some clueless, harmless duchess because I'm alone? She coolly replies, yes, it's definitely not easy. Unlike your role as the minor lord of Rosa, where you only get to sit back and look pretty. It must be nice having the Era Forest in your land, a land that manages itself even if you do nothing. Am I wrong? The Baron stammers, and no, I suppose one could see it that way. Manhwa thinks, he doesn't even bother to deny it. What a fool. She stands abruptly, declaring, I'm done eating. Show me around. The Baron, flustered, says, sorry? Manhwa says, everyone says Era Forest is beautiful. I'd love to see it. The Baron, Procyon, and Azina escort her. Inside the eerie, glowing forest, the Baron gestures. Well, what do you think, Your Grace? It's different from the forests near the capital, right? Manhwa replies, you're right. Then, in a low voice, if someone were buried out here, no one would notice. The Baron gasps, be buried? She quickly backpedals. Huh? What? I didn't say anything. Were you hearing things? The Baron nervously says, just now, I swear you said, never mind. Procyon and the other guard, Azina, exchange a look. Azina remarks to Procyon, Sir Procyon, something must have happened this morning, don't you think? Procyon agrees. Probably, yes. She's scary on a good day, but never without reason, Azina says. I guess I'll have to call in the burial expert I know. Procyon smirks. I think I know who you mean. They're pretty tidy with their work, aren't they? Procyon then suggests. Or we could take him deeper in and make it look like a disappearance, Azina said. Oh, that's not a bad idea. Especially with all the strange rumors going around. Mayvaya thinks. Should I feel comforted by this? Still, honestly, someone could go missing here and no one would know. If giants made forests, it would look like this. The sun's out, but barely any light gets in. If we go deeper, it's probably pitch dark. Mayvaya suddenly stops, thinking. I wonder where Edith is. He's probably already back and waiting for me. Well, guess it's time to start. Turning to Azina, she says. I've seen enough. Let's head back now. The Baron exclaims. Your Grace. Mayvaya then turns to Procyon, saying, Sir Procyon, escort me, please. The Baron seems rather clueless. Procyon bows, replying, Leave it to me. The Baron protests. Your Grace. Where are you going so suddenly? Procyon takes Mevia's hand, guiding her away. The Baron sputters. We left immediately when you gave the order, without even finishing breakfast. We had the carriage adjusted because you found it uncomfortable. It took ages just to get here, and now you're leaving already? Did I offend you somehow? If so, you should at least say something. How else am I supposed to fix it? He continues. Or is this just another one of your mood swings, like the ladies from the capital? Procyon glares. He asks Mayvaya. Your Grace, should I take care of him? Mayvaya replies. It's fine, Sir Procyon. Sir Azina, too. Mayvaya steps closer to Baron and said, Man, why does he get so upset over something so obvious? Mayvaya says, Wait, were you actually going to guide me deeper in? Of course not, right? Taking a fragile duchess into a wild forest? That makes no sense. The Baron insists. Didn't I assure you nothing would happen? This was all just a misunderstanding, Your Grace. Mayvaya asks. Is that so? The Baron says. Pardon, Mayvaya asks innocently. So it's really safe? No one in your land got hurt? The Baron stammers. I told you already, nothing happened. Mayvaya asks Azina. What do you think, Sir Azina? Azina answers. Before we left, Count Elliot told me there was a missing person in the forest just last week. Mayvaya says. Is that so? She turns her gaze back to the Baron and says, Then why did you say there were no incidents, Baron? If you really didn't know, that means you're incompetent. If you did know, were you planning to put me in danger? She smiles sweetly. The Baron cries. No, never. I only wanted you to enjoy the scenery. Mayvaya muses. So you weren't planning on something. But you're just that stupid, huh? The Baron replies. That's right, Mayvaya said. I understand your efforts. You must have been trying to impress me, hoping His Grace would hear good things. But all you've done is prove how useless you are, Baron said. I'm not here to entertain you, Your Grace, she asked. Oh, I know. Is that why you're sulking? Because I hurt your pride? Whatever it is, don't hold on to it too long. Like you said, I'm sensitive. I might just go crying to His Grace about how mean you were. So let's stop here, all right? The Baron nervously says. Haha. Sulking? Not at all. You must have misunderstood, she said. Good. I'm glad. She removes her gloves, saying, Let's keep getting along from here on, then. Meanwhile, back at the mansion, Mayvaya opens the door to find Edith waiting. She says, I knew you'd be waiting, Edith. He asks, Did you also go to see the forest? Mayvaya replies, Yes. The Baron showed me. She thinks, judging by his face, he didn't hear what happened out there. She then asks, What about you? Did something happen? He answers, There was a beast in the woods. She asks, Was it aggressive? He replies, Beasts usually are, Eve. Edie says, The one we saw didn't look good. Even if we don't do anything, it'll die within days. Mayvaya responds, Days? Then let's take care of it tonight. He asks, Why the rush? She says, The villagers are scared, aren't they? Someone even went missing. Mayvaya asks, Is something on my face? Edith replies, I'm just surprised to see my wife acting out of pure goodwill. Mayvaya protests, Excuse me? Just look into my eyes. Don't they just radiate kindness? She smiles, holding her cheek. Edith responds, Not in the slightest, but I'll let it go for now. After some moments, Mayvaya asked, Are you ready? He said, Always. She then said, Then let's go. He asked, But Eve, aren't you scared? There's a beast out there, she replied. Why would I be? You're with me. And if something unexpected happens, I'll just use beast blood. She smiles brightly. Edith asks, do we still have a lot left? Mayvaya answers, yes, quite a bit. He said, an ordinary person wouldn't be able to handle it all. She tells, he said he only gave me what I could manage, claimed he could see it with the eye of the heart. Edith asks, even if you were 8 years old at the time, wouldn't it sound a little suspicious? Mayvaya says, I don't think it was a lie. Edith asks, and why's that? Mayvaya replies, his voice doesn't sound like he would lie. Edith doesn't respond. Then Mayvaya continues, I know it sounds strange, but I really believe it. No matter what happens, I don't think he'd lie to me. Edith says, you were manipulated. Some rare beast can charm people like that. Did he give off a strange scent? Or repeat certain phrases or gestures? Mayvaya pauses, thinking. She says, phrases or gestures. Oh, he kept calling me lovely girl. I don't remember clearly since I was so young, but I don't think it was a charm spell. I really was adorable back then. Mayvaya asks, do you want to see my childhood portrait when we get back? Edith says, let's just go take care of the beast. Get on, Eve. Mayvaya, on Edith's back, says, you don't want to? He asked, is there no recording stone of it? She said, let's head out now. After that they went to the jungle. Edith leads a slightly dizzy Mayvaya deeper into the forest, announcing, here we are, Eve. She responds with a simple, thanks. But suddenly, a low grr rumbles as they approach their destination. Then Edith, noticing something, says, so this is the one. There, lying injured on the forest floor, is a wolf with a gem embedded in its forehead. Mayvaya thinks that magical beasts store their power until their bodies are strong enough to handle it, and this ability gathers in the center of their forehead like a gemstone. When they awaken, the gem shatters, and the power is fully absorbed. She continues his thoughts. The black diamond I gave to Regan came from a beast that died before awakening. We see a black diamond in a box. Rumors claimed it was cursed, so it barely sold even on the black market. She continues. But in truth, a black diamond grants its owner a special ability. In the original novel, Gilbert knew its true worth and was obsessed with it. Mayvaya, wide-eyed, gasps, how rare! As Edith explains, a young, unawakened beast that normally only lives in the far north, and yet it passed through the crystal gate made by the first Grand Duke to get here, and without getting caught. She pauses, then starts removing her gloves. So then, he asks, why are you taking off your gloves? She replies, to end it quickly, of course. But then he pauses, noticing something. Eve, she continues, you keep magical beasts as familiars. Their senses are linked to yours. You really want them to feel one of their own die. Edith looks at Mayvaya, a question in his eyes. Mayvaya, looking down at the injured wolf, thinks, also, it kinda looks like a kid, so I don't feel right about it. I'll just handle it myself. Mayvaya nervously thinks, but it's in terrible shape. Forget burning down a forest, it couldn't even run if a fire started. She asks him, Edith, how long do you think it has? Edith replies, probably dead before sunrise. Mayvaya then asks, is it the only beast in the forest? Edith, seeing her expression, asks, is something bothering you? Mayvaya imagines saying to him, well, truth is, I remember my past life. I was reborn inside a novel I read, and this is that world. I know Regan's supposed to awaken a certain beast, so why isn't it here? This one definitely isn't it, she adds. I can't exactly say that out loud, she then said. Up close, it just looks so weak, it makes me not want to kill it. Mayvaya reaches out, and as she touches the wolf, he snarls. She gently pets the wolf, who is now confused. Edith watches silently as the wolf wags its tail. She said, about the missing person, Count Elliot mentioned this one didn't eat them, right? Mayvaya inspects the wolf. Its belly's empty, and there's no flesh on its fangs. Edith, concerned, says, maybe you should step back a bit. It's in the perfect position to bite your head off. But Mayvaya is already hugging the wolf, she exclaims. But it's pretty gentle. Up close, it's even kind of cute. Edith, still cautious, says, if you just back up 5 steps, I'd feel much safer, Eve. Mayvaya replies, fine. Hand me your coat. As Edith removes his coat, he asks, and what exactly are you planning to? Suddenly, the wolf yells in pain. She shouts, Edith. He then explains, its stomach is empty. Looks like it was attacked by its own kind, probably abandoned by its pack for taking too long to awaken, and with the injuries from passing through the gate. Luckily, it's still alive. Most wouldn't survive that. Edith then asks, so what now? If we treat it, it might live, she asks. And then? In her point of view, he smirks. I can think of plenty of uses. Realizing Edith is being a bit villainous, Manhwa said. You realize you're wearing a very villainous expression right now? He asked. You realize that dagger you're holding looks pretty villainous too? Startled, she says. No, this is just for self-defense. Edith continues. Whatever you do, it'll still be better than sending it back to its pack, and worse than leaving it in the forest, she said. True enough. Then, please heal it. He agrees. All right. He then starts healing the wolf. As he heals him, she thinks, sorry, little wolf, just hang in there. She closed her eyes. After healing it, Edith said, all done. Manhwa, relieved, says, I'm sorry, wolf. I didn't hurt you, but I did bring a dagger. Here, have a cookie. Pretend it's meat. The wolf whines, Edith said. If it were a normal cookie, this would be pretty touching. Manhwa offers the wolf a cookie, saying, it's gingerbread cookies. Edith then says, there's a stream nearby. Let's move there. Manhwa asks, how do we get it to follow? Edith replies, it'll come on its own. She asked, huh? We just treated it. Suddenly, the wolf barks. Woof! Manhwa is surprised. Wait, it's already moving fine. We see that the wolf is almost completely healed, she says. Its fur is shiny again, and the gem on its forehead is sparkling. How did it heal so fast? The wolf looks majestic again. Edith then says, it's a magical beast. It probably looks like a big dog to you, doesn't it? The wolf growls. She asks, was that a thank you? She hugs the wolf, saying, I'll never try to hurt you again. Edith observes. So you prefer dogs to cats? Manhwa said. They're big and fluffy. Do you want to hug it too, Edith? The wolf starts to whimper. She says, it's okay. Edith's the one who saved you. The wolf whines. She sighs. Fine, I'll hug you instead. Come here, Edith. Manhwa suddenly stops, noticing him walking away. She calls out, Edith, aren't you coming over for a hug? I'm really not going to chase you. You're on your own. He turns and said, it's not a good time. Because of the blood. She thinks so, it'll smell. He's way too considerate. Cute. She then says, all right, Edith, let's get to the lake. After you wash up, you'll let me hug you, right? In the end, even after wiping off the blood, Edith still didn't let her get a hug. They spent a perfectly wholesome night, as usual, and set out for their morning inspection at dawn. Edith and Manhwa are both pouting. It looks like Manhwa will have to wait a bit longer for that hug, she said. It's cold, Edith. He asked, shall I bring you a coat? She said, I don't want. She murmurs something warmer. He gave her a magic object, saying, please, hold this, she said. Never mind. The group continues their tour, and the Baron's son hesitantly speaks up. Your Grace. If the estate was too cold yesterday, I apologize. Manhwa dismisses his concerns. It wasn't your fault, he responds. Why yes. Understood. Azina inquires. By the way, where are we heading, Your Grace? Baron's son declares. This is the second most famous place in our territory after the Era Forest. To think it stood like this for 10 years without collapsing. She gestures to the leaning tower of their estate. Actually, it's more like a crumbled tower. Edith catches a ticket in air. Manhwa said, I hate to even say this, but your father is worse than I ever imagined. That was a ticket to experience the mystery of the Leaning Tower. Media's face darkens. She asks, Edith, is there a spell cast on that? He replies, not at all, she said. It's bad enough they're making money off that thing, but without any safeguards? The road right beneath it is for pedestrians. There are a few tourists, too. If it were to collapse someday, he completes it, the casualties would be significant. She turns to Sir Azina. Sir Azina, deliver my message to the Baron. If in 2 hours that tower still stands, be prepared for his manor to fall with it. Media's eyes glow with a dangerous intensity. The tower wasn't the only problem. The territory was riddled with problems. She thinks. One bridge had a collapsed pillar in urgent need of repair. The only hotel was being used as an illegal gambling den. We see Manhwa and team storming into the gambling den. That's enough. Hands on your heads, down on the ground. The Baron's soldiers spent their days abusing power and slacking off, she said. Even without that tower, the Baron's house should be wiped clean. He's undone everything the loyal former Duke built. No kidding, it's awful! Procyon exclaims. She turns to Lord Sane. Lord Sane, if you have anything to say, go ahead. Sane stammers. No, I wouldn't dare presume. Mayvia presses. You've nothing to say? Even though your father's manor may be swept away soon? Surely you weren't unaware of all this. Or do you believe your father's crimes have nothing to do with you? Sane, looking pale, replies. No, that's not what I mean. Mayvia retorts. Seeing you makes me worry for Lydia's territory as well. I can only hope Viscount Ella's daughter isn't as spineless as you. Mayvia pauses, hearing the sound of an approaching carriage. That must be the Baron's carriage, she said to him. Edith, would you erase your presence? He simply replies. Very well. Suddenly a voice booms. Your Grace, how could you do this to me? It's Baron Paisley, of course. Searching my hotel? Punishing my soldiers? Without even a word to me. And you, Sane, how could you just stand by? Sane pleads. Father, please. The Baron sneers. Spare me your pleas. I'll protest this to His Grace the Grand Duke himself, and I'll never consent to demolishing that tower. Mayvia responds calmly. Do as you like. The Grand Duke's officials will be here tomorrow, along with candidates for the new young lord. The Baron is shocked. What? New candidates? He continues. This outrage, I'll take it straight to His Grace. Mayvia smiles sweetly. Sure, go right ahead. I'm leaving. He asks her. Are you truly all right with this? The Baron continues his rant. I'll expose you to His Grace. You don't act like a Grand Duchess supposed to be, but like you're the head of the duchy. Such arrogance! In fact, I've already sent word to the capital to inquire about you, and your reputation there isn't as glowing as you'd think. But as he speaks, Edith moves closer, and Paisley suddenly feels a chill. What is this sudden chill? The Baron gasps. Your Grace. Edith grabs the Baron by the throat. A tongue that loose, wouldn't it be better cut out? Mayvia calls out. Edith! Edith! Mayvia interrupts. That's enough, he said, but I haven't drawn my blade yet. Mayvia adds. It's fine. He's filthy, just toss him aside. Edith agrees. Filth should be disposed of, don't you think? She said. His tongue is foul enough. Seems he was so terrified he wet himself. Azina said. Seems like we'll have to summon a clean-up crew. We see the Baron fainted, lying on the ground. Thanks to His Grace, everyone here has fainted. Even the coachman collapsed. Lord Sane, too. Mayvia asks. Then why are you stepping out now? Didn't you come with the Baron? Azina replies. I happened to glimpse something amusing through the window. Mayvia said honestly, all this trouble from one fool exploiting his family's name. Shall we head back and rest? He smiles. Let's go, Eve. She thinks. Edith looks breathtaking, even in his demonic wrath, but I think I like his smile better. Hours later, at Baron Paisley's manor, Mayvia is taking a bath. Her maid, Sarah, approaches her. Your Grace, please wear this. Mayvia responds. Thank you, Sarah. The maid asks. Shall I prepare supper? But Mayvia declines. No, I'll just sleep tonight. You should rest too. Sarah bows. Yes, Your Grace. Good night. After Sarah leaves, Mayvia wonders. Edith, will you dry my hair? Edith is already there, waiting for her. Mayvia smiles, looking forward to the pampering. He said. Yes, whenever. She replies. Your response stings a little. Edith teases. Were you expecting a different answer? She counters. You enjoy teasing me, don't you? He asks. And who was it that teased first? Edith invites. Come sit, Eve. Don't catch another cold. Mayvia agrees. All right. As Edith dries her hair, Mayvia asks. Did the Baron return safely? Edith responds. Yes. He's receiving treatment now. She adds. He'll need his strength for tomorrow when the officials strip him bare. He said. Rita, the clerk, sent word through her assistant. She said she's been waiting for this, and she won't disappoint you, Eve. She confirms him reliability. Reliable. And what of Cyclamen Castle? He replies. Regan's delayed a few lessons, but he's well. Gilbert, though, is apparently on the verge of madness thanks to Count Elliot. We see a crazed Gilbert. Edith smirks. Mayvia laughs. I knew Count Elliot was perfect for him. Mayvia then asks. And our wolf? Edith replies. Still sleeping. Mayvia asks. Will you make him your familiar? Edith responds. He deserves better treatment than that. Especially since you've taken an interest in him, she asked. Being your familiar isn't good enough? You wouldn't abuse him the way mages do their familiars. Edith pauses in thought. Mayvaya asks, Edith, why so quiet? Don't tell me you're cruel to familiars. Did you send them across the continent for a glass of water? Edith replies, all right, maybe not that far. He thinks, I did send Shala to the quarry to check if it's there. But once the job's done, I'll let them go. At the very least, loosen the restraints. Edith continues, I'll hold myself back from now on. Starting in about 2 weeks. Mayvaya asks, why 2 weeks? Edith replies, I've sent a familiar away for an investigation. Once it's done, I'll tell you everything. Your hair is finished. Mayvaya turns, her eyes wide. You'll tell me too? Edith confirms, yes. It's something you should know as well. Mayvaya thinks, what is he investigating that I need to know about? Wait, could it be? She recalls the moment when she picks a flower and asked him, Edith, what's this flower called? The way the blue shines reminds me of you. He replies, I don't know. I'll find out. It's that flower. Mayvaya realizes, don't tell me it's that. Edith confirms, yes it is. Mayvaya is overwhelmed. How can he be so thoughtful? Maybe a little cute. She smiles. I knew he cared. But I don't want to push him too hard. Meanwhile, the white tiger is suffering. Spare me. Please. He's on his way to the quarry. The next day, they finally left Rosa territory, heading for Lydia territory. Thanks to Edith's magic, they arrived 2 days earlier than expected. The warm weather and scenery truly fit the title of the warmest land in the north. A grand entrance welcomes them. We greet His Grace the Grand Duke and Her Grace the Grand Duchess, who bring endless glory to Esmeralda. It's their first meeting with Lady Olivia, who oversees Lydia territory. Mayvaya said, This is our first meeting, Lady Olivia. She replied, It is an honor to meet you, and thank you for entrusting me with the administration of Lydia territory. Arya, her daughter, responds, If you permit it, I would like to attend to Her Grace personally. Mayvaya whispers to Edith, I hate to say this, Edith, but the Baron really deserved to be divorced. Olivia asks on the dinner table, Have you fully recovered from the travel fatigue? Mayvaya replied, Thanks to you, yes. I didn't expect you to even arrange a massage. Arya says, I'm glad you were pleased. Mayvaya then asks, By the way, those documents on the trolley, what are they? Olivia pipes up, I was just about to bring them up. I thought this might be the only chance to speak directly with your grace, so forgive me for bringing them during mealtime. Please, I ask you to review them. She hands them over to Edith while Mayvaya stunned thinks, this isn't just a performance to impress Edith. She's truly sincere about the territory. Edith starts to read the documents. After reading them, he said, Fire prevention is a good idea, but this exceeds the average by far. Toleman would have never supported this. Olivia said, Lydia is different from other lands. Snow doesn't pile up, and since most of it is flat land, fire spreads easily. The recent dry weather makes the old methods no longer enough. We need an institution dedicated to respond systematically. Edith asked, That's convincing enough. Then why did Count Elliot reject it? Olivia gets furious, saying, He claimed not a single marca from the Grand Duke house could be wasted, while at the same time, he spends $1 million on cat food without hesitation. That cat-obsessed madman. Mayvaya is visibly stunned. Edith says, There was actually a mistake in your report, just one thing. The numbers were off by exactly 1 marca. Olivia's face shows surprise. Edith continues, If Elliot finds an error in a report, he dismisses it outright. I'll inform Azina about the required budget. But from now on, don't bring work to the dinner table. Olivia replies, I understand. Thank you, Your Grace. Edith then declares, After the meal, I'd like to see the plains myself. Arya excitedly says, I'll escort you personally. Edith quickly responds, Let's go together, Eve. She replied, Yes. It's always better to check firsthand where the money will be spent. Suddenly she realized something. Oh, right. HM? She blushed, thinking, Wait, was that a date invitation? I'd better pick a dress before we go. Olivia says to Arya, If you marry, choose a man who can at least match the Grand Duke's words. Do you understand, Arya? Arya replies, Yes, mother. Mayvaya said, Wow, it feels like something is welling up inside me. And it's not just her, even the maid is impressed. Me too. I've never seen such open land before. She sighs. So this is what they mean by a golden sea. The maid gushes, beautiful. Mayvaya smiles. It looks more precious than real gold. Arya adds, truly, this is a sight 10 times more precious and beautiful than gold could ever be. Arya explains, the grain grown here sustains all of Barren Esmeralda, and fills people's stomachs. It's incredible, isn't it? Mayvaya observes. So the fires here aren't just Lydia's problem, I see. Arya clarifies. Not exactly. What I mean is, Lydia Territory is loyal to your grace. Then, clapping her hands, Arya says, and we prepared something for you both. With the golden plains as the view, please enjoy bread made from Lydia's rice and corn. After setting out the food, Arya continues, then we'll excuse ourselves. Please, enjoy your time together. As they leave, Mayvaya observes, those two became close very quickly. Arya whispers to her maid, I even saved bread for ourselves. The maid responds, oh my, really? He said, it does seem so. They sat at the table and Mayvaya said, it seems like Lydia has little to worry about. The one who oversees it is competent, and the air is just as bright. He said that's how it should be. Indeed. Mayvaya asked Edis, what about Paisley Territory? They're being stripped bare, I hear? Edis replies, yes. One of the crumbling buildings belongs to the Baron's cousin. Mayvaya, offering him the bread, said, no wonder he flew into a rage when told to have it demolished. Anything else? Edis continues, his cousin's son runs an orphanage. They say he once cooked a single chicken for 30 children. Mayvaya is enraged. That's a man who deserves death, Edis calmly asks. Shall I order it? Mayvaya replies, no. Bring me an objective reason worthy of execution first. Pass that along as well, Edis said. One more thing. Strange posters have appeared across the territory. She asks. Posters? Edis replies. They say the Baron left his much younger mistress covered head to toe in heart-shaped boils, with illustrations included. Mayvaya bursts out laughing. Ha! I thought the worst would be baldness, but I underestimated Viscount Ella's creativity. How did the Baron react? Edie says. He sent soldiers to hunt down the culprit, but every one of them was found unconscious the next morning. He gave up after that. Mayvaya said, of course, neither Sir Azina nor Sir Procyon would ever lose, he said. On that note, I have something to ask. She replied, yes, he said. On our way to Rosa, I overheard a conversation with Azina. He recalls Azina saying to her, this is known only to a select few, but, after his failed assassination attempt, Viscount Ella cursed Baron Paisley. He summoned foreign shamans. The curse is still active to this day. Mayvaya asks, should you be revealing such a secret so freely? Azina responds, my master is not Baron Paisley, is he? If the Baron once again fails to show due respect to my lord and lady, I will post posters describing his curse in great detail. Azina smiles. Edie said to her, that's what he said. Which means, if Azina put up the posters, then while I wasn't aware, the Baron must have behaved rudely toward you. She looks worried. She said, you saw it yourself, remember? Something like that. He tells Eve. Even here, I can hear conversations in House Ella. The same goes for the sounds around you. Whether it's talking with Sarah in the hallway, or when you put Regan to bed, I can hear it all, if I choose. But the reason I don't is something you already know, without me saying. Mayvaya said, because you respect my privacy. She says, I wasn't thinking. The Baron being rude to me is no different from him being rude to you. But I thought of it as just my personal matter. From now on. Edie interrupts. No, Eve. That's not why I want you to tell me. She asked then, why? He said, whether personal or official, if there is something you have to do, please come to me. Especially if there's even the slightest risk to you. At the very least, let me be by your side to protect you. Because I am your husband. She looked at him with a surprised look after hearing these words from him. Oh, swoon! Mevia's looking at him with such adoration and devotion. Mayvaya asks, then how far would you go? He said. Even if it takes practice, nothing is impossible. Mevia's internally screaming. Oh, confidence of the strongest in the world! As expected, my husband is flawless. But then, she snapped back to reality, wondering, why isn't he fixing that problem? He, looking a bit bewildered, said, Eve, did I ever say something that should make that expression? Mayvaya retorts, no, it's more like a face of regret. From now on, I'll tell you if something's wrong. She's determined. He said, it feels a little off, but fine. She thinks, yeah, even an absolute being in this world isn't a god. I guess I should forgive his boldness. Later, at Olivia's manor, Mayvaya and Olivia are having a chat. Olivia remarks, "You're leaving tomorrow already? That's unfortunate." Mayvaya said, "We still have lands left to visit, after all. Though Lydia's domain was so perfect, there wasn't much else to see. And since you've raised such a capable heir, there's nothing to worry about." Olivia adds, "Arya is quite different from Sane, though. I wish Sane would also come to me for help, but, for now, all I do is worry. I just hope he doesn't grow up resembling the disgraceful man his father is." Mayvaya, ever the smooth operator, changes the subject. "I heard you keep a skilled mage by your side." Olivia responds, Do you mean the one who cursed Baron Paisley? They'd be pleased to hear you call them skilled. In fact, they asked me to pass along a little gift." She presents Mayvaya with a framed feather. They said it was a kind of charm. If you charge it with the full moon's light, it lets a couple who aren't looking at each other's hearts face one another. Sounds like it's meant to strengthen marital bonds. They swore it would be useful to your grace, though. Frankly, they're old and frail now, so who knows if it'll really work. But they promised it wouldn't cause harm, so please accept it. The family mage has already appraised it. Mayvaya takes the gift, saying, "It's beautiful. Purple, with a strange, violet shimmer, and so soft to the touch." Olivia then adds, "Though it doesn't seem like something you really need, your grace. The two of you already seem so close." Mayvaya said, "We are doing well together, yes." Olivia said, "Thanks to that, I had the honor of meeting his grace in person. Truly an unforgettable honor." Mayvaya said, "And I'm the one who's grateful you welcomed me. Many only shy away." Olivia said, "Truth be told, I took far too much sedative before you came. Out of nerves," Mayvaya declares. "If Count Elliot misreads my words again, just send me a letter. Since you welcomed Edith and me so warmly, I'll support you in turn. And thank you, too, for the gift." Olivia gives a knowing smile. "May its mysterious power truly let your souls face one another." The next day, they visit the Hallow estate and the Carmel estate. Nothing major to check, really. Mayvaya recalls, "If there was any gain, it was that Edith told me the name of a flower by Hallow's Lake." We see Edith and Mayvaya by the lake. Edith says, "I heard it's called Belmarina. Blue like the sea itself." Mayvaya thinks, "The problem is that the tea brewed from it is Hallow's specialty. And of course, Sarah prepared Belmarina tea. It's a flower called Belmarina, blue like the sea, meaning she mentioned it just a step before Edith did." Mayvaya smiles. "Of course, thank you, Edith, for remembering and telling me." She thinks, "I'll take this secret to the grave. Edith, me, and Sarah, and for the familiar who's running so hard on the road. But I don't know what to do about other secrets." Back in the carriage, Mayvaya reflects, "In the original, Regan was said to awaken the monster of the Era forest. Yet we only found wolves, no other trace of monsters, meaning we'll need to return to Era somehow, but under what pretext? Of course, Edith would follow me silently if I asked, and because he trusts me so deeply, I don't want to keep hiding that I remember my past life. But then, how do I explain why I know the future of this world? How do I explain the truth of this world?" She sighs. So hard. Really hard. I'll think on it a little longer." Later that night, they arrive at a snow-covered castle. Mayvaya said, "Wow, no matter how long it's been, this still looks like a demon's den. And yet, somehow I feel so attached to it." Edith remarks, "I'm not sure if that's meant as good or bad." Mayvaya replies, "Whatever the outside looks like, it's my home now." Regan rushes toward them, exclaiming, "Father!" Count Elliot greets them. "Your Grace." Regan, running up to Mayvaya, she said, "Young master!" Mayvaya greets him warmly. "How have you been?" Regan replies, "Very well. Count Elliot looked after me while staying at the castle." Count chuckles. Ha, only what I ought to do." She thinks, when did those two get so close?" Mayvaya holds Regan's hands, saying, "Young master, I miss you so much. I'm so glad you welcomed me like this." Regan stutters, Me too," Mayvaya thinks. "Before, he was like a squirrel always looking for a chance to flee. Now he's just a puppy too shy to look at me. A fine improvement." She smiles. "All right, time to spill the secret. No more hiding. Keeping Regan from suffering comes first." Count clears his throat. "Ahem, if introductions are done, may we begin the report?" Mayvaya yawns dramatically. "I'm tired. Let's call it a night." Count protests. Your Grace. 1 minute, no, 30 seconds tops, I swear. Mayvaya retorts. Settle things with the retainers you've wronged first. Count explodes. I cannot. Mayvaya, with a glint in her eye, glares at him while thinking, asks, Oh? So you've no intent to settle it at all? Suddenly Edith grabs the Count by the throat, and then throw him away. He said, Eve, go ahead inside first. I seem to have some matters left unresolved, he says with a dark look. The Count begs, Your Grace? Are those matters perhaps? Mayvaya interrupts. Please, Edith. She covers Regan's ears. The Count shouts, Why, Your Grace? I'm sorry. Forgive me, Yuwa. Inside, Mayvaya asks Regan. I was just heading to my room. What about you, young master? Regan replies. Then let me escort you. Mayvaya smiles. In that case, may I repay you with tea? And share what happened during the inspection? Regan beams. Oh, I'd love that, Mayvaya said. It's tea brewed from Belmarina blossoms, a specialty of Hallow Estate. As they sit down for tea, Regan exclaims, Wow, flower tea! It's so pretty! Mayvaya replies, Seeing you enjoy it makes me happy too. But then she thinks, But Regan is acting a little differently. Compared to before the inspection, he's far more forward. Did being apart make him realize how precious I am? No matter how well Count Elliot treated him, he must have felt my absence. She giggles to herself, she said. Please try it. Regan takes a sip and suddenly gasps. Mayvaya asks in concern, Young master? What's wrong? Regan points towards a statue saying, it just moved a little. Mayvaya, confused, asks, Regan points. That statue. Mivia's looking right at the dragon statue and he's like, that statue. Then silence and he said, Weird, I swear it moved. Guess I'm sleepy and imagined it. She asks, Already sleepy? He replies, just a little bit. She thinks, Same as the first time I came here with Edith. He said he'd gotten up early then too. Looks like today's the same. Then, out of nowhere, Mayvaya asks, How early did you wake up? And Regan's all, Just a little earlier than usual. Mayvaya can't help but think, Probably, he is just waiting for Edith, not me. Mayvaya changes the subject. Young master, Edith won't be back until late tonight. It's a shame, but how about breakfast together tomorrow? Regan, looking a little too eager, replies, I'm not disappointed at all. Because I wanted to see your Grace too, he adds. You worried before leaving, remember? So I wanted to tell you I've been doing well. Mayvaya is internally screaming. Goodness, how can he be so cute and admirable? She covers her mouth, flustered. Young master! She squeaks, Your Grace. Mayvaya steels herself and said, I'll definitely slay the beasts lurking in the forest. For your bright future, I'm willing to reveal every one of my secrets. So please, don't worry and think only of happy things. Mayvaya places her hand on Regan's cheek. Why yeah, beasts, he says. She then changes her tone. Well then go to bed early tonight. Tomorrow, enjoy good food with Edith, and have fun with me too. Regan, beaming, replies, Okay, I'd like that. Then Mayvaya asks, Shall I escort you to your chamber? He answers, No need. I'll go back alone tonight. After all, I escorted you here. Regan bows. Good night, Your Grace. Mayvaya replies, You too, young master. As Regan closes the door, Mayvaya heads back to her room. Standing before the dragon statue, she asks, You're awake? Is it talking to itself again? She thinks, then gets closer to the statue. I can't hear your voice, Mayvaya says to it. If you hear me, at least move a little, won't you? You almost got caught already, so don't bother pretending, she then said. I guess moving is hard if you're a statue. Suddenly, the statue does move. Mayvaya thinks, I did tell them to move, but now that they actually did, it's a little creepy. Even so, she thinks, still, I have to do what I must. She said, Let me introduce myself again. I'm Mayvaya, but you can just call me Eve. And I've got one good piece of news and one bad. The good news is Edith said he can break your seal. The bad news is he's only doing it because of my wish. Which means, after it's granted, I don't know what'll happen to you. The statue starts trembling, and Mayvaya thinks, Judging by that trembling, they really are afraid of Edith. At least that means they won't try anything reckless. Still, for now, this place is the safest. If you promise not to harm people once the seal's lifted, I'll try persuading Edith for you. She pets the statue. Are you still sleepy? She asks. Rest a little more. I'll stay by your side until you doze off, she says, smiling. The statue thinks she'd do that, and allows Mayvaya to pet it. She thinks, guess they really were tired, having just woken up. The way they like being petted, whether beast or spirit, was kind of adorable. I wonder if the beast looks well in our eyes. Mayvaya heads out to the balcony. I'm getting used to the cold too. Maybe because I'm starting to feel like this place is home. If I could share my past life story, I'd truly feel at ease, but how do I bring it up? I wonder how Edith will react. Will he thank me for telling him, or get angry that I hid it? Or maybe he won't care at all. Phew, just imagining it makes me nervous. She then sees a feather and says, maybe this will help. Holding it up, she thinks. Usually when they say something's good for marital bonds, it means the man's side of things. This doesn't have that kind of effect, is it? Well, at least it doesn't seem cursed, so I'll try anyway. Mayvaya raises the feather to the moon. Oh, mysterious feather, please help me with the moonlight, she pleads. But nothing happens, she said. Why isn't anything happening? There's moonlight, clearly. They said if you charge it with full moon's light, it'll let a couple's souls face each other instead of looking away. But then, she realizes, but tonight it's only a half moon. Dejected, she sighs. So I have to wait until the full moon? Am I asking too much, expecting it to work now? It's all the same moon anyway, can it just cut me some slack? Just then, a maid arrives. Your Grace, the chamber's been tidied. Mayvaya replies. Thanks, I'll head in. She shivers, thinking. So cold. But as she goes inside, the feather starts to glow. The next day at dawn, Regan is yawning. 2 days in a row of early mornings. So tired. But I promised to greet Father. Suddenly, a voice echoes in his head. Let me out. Please, here. Let me out. Regan is startled. Who's that? The voice responds, Huh? You can hear me? Regan said. Why, yeah. The voice said, Then get me out of here. I'll even repay the favor. Regan asks, Where are you? The voice says, If you can hear me, just follow my presence. Regan asks, Presence? The voice booms. Yes, seek the mighty aura of fire. Regan thinks, It's coming from Her Grace's chamber. Should I just ignore it and tell Father later? I don't even know what it really is. The voice suddenly starts speaking again. Hey, mage! You're on your way, right? Regan replies. I'm not a mage, actually. The voice scoffs. Ha, you're trying to fool me? Ridiculous. I was once the king of the Era Forest, 500 years ago. Sure, now I'm sealed and only a weakling remains, but back then, Era was the most fearsome demon realm of all. Ha, if not for the seal. Regan clutches his head. Ugh, its voice echoing in my head hurts. The voice continues. Back then, even humans called it the land where demons dwelled. A clueless brat like you wouldn't know. I finally pierced the barrier and found someone to hear me, and it turns out to be a brat like you. Unlike you, I know full well the extent of my power. Ha, if only this seal were broken. Regan runs thinking, I can't take it anymore. I'm sorry, Your Grace. He enters the Mevia's room saying, Excuse me. Regan picks up the dragon statue. The statue said, Oh, foolish brat, couldn't resist hearing my epic tale, could you? Regan said about that seal. The statue's eyes are glowing. Regan said, If I break it, will you stop talking? Flashing back to 11 years, and little Mayvaya is feeling super good about herself. She just stopped some disastrous investment that would have ruined her family since she was 7. And get this, a secret investment her parents made totally paid off. So, her secret bank account was just bursting with money. Maybe that's why I took a path I usually wouldn't. She muses, all cute and hooded. She's got all these plans for her money, putting it in secret banks to hide her identity, but she knows it's gonna be noticeable. And then, she needs to get back quickly, and she tells. If Sarah arrives first, she'll be looking for me when she can't find me. Suddenly, a shadowy, ominous voice cuts through the air. Girl. Mayvaya, startled, asks. Are you talking to me now? The shadowy figure confirms. Yes, girl. I've called you here. Then, the most bizarre request. Can you use your gold to help me? Mayvaya, looking utterly confused and a little scared, responds. Yes? She muses. Strange. A con artist or a madman, surely. Yet I feel this weird urge that I can't refuse. The mysterious figure continues, revealing a dire situation. Girl, I will die soon. That's why I want a grave that no one can ever uncover. Manhwa, trying to process this, asks, a grave? You could just go to a cemetery. But the figure insists. No, I cannot be buried in such a place. He explained. Ordinary land would be contaminated, my body's spreading malice would ruin it. I need a vast, deserted land where no one comes. And the deal? In return, if you prepare my grave, I would give you a colossal power no one else could match. The blood of a beast that comes from my body. Mivia's eyes widen in disbelief, and she gasps. Blood of a beast? She questions. A beast that can even speak human words? Nothing I read in my previous life mentioned this. But one thing is clear. If I don't accept, I die. With a determined look, she grabs onto the figure's cloak, declaring, I'll make whatever grave you want, so please spare me. The figure then presents her with a dazzling treasure chest filled with golden vials, explaining, Girl, this is a deal with you. This is my blood. Drink it when you need power. They warn of minor side effects, but assure her, it will let you borrow my strength for a while. But then, a chilling threat. But if someone tampers with my grave, just as things get intense, the maid, Sarah, rushes in yelling, You vile kidnapper! And brandishing a broom, the shadowy figure simply says, We shall meet again, girl, and disappears. Sarah, furious, threatens, If you show up again, all the Marquis knights will come after you. Manhwa, safe for now, lets out a bewildered, Huh! Before Sarah rushes to comfort her with a big hug. Wah dash! Sarah cries, relieved. Manhwa, still a bit shaken, asks, Saw Sarah. Sarah, hugging her tightly, explains, How did you end up here? There are so many dangerous people. Do you know how worried I was when you disappeared? And on top of that, you were with a suspicious man in a shady alley. Lately, there have been many bad guys targeting rich kids for kidnapping. Manhwa promises, Sorry, I won't go out alone anymore. And I'll even give you a special bonus. Sarah, her eyes sparkling, asks, You promise? Manhwa, grinning, replies, Which one? Not going alone? Or the bonus? Sarah pouts and said, Both. Manhwa said, Okay, I promise both. Let's go. Later, Manhwa reflects, But what was that person, really? He didn't seem ordinary. She ponders the idea of a beast that looks human, speaks human words, dismissing it as ridiculous. Yet, she wonders, and he knew exactly where he'd die, making a deal with a human. She then has a realization. Wait, isn't he a con artist? Learned some magic to appear mystical and scam rich kids like me. Coming in some fancy box with a few mysterious bottles, Manhwa resolves to stay alert if he appears again, because she absolutely can't get scammed before meeting Gilbert. Even afterward, the beast impersonator kept coming after her, never giving up, several times, and very persistent. Then, one day, Manhwa wakes up feeling refreshed. I slept well. The shadowy figure is back, much to her surprise. You're awake, girl. Manhwa gets shocked. She shouts, You're going too far. Hurry and leave, or I'll call someone. The figure, however, calmly states, Girl, listen to me for a moment. I didn't want to say this, but I see the aura of misfortune surrounding you. Manhwa, with a hint of amusement, asks, Haha, all right. Sir, are you an astrologer? You can't make money just reading stars, so you sell stuff too, right? She then challenges, And then tell me to go get land with just that prediction? Do you think I'm that much of a pushover? The deal is struck. Here's your fee. Manhwa, however, refuses the junk you call beast blood. I hope you realize I gave you a pretty generous amount. Manhwa, with a clear look of distaste, states, I didn't enjoy meeting you one bit. Let's never see each other again, all right? After that she called Sarah, I'm up. Get ready to get out immediately. Sarah replied, Yes, my lady. After some time while walking through the hallway she thinks, Misfortune, huh? Starting the day with such unpleasant talk. This is why I dislike people like that. I can make prophecies too. Today's the first day I'm signing the contract for mine purchased in my name. And it just had to be today that guy shows up. Even if it's real, it's probably just about Gilbert. Let's not worry too much. Maybe I should have been more cautious when I thought that. This misfortune the old man predicted was closer than I imagined. Someone kidnaps her. She wakes up surrounded by some men. She thinks, Oh, I was on my way to sign the contract for the mine I bought in my name, and then those thugs attacked me. Before my guards could react, they took me straight from the carriage. As if they knew I'd be passing that way today, one of the thugs, with a sinister grin, says, "Oh, little lady up early, huh?" "Not yet, you shouldn't wake up." Mayvaya struggles, pleading, "Please, save me." The thug smugly asks, all right, little one. You're scared, aren't you?" "Yeah, who would carry so much money without fear?" Mayvaya, realizing the danger, asks, "How did you know I'd pass that way?" The thug reveals, "Child, a noble who's selling their family mine because they're broke has gone as far as they can. They're capable of anything." He then drops the bombshell. "Yes, the baron who was going to sell you the mine hired them." He offers her a deal. "You don't have to sell the mine, and you can get money immediately. Though the money will have to be split with us." She then promises, "I'll give you triple, no, 4 times that money." Mayvaya, terrified, cries, "Please let me go." She thinks if I was left here, I would die. The thug said, "Oh, clever little lady, why act like this? I've already told you the mastermind. If I let you go, what will happen? The baron is screwed, and so are we. So stop making noise and just sleep quietly." Mayvaya shouts in her mind, "No, I can't. I can't die like this." Just as despair sets in, the beast reappears in a dramatic, powerful entrance. "What is this guy? Crazy man, he just jumped up from the sky!" the thugs exclaim as he sends them flying. That beast was beyond what could even be called a beast. A beast that could fling people with just a hand gesture. He then gently holds Mayvaya, telling her, "It's messy, so close your eyes." He carries her away, a beast protecting a human girl, something I'd never heard of. After coming out, he asked, "Is it okay if I put you down, girl?" She said, "Yes, it's okay." He said, "Don't push yourself." She said, "Haha, thank you." He gave her a vial of the beast's blood. "Don't drink it all, but just a sip." She drinks it, musing, "He saved my life, so he can't be bad." As the power surges through her, she exclaims, "This actually works." The beast confirms, "Didn't I say it would give you immense power?" He adds a warning, "But of course, overusing it strains your body." Mayvaya, grateful, says, "Anyway, thank you for saving me. As thanks, I'll get you a grave, sir." While choosing a mine, I happened to find a suitable plot of land. Mayvaya, eager to help, requests, "Then, please give me a generous amount of this blood. I'm going to marry some terrible guy later." The beast, a little stingy, says, "I'll give you enough for your use. Use it sparingly." Mayvaya, unimpressed, huffs, "Humph, stingy." Finally, months later, Mayvaya meets the beast again at the promised place. She looks at the grand tomb and says, "How is it? Spacious, right? I called some technicians to make it as grand as possible." He then lies down, content. "Girl, thanks to you, I can finally rest." Mayvaya asks, "But can I ask why you picked me? Did you hear I was rich and chose me?" The beast replies, "I was looking for someone to prepare my grave, and you appeared. The moment I saw you, I was certain you were the only one who could do this." Mayvaya, touched, asks, "Why? Am I special?" He smiles. "Yes, very special. I wish we had met a bit sooner. It's a pity time is short." He passes away peacefully, and Mayvaya realizes, so this was his true form. "Goodbye, Sir Beast." While leaving, the beast said, "Thank you, girl. Someday, we shall meet again." Mayvaya asks Edis if he finished his work, and she lets out a little ugh. Edis, ever the observant one, immediately notices something's up and asks, "What's wrong?" Mayvaya, trying to play it cool, replies, "No, nothing's wrong." The conversation then shifts to a more serious note as Mayvaya asks about the wolf. Edie's response is hilariously blunt. "Eating well, sleeping well, and urinating fine." Mayvaya, with a slight chuckle, points out, "You didn't need to mention the last part." Edie says, "I thought you might be curious." Mayvaya said, "Next time, please skip that part." Suddenly, Mayvaya pivots to a completely different topic, asking Edis about magical beasts. He admits he knows a fair bit, even though he hasn't formally studied them. Mayvaya probes further. "Then do you also know about fire type, or cloak themselves in it?" Ones that breathe fire themselves in it, with enough power to turn the entire Era forest into a sea of flames?" Edis, looking a little skeptical, questions, "Are you sure that's a beast?" Mayvaya, with a determined look, insists, "You don't think so? That can't be right." He then asks if she saw it herself, and she admits, "No, I just heard about it." Edie said, "But since it's, magical beasts, well, I'll have to look into it more." Vaya, with a playful smile, dismisses her knowledge as just gossip. But Edie's teases her. That's unusually modest of you. He then brings up the jewel, mentioning it seemed to come from a beast with illusion powers. Vaya, lost in thought, muses. I figured Edith would at least have some idea, but I didn't expect him to figure it out so precisely. She then decides. Fine, may as well tell him now. Vaya confesses. Edith, the reason I was able to buy that jewel isn't because I know a lot about beasts. In truth, there's something I wanted to tell you. But before he can finish, things take a dramatic turn. A sudden surge of energy, and Vaya cries out, Ugh! Followed by a blinding flash. Edith is suddenly holding Vaya, who seems to be reacting to something urgent. What's wrong, all of a sudden? She asks, concern etched on her face. He said. Looks like Regan did something and broke the seal. Vaya gasps. A seal? NGH. As the energy intensifies, they then teleports to the room. She shouts out loud, but why my bedroom of all places? Ah! Young master! She grabs him shouting, Young master, please! Wake up! She thinks, no visible injuries, but his complexion is awful. What happened to make him break into a cold sweat like this? Regan said in a weak voice, Why, your grace? Vaya said, You're awake? What happened to you? He said in a trembling voice, Too many voices. Vaya said, It must have been Paymon's voice. Edie said, I think he heard it through the magic. And in the process, the seal got broken too. She asked, Regan broke the seal? Edie said, Remember I said Regan wasn't just an ordinary child. She said, I remember. He said, Regan has a different kind of talent from Gilbert. It's too soon for him to use his power, but, since he got entangled with Paimon, it must have been forced out of him. She asked, If it was forced out of him, isn't that dangerous? Regan, still looking unwell, weakly murmurs, Ugh! Please, no more talking. Edith reassures her. With enough rest, he should be fine. But more importantly, Eve, you need to be careful too. Vaya, confused, asks, Why? Edith explains. That creature is recovering its strength much faster than I expected. And now that the seal has been broken, Vaya, her eyes wide with realization, whispers. Broken, he said, next time you encounter him, you'll hear it too. His endless barking voice. She said, That sounds absolutely awful. Suddenly a knight came, Grand Duke, Grand Duchess. Are you all right? Edith said, It's nothing serious. Don't worry. On your way, bring Lady Teresa and the doctor. He relied, Yes, understood. He left, closing the door. Then again he opens the door and shouts, Grand Duke, Grand Duchess. Edith said, I just said it was nothing. The knight shouts, Urgent report from the Rosa territory. A beast has appeared in the Era forest. Edith and Vaya looked surprised and asked, A beast? A beast, you say? The knight confirms. Yes, a dragon-shaped beast that breathes fire. Vaya pauses, a dawning realization on her face. Wait. If it's a dragon-shaped creature that breathes fire, then, Edith said. Seems it's the very beast you were curious about, wife. Vaya exclaims. Damn it, this is insane. She jumps into his arms and said, Let's go, Edith. He looked at her at first and then said with a smile, If that's what my lady wishes. In the forest the dragon beast shouts, setting the forest in fire. Freedom! Finally, I'm free again! Ha 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 ha! He surveys the burning forest, remarking, It's been 500 years since I was last here. The trees seem taller now. He then remembers something. But wait, what about Eve's wish? He admits. I don't have the strength yet to grant something like that. He then adds, with a surprising gentleness, Well, someone as kind as Eve won't demand the Demon King kill me just for being late. Then, a shift in focus. I'll give something to Eve first, then once I've recovered I'll grant the wish. He then has a more practical thought. For now, maybe I should find a treasure vault or something. He then exclaims, Oh, that's the scent of gold. He boasts, No matter how deep they hide it, they can't conceal it from me. He then muses, Humans are just as foolish now as they were 500 years ago. Well, except for Vaya, of course. He concludes with a greedy thought. At least this saves me some trouble. I'll make good use of this gold myself. Back with Edith and Vaya. As the dragon wreaks havoc, Vaya asks, But why is Paimon suddenly burning the forest? Is he fighting another spirit? He said, No, I think he's just gone insane. Suddenly someone said, Your Grace, you've arrived. She said, I'm Rita, the one assigned by Your Grace to survey the territory. It's an honor to meet you. Mayvaya said, nice to meet you, Rita. What's the situation now? Rita replied, not good. No casualties yet, but the fire is spreading too quickly. Mayvaya said, we can't just leave it alone. Edie said, if you dislike killing it, W can always reseal it. Though Paimon would probably rather you kill him outright. Suddenly a blast happens and the fire came straight towards them. Rita grabs Mayvaya to save her, shouting, Your Grace, it's dangerous. Edie's makes a cover saving them. Rita said, I thought you were going to. Mayvaya said, I'll remember your loyalty. Rita then said to Edie's, Your Grace, since you're already using your power, would you mind putting out the fire too? If you're too busy, if it's troublesome, we can always request aid from the magic tower. Mayvaya noticed something and then said, Rita, that won't be necessary. I'll go in myself. Confused, Rita asked, Your Grace. Mayvaya said, I'll try persuading him directly. Rita said, Your Grace? Your opponent is a magical beast. Persuasion won't work on it. But Mayvaya, being Mayvaya, is totally unfazed and asks if anyone has a pen and paper. Like what? She's just so chill, even with a forest burning around her. Rita said, I can go down and fetch them. But, Grand Duke, please stop Her Grace. Rita gets confused seeing both of them smiling. Huh? Your Grace? Mayvaya thinks, my husband really is too quick on the uptake. And Edie's, with that smoldering gaze, tells her, Go ahead, wife, leave the flames to me. He then unleashes some seriously cool magic to deal with the fire. Mayvaya, ever the curious one, asks if it's magic to avoid the fire, and Edie's just gives her that knowing smile. That and a few other things. He adds, I'll prepare the pen and paper for you. She said, Thank you, Edith. Then Mayvaya asks, And before, you said to tell you if I needed anything, right? Nothing's impossible. And he asks, Of course. Should I cast a spell on it for you? Media's eyes sparkle, and she says, Stronger than the one in our contract. Edie's agrees. Sounds good. He then asks, But Eve, what are you planning to do with all the treasure you're gathering? Mayvaya playfully asks, Why does that make me look too materialistic? And Edie simply says, No. Then he said, I just thought of something suitable to give you for your birthday. Mayvaya is a little taken aback. Birthday? And Mayvaya just beams. Then, I'll look forward to it. The dragon shouts, 8! You crazy human! How can a spell on a treasure chest even reflect the spirit's power? Even if I've gotten weaker, that's ridiculous. The spirits nearby said. Paimon's so angry, the whole forest is burning. Still terrifying, what a mean dragon! The dragon is getting super annoyed, yelling, Damn it! What is this? Then the dragon is like, If I see you, I'm totally gonna burn you to death. Meanwhile Mayvaya came there and said, Paimon? But he ignores her saying, It gets super flustered, asking, Can't you see I'm busy right now? If you keep bothering me, I'll make a cloak out of your skin. He then turns to see Mayvaya. You are, Mayvaya said. Nice to meet you, Paimon. It's the first time we're actually talking. Mayvaya, with that gorgeous smile, says, You look really amazing. Paimon, all flustered, replies, Amazing. Amazing? Geez. Well, I'm glad to meet you too. You're always beautiful and warm. The dragon, blushing, mutters, saying that makes me look silly. The dragon is still a bit grumpy, though, saying, No matter what, it's a bit much for me to talk like this to a human. It then asks, Should I pretend we're close, or just not talk? And then, with a completely baffling statement, it accuses Mayvaya. You're just being nice because you want wealth and fame anyway. Mayvaya, looking amused, asks, Paimon, aren't you misunderstanding something? I already have plenty of money. Do you really think I'd be nice to you just for wealth and fame? The dragon, taken aback, mutters, Money and fame can never hurt to have more of. And then, with a sigh, she admits, Maybe we actually get along better than I thought. Mayvaya says, Well, if you don't trust me and hate me like the other humans, that's your choice. The dragon said, Wait, what? Why are you coming this way? The dragon yells, Hey, why, are you crazy? Do you want to die burned? There's a whole blaze right next to me. And then, the most surprising thing happens. Mayvaya, standing in the middle of the inferno, the dragon said, You like me, don't you? So I won't burn you. The dragon is utterly confused. Why isn't it burning? Did I tone it down somehow? Mayvaya thinks, Thanks to the spell Edith put on me, fire doesn't touch me. The dragon, still bewildered, wonders, Maybe I actually like this little one. Mayvaya thinks, But Paimon might think they're just being careful because they like me, he said in his mind seeing her. Surely you know how dangerous fire is, right? And then it goes on a rant about how 500 years ago, there were smart-looking fools who were completely nuts. And where's the Demon King? She came here alone? Don't tell me she got bored of the kid already just because he's a little off. The dragon starts panicking again. What if the Demon King ends up abandoning her? Am I supposed to protect her? Me protecting a human? Reckless bastard! So irresponsible. Manhwa, ever the calm one, thinks. What's wrong with them now? She asks. Paimon, was my wish that much of a burden? Enough for you to take it out of the forest? Manhwa, realizing she might be pushing it, says. I must be out of my mind, saying stuff like this. But the dragon is still upset, yelling. Taking it out? Do you see who's making me like this? She asked. Because of me, right? He said. That's true, but it's not because your wish was hard, she says. Then forget it. Pretend I never had a wish. The dragon, with a knowing look, asks. What? She said. I don't need it. It's not like I'm desperate for money. This completely throws Paimon for a loop. What? Isn't human greed supposed to be endless? Then why is she saying she'll just give it up? Don't tell me. She thinks I'm useless? The dragon imagined her saying. A pathetic dragon who can't do anything but set fires. He roars out loud and Manhwa thinks, that scared me for a second. The dragon says, do I look like ungrateful spirit to you? I only came here because of the treasure vault. She asked, treasure vault? The dragon said, there's gold practically reeking from there. I can't grant your wish with my current power, so I was at least going to give you that. She asked, then why torch the forest? Why not just take the vault? It then confesses. That's just, I lost control of my power. It then laments. I can't even break that shoddy barrier properly, and I can't rein in the flames back in either. If only I had a contractor. Manhwa, sensing an opportunity, asks, contractor? This timing's a little too perfect. The dragon, looking surprised, says, right, spirits and humans can form contracts. Usually, it's an exchange of powers, but the details can differ with each contract. It then adds, of course, I'm a great spirit who normally needs no such thing. Still, maybe having a contractor would help right now. Manhwa asks, so having a contractor would fix this? The dragon, still a bit hesitant, says, it'd help, but who'd ever want to contract with me? Besides, I don't even like humans. And then, Manhwa drops the ultimate question. Then, what about me? The dragon is stunned. What? Manhwa, with a mischievous smile, asks, what if I contracted with you? Suddenly she realized what it had said and asked, wait, you hate humans too? The dragon says, and no, it's not like that. The dragon, still confused, says, once a contract's made, it can't be broken until one side dies. Are you still okay with that? Manhwa, with a confident smile, replies, yeah. Let's do it. Make a contract with me. I like you, Paimon. She then presents the paper saying, here, sign here. He signed the contract. She asked, so it's done? I don't feel any different. The dragon said, I really signed a contract with you. Manhwa, all sweet, says, yes, you just signed it. The dragon, still in disbelief, asks, but I didn't even read the contract? Manhwa just chuckles. Nothing major was in it. The dragon, realizing what happened, sighs. I must have been in some kind of trance. I signed without even checking the contract. Ugh. Oh well. It didn't feel bad, actually. In fact, no, first let's put out the fire. Then the dragon absorbs all the fire. Manhwa said, awesome, good job, Paimon. It said, humph, it's nothing. Manhwa asked then, shall we head to the next place? The little creatures are in awe, saying, they listened to a human? Yeah, they even made a contract. With who? They described the human as a human who smelled really nice. Said she was a Grand Duchess? Grand Duchess? The Grand Duke's scary. Looks human, but isn't anything like one. WAH, I hate the Grand Duke. And another says, don't cry. Share your strength with the forest, dummy. Let's turn the woods green again, quick. They then reveal, Paimon's fire is a terrifying flame of erasure. We have to restore what's left. They spot someone new. But who's that over there? And another replies, I don't know. First time I've seen them. They then call out, come on over. Let's work together. Meanwhile, someone is observing. Weird kid. They smelled off. Then, we see a shadowy figure in here. It's the scent of a sinister human, the dragon then asked. Damn. Why is there so much smoke? Manhwa, ever the calm one, reassures him. It's fine. It's just smoke, the dragon said. Don't you know how bad this is for the human body? If a human, already weak in magic, gets sick, then this body of mine won't be able to function. Manhwa replied with just yeah. As they venture deeper, Manhwa notices something unusual. But this cave, it's blocked even against spirits. That's unusual. She wonders if it could belong to the first Grand Duke, and the dragon, clearly annoyed, vows to crush the skull of whoever is responsible. Manhwa, meanwhile, is impressed that he found the place, and he boasts about his nose for gold like a hound. Ah, such a sweet, if slightly grumpy, dragon. Suddenly, things get a little tense. The dragon warns, don't go past this flame. It's dangerous. But Manhwa, ever curious, is unfazed. Looks like just a plain dark cave to me. Is it really dangerous? She thinks, so the barrier is further in? Edith's magic is protecting us, but if I go deeper, Paimon won't stay quiet. I can't explain magic to him either. She picks up a rock thinking, maybe I'll just test it a little. Manhwa asks him, Paimon, if you'd escape safely from the bell tower, where would you go? He answers, here, obviously. To break the seal completely, he needs their help. Then, Manhwa throws a rock, and the dragon is utterly shocked, yelling, AGH! What the hell are you doing? Nothing really happens at first, but suddenly happens a blast. The dragon gets shocked, protects her. The dragon shouts, you idiot! I told you it's dangerous. You may be scatterbrained, but if you can't even hold back on something this basic, what then? I must have been crazy for even a second to mistake you for him, she asked. But who is this person you keep talking about? The dragon tells he is both spirit and beast, a being that can't be defined by one word. She asked, then why did I remind you of him? The dragon, clearly a bit embarrassed, said, I don't know either, but first put this down. Manhwa, catching on, teases, so you noticed, she then suggests. I'll just ask Edith to break through later. Let's go back. The dragon, a little hesitant, asks, G go back? And Manhwa confirms, we've got to head home, don't we? Oh, if you don't want to because of the bell tower, you could stay here. The dragon, however, wants to stay a few more days, saying, well, I'll go too, but I'll stay a few more days. You know, it's been so long since I've been free. I want to look around. Manhwa agrees. Sure, enjoy yourself, the dragon said. Ha, that's my contractor so bold. Now I get why the Demon King likes you. And Manhwa wonders, Demon King? You mean Edith, right? The dragon simply states, yeah, that Demon King. Manhwa asked, why does everyone call Edith that? The dragon said, he looks scary. Manhwa, however, has a different take. If you look closer, he has some cute sides too. This makes the dragon huff. Ha, what do you expect from a lunatic human? Manhwa, with a dramatic gasp, demands, what did you just say? Later, the dragon offers to escort Manhwa to the edge of the forest, saying, I owe my contractor at least that much, she said. It's better if you don't show yourself, though. When Manhwa questions if he means carrying her like a parcel, he clarifies, I don't mean I'll carry you myself. Suddenly, Manhwa notices something amazing. Fire. It feels so warm and gentle. She's impressed by his flames, calling him a little more impressive than I thought. Suddenly the flames takes her away like a parcel. The dragon asked, amazing, right? People will gasp in awe when they see you. Manhwa said, ugh. I don't want a flashy entrance like this. The dragon asked, huh? You want to go flashier? She replied, no. I'll just walk. Put me down. Dragon said, my contractor knows how to show off. All right, full power it is. Manhwa, annoyed, said, put me down before I reseal you permanently. The dragon puts her down, saying, sorry. My mistake. Manhwa said, you really don't get it unless I spell it out harshly. Suddenly she noticed that she has teleported to where Edith and others are waiting for her, Your Grace. The dragon's voice rang in her mind. Well then, I'll be going. If you ever need me, you can't summon, you don't have enough magic, and you can't use spirit language either. So just whistle or something. Manhwa said, damn spirit. Procyon asked, wait, did you just say spirit? The other knight said, I'm sure I heard that too. Rita said, then her grace subdued an evil spirit, and even put out the fire in the forest. The knights starts talking to each other. Did you all hear? Her grace has defeated a wicked spirit. Since she came with the spirit's power, Maybe she even contracted it? It was like watching a goddess descend from the heavens. I knew she was extraordinary, but still. Mayvaya, looking a bit overwhelmed, says, "And no, it's not like that," and pleads. "Edith, say something, please." Edie's, ever the charmer, chimes in. "As expected of my wife, remarkable as ever." Mayvaya, exasperated, cries, Not helping." Edie said, "Well, it's true. And besides, isn't it too late already?" The knight starts cheering. "Long live her grace! Long live! Long live!" Mayvaya said, "Looks that way. The last time a spirit revealed itself to the world was ages ago. Even then, their existence was shrouded in mystery. That they could form contracts with humans was considered even more mysterious. But that was only possible for the most magically gifted, and even then, only the blessed few whose affinity happened to match. For most humans, it was nothing but a dream. Meanwhile, the maid is gushing about how Mayvaya can do no wrong, and is it possible she can't do anything? Mayvaya, trying to downplay her achievements, says, "I told you, it just kind of happened by accident." The maid insists, "But it's been the talk of the empire for days." Mayvaya said, "Ugh, that disobedient spirit. She thinks I should have confessed everything to Edith that day, but Paimon ruined it. Now I've got to find another chance, but after failing once, it's harder." Mayvaya holding the feather, wondering if it's a blessing, when suddenly, a black cat named Maximus snatches it. Mayvaya said, "Maximus stole my feather." The maid said, "Oh? He's been playing with that for the past few days." The maid is mortified, apologizing profusely. "I am sorry, Your Grace. I thought it was just some random feather I picked up." Mayvaya, ever gracious, says, "It's my fault for leaving it around. Don't worry, just bring him here." The maid, blushing, promises to exercise good judgment from now on. Mayvaya, looking a bit puzzled, asks, "Good judgment, out of nowhere?" Her maid chimes in. Sounds like she wanted to say something else instead. Mayvaya then checks the feather, noting, "Yeah, it's fine. Guess he played with it carefully. If anything, it's strangely shiny now." As they head inside, Mayvaya wonders if the feather is glowing because of the full moon, or maybe cat drool. She decides to test it, and we see her touching Edie's with the feather. He asks, "Eve, just asking, but Paimon didn't threaten you into hypnotizing me, did he?" Mayvaya replied, "No, nothing like that. Anyway, you really don't feel anything? Try focusing, Edith," Edie said with a smile. "You're cute." Then, out of nowhere, Mayvaya asks, "Edith, so this is your type?" He replied, "No, that's not what I meant." But then, he admits, "Actually, yeah, maybe it is." He adds, "Cute, but you smell a bit like a cat." She is clearly amused by this, asking, "How'd you know?" Mayvaya explains, "The cats were playing with it, actually. I left it on my terrace, and they must have thought it was a toy. Guess I'll have to give it back. I'm surprised it didn't fly away." She then playfully asks Edie's, "Anyway, what were you doing?" With a wink, adding, "Thinking about me?" He replied, Maybe." She asked, "Maybe what?" He said, "Yes, I was. About you." Mayvaya thinks he's thinking about me. Her face turns red, blushing, while she said, "Yeah, about me. I knew it. I'm so happy to be right. Ha 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 ha." Edie's just remains silent, making it awkward. They stand up, and while turning, Edie said, I just remembered something to do." Mayvaya turns the other way, saying, "I'll be turning in early today. So tired." While leaving, he said, "Sweet dreams, Eve." She said, "You too, Edith, don't stay up too late." She then went to bed. Phew. She thinks, "I thought things would get noisy as you saw, but oh, what's gotten into him all of a sudden? Anyway, I'd better mentally prepare myself before being near him again." Suddenly, the scene shifts dramatically. We see a desolate quarry at sunset, and then a flash of movement, a large striped cat. It's a tense moment. The cat seems aggressive, snarling and ready to pounce, and then a figure, Shula, the former knight captain, is introduced. Shula offers the injured cat some food, but then warns, "But if you eat, you're picking a fight with me." The cat's eyes narrow, and it lets out a ferocious growl. Back to Mayvaya. She's in a dark, unsettling space. She's confused, asking, "Where am I?" She feels like she's in a dream, the darkness pressing in. Then she sees two small cats, Carolina and Susan, and asks them, "Ugh, what's wrong with you guys?" The cats seem to be leading her somewhere, their paw prints glowing like fairy lights. Mayvaya wonders, If they were real fairies, maybe they'd lead me out of here. She then calls out, "Huh! Where'd you guys go?" and follows them, hoping they'll lead her to a way out. She thinks, if they were real fairies, maybe they'd lead me out of here. As she walks, the environment becomes more abstract and dreamlike. She thinks while following the cat, "Huh? Where'd you guys go? Don't just disappear like that." She's filled with a suffocating dread. Suddenly she felt her breath stopping. "What's this? My chest feels so tight all of a sudden," she tells herself. "Just walk, keep walking," hoping to wake up. Then, a light appears ahead. "There, light!" she exclaims, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and hope. Suddenly, the scene shifts again. She reached at a place where she saw a cage. She thinks, "What's that up ahead? Don't tell me, a giant cat?" She walks near it and gets shocked. Wait, it's a child. Maybe a year or two older than Regan, covered in bruises. No, not bruises. It's not from being hit. Burst veins from being injected too many times. Manhwa is horrified, whispering, "What kind of monster would do this?" And then, "And why the hell is this happening in my dream?" she cries out. "I'll save you. I swear I'll save you. Just hang on." She's determined to help this child. But after many attempts she failed. She said, "No, that's not right. Why can't I even open this door in my own dream? Why am I being forced to see something this horrible? And who is this kid?" The kid was none other than our male lead, Edie's. She gets shocked. "This is something I was never meant to see." She then came out of the dream. Edie's then appears, his expression intense. He grabs Media's arm, his voice demanding. "Tell me," he asks, "how much did you see?" Edie's is looking at Manhwa with this dangerous, almost possessive gaze, and he asks her, "Speak." Then he follows up with, "How much did you see?" Manhwa said in her mind, "I can't breathe." It feels like the air is being sucked out of the room with that cold energy radiating from him, and she can feel a hostility she's never experienced from him before. Her eyes are wide with shock and a hint of fear. He's completely losing control, and the tension is palpable. She noticed his eyes and thinks, "Ah, those eyes. The ones from my dream. It's not Gilbert, not Resin, but a familiar face. This is Edith from his childhood," Edie says. "That's the one thing you should never have seen." He's completely lost control, and Manhwa asks, "Are you going to drop me?" He replies, "I could do far worse than that." Then he asks, "What's wrong? Are you finally afraid of me now?" Manhwa thinks, "Afraid? What I feel right now is only just," she said. "I'm sorry." She explains, "I didn't mean to dig up painful memories. I just thought it was a dream." She continues, "So, for seeing it on my own, learning things I shouldn't have, I truly am sorry." Edie's expression shifts, and he says, "It's too late for that." He then commands, "When the sun rises, you are to return to the capital immediately." He looks at her with those intense blue eyes and says, "I'll erase the memories cleanly for you." Manhwa is utterly shocked. "What?" she pleads. "No, you know I didn't mean to see it. I don't even know what happened." But Edie's is firm. "That doesn't matter. What matters is that you saw something you shouldn't have." He continues, "So, you can't even look me in the eye now? You're no different from the rest." Media's voice trembles as she says, "I didn't look away because I hated you." He asks, "What?" She said, "I was afraid that if our eyes met, you'd erase my memories." She desperately asks, "Promise you won't erase them. That comes first. We'll talk about the rest after." Edie's looks at her, a hint of something unreadable in his eyes, and asks, "Are you trying to threaten me right now?" He then calls her name. "HM? Manhwa." Manhwa reacts, "Manhwa. So you won't even call me by my pet name anymore?" Such shallow tenderness that was. He said, "I don't care about that anymore." But he's cut off by a sharp gasp from Manhwa. She clutches her hand to her mouth, tears in her eyes as she cries out, "Something inside me is crushing and shattering. It's not bone, not organs. This is the contract I made with the beast. If anyone dares disturb my grave, its price will fall upon you." The sound of something breaking. Manhwa coughs, blood on her hands. She whispers, I get it, but still, why now, of all times?" Edie's pulls her into a protective embrace, his face etched with concern. He looks so anguished. She thinks, to become Edith's familiar means to be used to the very limit, and even then, never run out of magic until your existence itself is gone. But right now, his mana isn't transferring. That must mean Edith's mind is in turmoil too. Meanwhile, Edie's familiar beast is fighting with Shula. He's clearly struggling, and Shula taunts him. Acting all high and mighty, is that all you've got, kitty? The beast charges, and Shula says, first you barge in here and tell me to get out, then you charge at me without the ability to even fight properly. You must think I'm pathetic, huh? She's got this fierce look, sharp fangs, and glowing yellow eyes, wielding a massive, wicked-looking sword. She declares, this land belongs to the Grand Duchess, what am I supposed to do? She looks at the white tiger and says, it's not like she's stronger than me, so maybe I'll just go to her and tell her this is my hunting ground. Huh? She then notices something. What's this? There's a sweet scent coming from this crack. She grins. Looks like something fun was hiding here. She confidently tells the white tiger, scram, kitty! And then, with a powerful swing of her sword, she unleashes a devastating attack. The beast is sent flying, and she declares, because right here seems way more fun. She's clearly relishing the fight. The scene then shifts back to the tomb or coffin, and she inside is stirring. She say, what is that? There's something inside that coffin. It smells wonderful, and just being near it restores my strength. It feels like a relic blessed by the gods, or a hide cursed by a demon. Something like that. And with a determined glint in her eyes, she declare, I want it. Of everything I've ever seen in my life, this is the one thing I want most. I don't even know why I feel this way. Who cares? So what? If I want it, then I'll take it. Back to past, the beast said. My dear, there's something you must know. What is it? Manhwa asks, her eyes wide with curiosity. The power I gave you is the price for saving my tomb, the beast reveals. So if anyone ever disturbs it, Manhwa's eyes widen in concern. The power will vanish? With a poof? The man shakes his head, a serious look on his face. No. The harm will come directly to you. Manhwa is visibly concerned, her face filled with worry. What kind of harm? A little, no. Probably quite a lot of pain. Just as he said, the price for breaking the contract was unbearable. Every time Sarah tearfully called my name, my body throbbed and trembled. My throat would clench, and blood would surge up. But whenever that happened, someone would adjust my posture, so the blood wouldn't block my breathing. A hand appears, gently adjusting Manhwa's position. I assumed that must have been Edith, but when I finally woke up much later, only Sarah and the doctor were in the bedroom. She narrates. Sarah is carefully adjusting the covers on Manhwa's bed. The doctor, a kind older man, stands by the bed, watching over her. Manhwa finally opens her eyes, and Sarah is immediately elated. Your Grace! You're awake? Sarah exclaims, her voice filled with relief. I was so worried you'd never open your eyes again. Manhwa begins, and Sarah, a bit flustered, says, His Grace, the Grand Duke, isn't at the castle. Of course he isn't, Manhwa said to herself. His wife collapses after coughing up blood, and he leaves the castle? So it was the physician who carried me, not him. I must have been mistaken. How pathetic. No, not pathetic, infuriating. Manhwa snaps, sitting up in bed. What, am I supposed to be grateful he didn't erase my memories? She wonders. Your Grace? You shouldn't get up, Sarah exclaims, rushing to her side. Manhwa is trying to get out of bed, and Sarah is trying to stop her. Ugh, Your Grace, Sarah cries out. Pardon my rudeness, Sarah apologizes. Sarah is comforting Manhwa, and then Sarah hugs Manhwa. If I didn't do this, how else could I stop you, my lady? Sarah says. She continues with tears in her eyes. Anyway, everyone knows it already, that Your Grace sacrificed yourself by making a contract with the spirit to save the people and the forest. What rubbish, Manhwa starts to say. You mean I shouldn't care? No, I can't just ignore that. Even the second young master, and the wolves. Everyone's praying for Your Grace's quick recovery. So please, focus only on resting right now. I don't, Manhwa starts to say. You're saying I don't even have to say it? Yes, of course, Sarah says. I'm the only one who truly understands Your Grace, right? Sarah asks. Manhwa said in her mind. I was going to say stop spouting nonsense. I'm not fine. Ha! Manhwa sighs. Manhwa thinks lying in bed. I'm so mad I might as well just sleep. About 3 weeks later? Just when I started feeling warmth in my abdomen, a sharp, unfamiliar scent made me open my eyes. What's that smell? For some reason, it feels calming. My sore throat even feels a little better. My breathing's easier too. Mayvaya is asleep in bed. Did the doctor leave this? Or maybe Sarah? Ha, finally I feel like I can breathe. Mayvaya sighs. She opens her eyes and Edie's was sitting near her. So the rumor that the Grand Duchess was dying was total nonsense. Edie's is sitting in a chair. You seem perfectly fine, Edie said. Edie's is holding a vase, and seemingly conjuring something. Ha, he really stopped holding back, hasn't he? Mayvaya thinks. What's that? Hand acupressure? Edie's is holding a few small, spiky objects in his hand. Guess he's done pretending to be young now that he's planning to divorce? That was my grandmother's favorite routine. Mayvaya looks at Edie's. What are you doing? Poof, Edie says, as a bouquet of flowers appears in the vase. Mayvaya is in shock, and clapping her hands. I clapped without thinking. Mayvaya thinks. Ack, Mayvaya says, as she clutches her hands. What's he doing? He mocks me the moment I wake up, then brings flowers? Edie's is holding the vase of flowers, looking at Mayvaya. The flowers appear to be a large bouquet. Huh, Mayvaya says. That scent that felt so relieving earlier. It was this? She thinks. And there's so much of it too. Cold words, but secretly worried about me, huh? Divorce me, Edie says. This man, seriously. Shocked, Mayvaya thinks. Why does his eyes look sad when saying that? She noticed. Why did he clench his jaw? Is he sure he wants this divorce? No, seeing my husband's past self in a dream is his reason for divorce? It's not like I wanted to see it. Sure, he may be the strongest person in this world, not even afraid of the Emperor, but a promise is still a promise. I'm seriously pissed, Mayvaya thinks while trying to sit up. Phew, Mayvaya says. I told you from the start, I never intended to divorce you. If I had wanted a divorce, I wouldn't have married you in the first place. For me, once I make a promise, I keep it to the end. Edie said, then let's just say I broke the promise. For me, failing to keep to things is practically routine. Mayvaya noticed his eyes and thinks, the look in Edith's eyes right now. It's exactly the same as in that dream, when he was a child. And he's telling me he wants a divorce? Don't make me laugh, Mayvaya said, I've already forgotten about that dream. Edie said, what a shame, to forget such an amusing show. Go back to your marquisate and hire a circus. She said, if you're so desperate to divorce, hand over all of the Kalaki's family's assets. He said, I'll send you off in a carriage bound for the capital. She said, I'll spread rumors that you're impotent. He said, who would? Then with a pause he said, no, do as you please. Don't point at me. She said, then I'll just say you're an impotent pervert too. Every night you XX and XXXX until you XXXX. Edie said, where on earth did you even hear that kind of nonsense? She clenched thinking, I don't know what'll happen between Edith and me from here on out, but if I don't say it now, I'll regret it later. She then said, I remember it. She said, my previous life when I wasn't Mayvaya, or the Grand Duchess. In the life before that. Hearing this he gets shocked. She said, I didn't want to tell you like this. I wanted to say it at least once, in a peaceful, ordinary moment. Anyway, I have memories from before I was born as Mayvaya. It was a completely different world, no nobles, nothing like here. And in that world, suddenly she starts coughing. He stands up but Mayvaya stopped. Ha? She asked, what, just going to stare? He said, my leg cramped. She thinks I see. Even the strongest man in the world gets leg cramps when he crosses his legs. It's just because I haven't eaten. Call Sarah. I'll eat then sleep, Mayvaya says. Sorry, but there's no steak left for you, Edie says. Edie's is presenting Mayvaya with a bowl of soup. She thinks, that vegetable soup looks amazing though. It's warm and light, perfect for someone recovering. Hey, Mayvaya says. Hey, Edie says. He gets shocked as she asked. Be honest. You don't actually want to divorce me, do you? He asks. What kind of nonsense is that? Mayvaya, however, is quick to dismiss it. Forget it then. She can't even lift the spoon, she says. I can't even lift my hand. Mayvaya sighs and then she says, I'll just sleep. But then, Edie stops her. Wait, he offers. I'll feed you. Open up. Edie's is holding the spoon up to her mouth, and Mayvaya said, Ha, you're really ruthless, he asked. What? She said. To your wife who had just woken up after fainting, what exactly are you telling me to open? He blushed at first and then said, Ha, I meant I'll feed you soup, so open your mouth, Mayvaya said. You're being formal again? He said. I just can't handle you. And then, Edie's is feeling embarrassed, and he says, I lost, so just eat. Blow on it first. Mayvaya commands. Mayvaya said, don't want to? Then I won't eat next time, he said. I am blowing. And then Mayvaya is eating the soup. All right, here, she said. It's good. It's not made by Sarah, but it tastes like the soup I used to have in the capital, Mayvaya says, and she's clearly enjoying it. The head maid made it, Edie says. She asked. Northerners don't usually put this many vegetables, do they? He says. She's from the capital, she said. You told me she'd lived in the north her whole life, he said. Maybe she has ancestors from the capital, she said. That doesn't mean she's from the capital, she thinks. MMPH. Guess he'd rather die than admit he made it himself, even though it's already obvious. And he's the one talking about divorce. That's enough. I'm full, Mayvaya states. You've finished it all, there's nothing left anyway, Edie says. She said. Edith, about that dream. But Edie said, let's get divorced. Mayvaya is looking at him. Is he a parrot? Ha! Mayvaya says, and I was going to say I barely remember what I saw, she says. Of course, that's a lie, she thinks. In that dream, Edith's body was covered in bruises. Just from that, I could tell what kind of childhood he had. And I remembered something he once said to me, the look on his face as he said it. It's a good thing you don't have any siblings. Putting all that together, I can roughly guess who did those terrible things. Edith's brother, Gilbert, and Regan's biological father. That alone tells me he's far from ordinary. But Edith doesn't want me to know about him, to the point that he shows signs of severe anxiety. So, to reassure him, I have no choice but to lie, she said. Edith, I'm bored. Make an acrostic poem with my name. If you don't, we're not divorcing. Mayvaya falls dramatically on the bed. I'll start the first syllable, she says. Edie says. Go ahead. Then Mayvaya starts the poem. Ma, she says. Mayvaya, Edie says. She said. He said. I want a divorce. She jumps up saying. That's enough. I chose the wrong topic. Mayvaya thinks. The best. I never knew my name had this much of a problem. If you don't need anything else, I'll just, Edie says, but Mayvaya interrupts him. Wait. Brush my hair. If you don't, we're not divorcing, she says. Mayvaya is looking at Edie's. Edie's is looking at her, said. Fine. After brushing her hairs, he said. All done. That's the third hairstyle. Do you like it? Edie's asks. Well, it's okay, Mayvaya says. After forcing him to do it 3 times, I can't exactly say I dislike it, she thinks. What should I ask for next? Maybe have him read to me? He said, then you don't need anything else. But before he could finish, Mayvaya says, carry me. I want to go outside. If you don't, we're not divorcing, she tells him. Edie says, you'll be cold in that outfit. How about just stepping onto the terrace? She interrupts again. No, the terrace still reminds me of something scary. Not this room, though, he said, then get on. She jumps on his back and he said, I feel like I'm being tricked somehow, she said. Just your imagination. Meanwhile, she thinks, I'm sorry for playing on his guilt, but if I don't hold on to him like this, it feels like he'll leave and never come back. He's the one who kept bringing up divorce. She thinks, what the dash? It's freezing. I shouldn't have come out dressed like this, she thinks. And what's that noise? Is someone fighting? Edie said. We have a rather violent guest, she asked. A violent guest? She thinks the only person who could act violently in Cyclamen Castle and be called ma'am by Procyon is, she asked, is it Shula? He said yes. In fact, that's what I needed to talk to you about, he said, so please go back inside. Don't stay here trembling. She said okay. Inside the room, he said. The former knight captain was at the quarry. When I arrived, she had already half killed the familiar and broken the barrier. She asked, you sent a familiar to the quarry? He said. I was a little concerned. She asked, were you worried about Shula that much? He asked, why would I worry about her? She then said, if not Shula, then you must have been worried about me. Mayvaya is smiling, he said. Just go to sleep. She smiled thinking, divorce, my foot. It's so obvious he still cares about me. How could I ever let go of his hand? She then said, Edith, hold my hand. If you don't, we're not divorcing. And stay beside me until I wake up. If I open my eyes and you're gone, we're not divorcing. He asked, do you even intend to do any of that? He holds her hand and she said, haven't you realized yet? Of course not, she thinks. I don't know if it was because my threat worked, or because he was genuinely worried about me, but Edith really did stay by my side until I woke up. But the moment she wakes up, the scene shifts. Though as soon as I woke up, he called Sarah and left to go somewhere. He took advantage of me being half asleep, and he used that handsome face of his to pretend nothing was wrong. But then, the scene switches again, and Sarah said to her, "Still, he kept taking care of your Grace the whole time. Even when your Grace coughed up blood, he stayed by your side and dealt with it all." Manhwa says, "Really? That's actually kind of touching." Sarah then delivers some shocking news. "Also, this flower, your physician said it's a famous poisonous herb." Manhwa's eyes widen. "Poisonous herb?" Sarah tells. "It's highly toxic from the seed stage, but when rubbed against a person or animal's body, the poison transfers over, and the plant's toxicity disappears. After draining the poison in that manner, it gives off a fragrance that helps with recovery when it blooms. But apparently, the poison is strong enough to kill a lion or tiger instantly, so in practice, it's rarely ever used." Manhwa is staring off into the distance, deep in thought. She said, "Edith isn't like ordinary people, you know. That kind of thing probably meant nothing to him." Sarah said, "No way, I saw his hands, they were all blotchy at first. I even brought him wet towels a few times." She thinks, "Even as I say this, I know the truth. No matter how powerful Edith is, that doesn't mean he can't feel pain. And no matter how negligible the pain might be, no one would ever sacrifice themselves for someone they don't care about. That's why it's even harder to understand why he'd sacrifice himself for me, yet still want a divorce. Even if what I saw was shocking, it happened long ago. But it feels like something still lingers. Or maybe there's another reason I don't know about," she said. "Sarah, help me up." Sarah is clearly concerned. "Pardon? Isn't that too much strain for you?" she said. "Even if it's hard, I need to go bring my husband back. Do you know where Edith is?" Manhwa is helped out of bed as she asks, looking a little stressed. Sarah said, "He doesn't seem to be in the study or office." While walking through the hallway, she asked, "What's going on? Things are noisier than usual." Sarah said, "I'll go check and find out." Manhwa said, "Okay, thank you." Sarah went to other maid to know about the situation while Manhwa stood there thinking, Maybe it's related to the commotion from last night. It seems like it had to do with Shala." "Your Grace," Sarah says. Manhwa asked, "Yeah, what is it?" Sarah tells. "The former knight captain came by, and during a spar with the knights, an accident occurred." Manhwa asked, "An accident?" Sarah said. "The training ground was destroyed, and some knights were injured." Manhwa looks shocked. "Injured? Who and how badly?" Sarah said. "I'm not sure about that part." Manhwa speaks again. "Sarah, you should go too. See it for yourself and report back," Sarah said. "What? But I can't just leave your Grace alone," she said. "I'll just walk a little and return to my room, don't worry. I just want to walk alone for a bit." Sarah left saying, "Then I'll hurry back. Please be careful," Manhwa said. "Yes, yes." Manhwa walks alone, bathed in sunlight. "Phew, at least the weather's nice. I should get some sun in the back garden." Manhwa sits on bench inside. Manhwa is lost in thought. "I've only been sitting here for 20 minutes, and I'm already out of strength. Maybe if someone passes by, I'll ask them to help me up." She thinks, still, it's warm. Feels nice. Did Edith manage to raise the temperature? She smiles, enjoying the sun. She thinks he acts indifferent, but he really looks after everything. I wonder what he's doing right now. Even with all the noise in the castle, he's nowhere to be seen. Maybe he went out, she said to herself. I think I might have touched Edith's reverse scale. I don't know what to do now. Talking about it is impossible. He won't even let me bring it up. But ignoring it just keeps bringing the memory back. Mivia's eyes suddenly light up, and she looks up. Manhwa is staring in shock. Shala stands close to her and said, "The Lord chose such a weak female as his mate?" Manhwa asked. "Female mate?" Shala said. "I came thinking you might be a worthy opponent since you're the Lord's mate. But all I fought were weaklings. How boring. And if I challenge the Lord directly, I might die since he's angry right now." She continues, "Still, to think the Grand Duchess is this weak, what a disappointment." Manhwa asked, "So, you want to fight me?" She asked, "Oh, you know who I am?" Manhwa asked, "That blood, whose is it?" She replied, "Procyon, was it? Or maybe Pollux? Maybe both, can't remember." Mayvaya is staring at her, looking scared. Shala said, Your Grace, your face looks scary. You gonna attack me? Mayvaya stands up and comes closer to her. Mayvaya said in cold tone, Guess being a dog abandoned by her master does that to you. No manners, no respect. Shala asked, So, your Grace is trying to tame me? Mayvaya replied, Why not? I can do that. Shala waves her hand saying, Haha, forget it, forget it. Grand Duchess or whatever. I don't take orders from anyone weaker than me. So just give it up. She grabs Mivia's shoulder saying, Though if you plan to use all your subordinates to try, I won't stop you. I just don't know which side will get wiped out first. Mayvaya thinks, I see what kind of person she is. The arrogant kind who boasts about being stronger, even in front of the Emperor. If brute force won't work on her. Mayvaya starts shouting, Ow, the Grand Duchess is gonna die, ow, ow, ow. Shala said, I only touched you, really, just lightly. Mayvaya said, Like you said, I'm super fragile, you know? So of course it hurts when someone strong like you grabs me. Sahula blushed and said, Well, I am pretty strong. Mayvaya said, Then take me to my bedroom. Sahula asked, What? Mayvaya said, My maids all ran off to clean up your mess just now. So you're responsible. Sahula asked, Are you asking me to help you? Mayvaya asked, Or are you gonna leave this weak thing here to freeze to death? Sahula asked, Freeze to death in this weather? Mayvaya is visibly shivering. I'm weak, so maybe I could. So cold. Sahula seems lost in thought. Fine. I'll help you. Sahula picks up Mayvaya. Whoa! Mayvaya said. You only need to support me, not carry me like this. This is princess style. Sahula said. Your Grace, you're so light. I could lift you with one finger. And so weak, too. I can sense a bit of fire energy in you, but it's faint. Mayvaya thinks fire energy. She must mean Paimon. Sahula said, Anyway, I'll apologize. I thought you'd be a monster since you're the Lord's wife. Mayvaya said, Apology accepted. Meanwhile she thinks, Yep, when dealing with dumb beasts like this one, nothing beats the baby gazelle strategy. They reached at her room and Mayvaya said, This is my room. Sahula kicked her door and said, Yeah? Mayvaya said, I only said to put me down. Sahula said, I'll set you down on the bed. She asked, Wait, is this really your Grace's room? I can barely smell your scent in here. Mayvaya thinks, Is she seriously a dog? Mayvaya said, It's mine, but I don't come here often. I share a bedroom with Edith. Sahula, while putting her on bed, said, So that's why the Lord got mad that time. Mayvaya asked, That time? Sahula laughed and said, Yeah. I got caught wreaking havoc on the land your Grace bought. I broke some kind of barrier there, and he was furious. But don't worry, he reinstalled it, so it shouldn't break again. Mayvaya asked, Wait. She smiled as she asked, Edith got mad at you? Sorry guys, but there's a chapter or two missed from our story, so we just jumped to the next chapter we can access. Mayvaya and Edith came back to castle after being somewhere, and the first thing they saw is that their castle is now almost destroyed. Just then, Procyon comes rushing in, completely flustered and out of breath, practically screaming, My lord! Milady! Why are you only arriving now? He's clearly been through it. Edith, ever the calm in the storm, just gently places a hand on Procyon's head, stopping his frantic rambling. Report first what happened, he commands, and Procyon can only manage a meek, Why yes. So, what happened? Turns out, right after Edith and Mayvaya left the castle last night, that former knight Captain Shala went to see Lord Gilbert. And oh my gosh, the flashback. Shala just had to insult Gilbert, telling him he smelled of dirty thoughts. And that was it. Gilbert, in his usual explosive fashion, just lost it. They started fighting, and well, they destroyed the entire castle. Procyon practically cries, telling Mayvaya, We tried to stop them, but it was hopeless. We're sorry! Mayvaya, surprisingly, takes it all in stride. She just sighs. If those two fought, it's basically a natural disaster. I understand. As long as no one got hurt being caught in the middle, that's enough. She's so understanding. But as she tries to ask where they are now, a huge crash echoes through the air. Mayvaya just shakes her head. Never mind, no need to explain. I didn't think they'd still be fighting. Another massive crash just confirms it. Those two are absolutely relentless. Edith turns to Mayvaya, a soft smile gracing his lips. What should we do, Eve? And Mayvaya, the queen of pragmatism, said, Since we're having a wedding anyway, I briefly considered thinking of this as saving demolition costs, but then she decides against it. But no. A disobedient nephew and a mutt who ignores his master need discipline. You go, manhwa. She gives a confident little wink. Edie's, with that knowing gaze, tells her, then go ahead and wait inside, Eve. I'll handle the disciplining. And oh my heart, manhwa reaches up and gently touches his chest. Then, they share the sweetest kiss, right there in the middle of the ruined castle. Procyon in the background is absolutely mortified, covering his eyes and blushing. He's thinking, those two, their vibe changed. Oh, Procyon, you precious soul. Soon after, as manhwa walks through the damaged interior of the castle, already calculating how much money she'll squeeze out of Gilbert's personal assets for repairs, she hears a little voice. Milady. It's Regan. He asked, aren't you already married? She said, young lord, you know what a wedding is, right? He replied, yes. All the new storybooks you bought for me ended with weddings. They looked happier than the stories I used to read. She said, yes, that's right. Weddings are happy things. And Edith and I will have our wedding too. He gasped. That's great. I'm so happy. She said, so I wanted to ask, could you help a little? He asked, is there something I can help with? manhwa said, before the wedding, we have to send invitations to the guests. If I write the text, would you decorate them for me? He asked, me? She said, this wedding isn't just to announce Edith's and marriage, it's also to tell everyone that you and I have become family. Regan repeated, family? She asked, would you help me? He replied, yes, I'll try. She said, then, shall we practice making a few together? He replied, yes. And so, the next day, major repairs began throughout Cyclamen Castle. Shala and Gilbert had more than half of their personal wealth taken, and worked hard under Edie's supervision. manhwa observes Gilbert, carrying heavy boxes and avoiding her with a bitter expression. She notes, it seems he finally realized he can't be with his stepmother. Good. Her plan is working. Jewelers and designers from the capital arrived, and Edie's, bless his heart, kept trying to buy everything before manhwa could even choose. She had to directly tell the merchants, that necklace went out of fashion 20 years ago. And that bracelet, around the same time. Edie's tries to salvage it. Then let's remove just one of them. But manhwa is firm. No, Edie's. Only buy what I choose, please. Still, the merchants are delighted. They earned several years' worth of revenue. In the evenings, manhwa and Regan worked diligently on the invitations. manhwa wrote the contents and addressed the envelopes, while Regan decorated and sealed each one. manhwa wanted to peek at his decorations, but he was too shy, so she let it go, knowing she'd see them on the wedding day. And just like that, time flew by, and the wedding day arrived. The castle looks absolutely stunning, completely restored. Medhia's maid asks her if she's nervous. manhwa, in her gorgeous white wedding dress, just laughs. Why would I be? We're practically already married anyway. But the maid reminds her this is their first public appearance together in the capital. manhwa, ever confident, jokes. You mean I'm worried someone might faint after seeing Edie's? The maid is shocked, but manhwa quickly assures her. I'm joking. Then, Edie's appears, looking absolutely breathtaking in his white suit. Eve, are you ready? He starts, but stops dead in his tracks, utterly speechless at the sight of manhwa. She turns, looking radiant, and asks, what? With a slight blush, asked, did you fall in love again? He admits, yes. I wanted to tease you, but I have to admit it. He's so smitten, she said. You'll fall for me every time you see me, she confidently states. Because I fall for you every time too, she thinks, so don't let that feeling ever change. Edie's extends his hand. Of course. Shall we go, my wife? Their hands meet, and the ceremony begins amidst the blessings of countless guests. All the guests are cheering and clapping. Even Procyon looks like he's about to cry happy tears. Well, almost everyone. They stood in front of each other during the vow. manhwa thinks, after a particularly short officiation compared to other weddings I knew, was exchanged rings, and with a strange look in her eyes, Edie said, thank you for saving me. Eve. She thinks he said, I don't know exactly what he meant yet, but for now, maybe that doesn't matter. The announcer said, before God, I declare that these two have become one. May blessings follow every step they take together. They kissed while she thinks, from now on, we'll spend as long a time together as Edith said, whether ungrateful eldest son causes trouble, whether some man shows us trying to steal Edith away, or whether Edith ever falls back into darkness. I will definitely save you. They show the invitation card. It said, I invite you to the wedding of my beloved mother and father.